Chapter 498. Dr. Wang, how is Dr. Qin? Dugu Xinren's voice came from a side tent not far from the commander's tent. Then, he quickly walked in with Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying. Hee, General. Dugu. Don't worry. This old man is not in danger. Before Dr. Wang could say anything, Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, said weakly. His lips were cracked and his cheeks were dark purple. He looked very scary. Hearing that Dr. Qin could still speak, the three people who came in couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw Dr. Qin's face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but gasp. He hurriedly said, Dr. Qin, you've been poisoned too deeply. It's better if you don't speak. Elder Wang, what poison is in Dr. Qin? Is there a way to detoxify it? Li Zishuan admired Dr. Qin from the bottom of his heart. Although he had only known them for less than half a day, Li Zishuan had already developed a sense of admiration for the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department in front of him. A doctor's benevolence. Dr. Qin's actions were the best interpretation of this phrase. Don't worry, Dr. Li. I'm doing my best to prepare the medicine according to Brother Qin's description. Overall, there shouldn't be any major problems. Dr. Wang was holding a small booklet and kept writing and drawing on it. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he answered without turning his head. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, That's good. Dr. Wang, you focus on preparing the medicine first. No one will disturb you during this time. We'll wait on the side. Okay. Dr. Wang nodded and then asked Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed. Brother Qin, I've already suppressed the poison in your body with golden needles. You can continue speaking. Don't be too loud, otherwise you'll waste a lot of energy. Li Zishuan and the other two were holding their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that they would make noise and affect Dr. Wang's ability to listen to Dr. Qin. The serpent spirit, mountain's barrier qi, contains poison. If an ordinary person enters within less than a quarter of an hour, the poison will enter his body. If he is not treated in time, he will definitely die from the poison. This old man went to Lingnan a few years ago. Over there, the ground is hot and humid, and it's easy to form obstructive qi. Ordinary people stay there for a few days, and they'll get swollen diarrhea, but it won't cause death. Right now this serpent spirit mountain is not as simple as barrier qi. This old man guesses that this barrier qi is mixed with poisonous gas. As for why there is poisonous gas, it must be because this mountain has been entrenched for a long time with a large amount of highly poisonous things. As the saying goes, obstructive qi, poisonous fog. Shooting engineer, a hoe, ghost hoe, shaped like a turtle with 3 legs, also known as short fox. Sand lice, a type of tiny but extremely poisonous louse, and the scourge of snakes. There's nothing that can't be found in the water, from Wei Shu, the biography of Sima Rue. Therefore, the poisonous creatures in this serpent spirit mountain were none other than archers, sand lice, or serpents. Nothing more. But according to my symptoms, I dare to conclude that the poison in this poison barrier is most likely snake venom. Brother Wang, you can use the antidote method to detoxify meal. Dr. Wang listened attentively by the bedside. After Dr. Qin finished speaking, he quickly nodded and said, Okay, Brother Qin, I understand. Don't say anything and rest well. I'll go and prepare the medicine for you now. Then, he walked to the square table next to him, bent over the table, and began to write the prescription. Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, looked at the ceiling and said to himself, Ha! Brother Wang, you've always been better than me when it comes to detoxification and prescription. With you around, this old man can rest assured. This was also one of the reasons why he insisted on testing the poison himself. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dr. Wang had finished writing the prescription. He checked it, then walked to Duguxin and said, General Duguxin, I've written the prescription. General Dugu, I've finished writing the prescription. There are some herbs that we brought with us when we came, but there are a few rare herbs that we didn't bring with us, so please. Dugu Ling Tian said. No problem. Dr. Wang, Give me the prescription quickly. I'll send someone back to Chang'an on a fast horse to bring these herbs for you. Without waiting for Dr. Wang to finish, Dugu Xian quickly interrupted him. Thank you for your trouble. Dr. Wang thanked him and passed the prescription to Dugu Xian. He also told him about the few herbs that he needed. Dugu Xian immediately turned around and was about to go out to find someone to get the herbs. Dugu Feiying stood out and said, Brother, let me get the herbs. My horse runs fast. Dugu Xian thought for a while and nodded. Okay. I'll let you go. But Feiying, not only do you have to go quickly, but also be careful. I understand, brother. Dugu Feiying saluted Li Zishuan with his fists and turned around to leave the side tent. Dr. Qin, take care of yourself. Dr. Wang, if you need any help, just send someone to call me. Dugu Xian said and was about to leave with Li Zishuan. But Dr. Qin, who was lying on the bed, spoke again. His voice was weak and weak. The two of you, please wait. Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian were both martial artists. Their hearing was very strong, so they naturally heard Dr. Qin's call. Dr. Qin, do you have any other orders? Li Zishuan came to the bed and asked softly. Order. I don't dare this old man. Just wants to remind General Dugu and Li Zhanshi. On the surface, the Serpent Spirit Mountain looked calm and serene. But in reality, there were hidden dangers everywhere. Snake Spirit Mountain, Snake Spirit Mountain. I'm afraid the things in this mountain should be, as the name of this mountain, should be filled with extremely poisonous snakes everywhere. So, General, you must think of a perfect plan to reduce the casualties. Dr. Qin's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Dugu Xian nodded seriously and said, Don't worry, Dr. Qin. I, Dugu Xian, am not a reckless person. I will not let the soldiers lose their lives for no reason. You should take the time to recuperate. After a few more words, Dugu Xian and Li Zishuan walked out together. Li Zishuan's heart was heavy. After all, this battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was all because of his own personal grudge. But now, he realized that Dr. Qin had taken such a risk for his own personal grudge. Li Zishuan would be lying if he said that he did not feel guilty. Huff. I hope Dr. Wang can come up with the antidote as soon as possible. This way, not only can Dr. Qin be saved, but the rest of the soldiers will also have fewer casualties when they go up the mountain. Since he could not change anything, Li Zishuan could only pray twice in his heart. Chapter 499. Lord Zhu. Dr. Qin is getting better. General Dugu has already rushed over. Do you want to go and take a look? The next morning, Li Zishuan was woken up in his tent. When he opened his eyes, he saw the shadow of a soldier outside. Yesterday, in order to help the army attack the mountain, Dr. Qin did not hesitate to use his own body to test the poison. As the initiator of the family extermination mission, how could he abandon the army and go home alone to hug his wife? Therefore, he spent the night in his tent. Of course, his family had already sent a message back, so his father and mother would not be too worried. What? Dr. Qin is better? I know. Tell General Dugu that I will go immediately. When Li Zishuan heard the news, he immediately lost his sleepiness. He shouted at the soldier outside and immediately got up to put on his clothes. After a while, Li Zishuan washed up and went to the side tent where Dr. Qin was lying. From outside, he could hear the voices inside. Most importantly, he heard Dr. Qin's voice full of energy. Clearly, just by listening to his voice, he could tell that Dr. Qin's poison was no longer a problem. Li Zishuan's expression relaxed slightly. He hurriedly lifted the curtain and walked in. Dr. Qin, is your poison cured? Li Zishuan came to the bed and looked at Dr. Qin, whose face was glowing red, and asked with a smile. Hee. Thank you, Li Zhanshi, for your concern. The snake poison in my body is completely cured. I think I will be able to get out of bed and walk in the afternoon. Dr. Qin was half lying on the bed, stroking his beard and smiling. Li Zishuan was completely relieved. He laughed and said, Haha, that's great. Dr. Wang, since you can cure the poison in Dr. Qin's body, can you also create a drug that can avoid the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain? This was not only what Li Zishuan was concerned about, but it was also the reason why Dr. Qin risked his life to test the poison. Of course. Li Zhanshi, I have already discussed the formula of the anti-poison drug with Brother Qin. We will do some verification in the morning and it will be a success. At that time, we will be able to break the poison barrier of the Snake Spirit Mountain. The way of detoxification had always been Dr. Wang's pride. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he cupped his hands and smiled confidently. All right. The two imperial physicians were so conscientious that they didn't even hesitate to put themselves in danger. Their medical ethics were so high that I admire them. After the army returns to the court, I will personally ask His Majesty to reward the two of you. Li Zishuan laughed and cupped his hands towards the two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin hurriedly waved their hands and said, Li Zhanshi, you're exaggerating. These are all our duties. We dare not take credit for it. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's not right for the two of you to say that. If it were someone else doing the same thing, it would be very difficult for them to be as conscientious as the two of you. Meritorious deeds should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. His Majesty will not bury meritorious people for no reason. Therefore, this is the credit that the two of you deserve. There is no need for you to refuse. Dugu Xin also chimed in. Lord Ju is right. If it weren't for the two of you, the Imperial Army of the Northern Yamen would have suffered heavy losses. If the two of you can create an antidote that can protect the Imperial Army from the poison barrier, I will personally reward the two of you when we return to the court. Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin looked at each other and cupped their hands together. Thank you, Li Zhanshi. Thank you, General Dugu. That afternoon, the two old imperial physicians had created the antidote to the snake venom of the Snake Spirit Mountain. Everyone in the team of more than 3,000 people was given a portion of the antidote. Under the supervision of the various generals, they took the antidote. With such a large amount of medicine being consumed, it was natural that a batch of medicinal herbs had to be transported from Chang'an. These were all personally arranged by Dugu Feiying. In addition, he also brought back a large batch of realgar powder according to Li Zishuan's instructions. Li Zishuan did not forget what Dr. Qin said yesterday when he was critically ill. Therefore, he made such an arrangement. Snakes were afraid of realgar. This was common knowledge that most people in the modern world knew. But why would snakes be afraid of realgar? Most people didn't know the reason behind it. Realgar was a type of mineral. Realgar powder was the powder form of realgar ore. The main ingredient was arsenic disulfide. Its color ranged from bright yellow to reddish, but yellow was more common. Therefore it was called realgar. Arsenic disulfide itself was not poisonous. However, after oxidation, it produced arsenic trioxide, arsenic, which was highly toxic. Therefore, realgar powder had to be used appropriately. It could not be used under high temperatures. After high temperatures, it would become highly toxic. Realgar is a type of stomach poison. Stomach poison is a poison that acts on the stomach and other digestive systems of pests to produce a lethal effect. Currently, almost all of the rodenticides used were stomach poisons, and snakes were very sensitive to it. However, after adding alcohol, realgar could drive snakes further away and was more effective. The reason was that alcohol could be used as a thinner to enhance the volatilization of realgar. Whether it was realgar wine or realgar powder, they could not completely cause direct harm to snakes. However, realgar wine and realgar powder did have a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other options. Yes, note that this was only if there were other options. If there were no other options, it was hard to say if snakes would still be afraid of realgar. General Dugu, Li Zhanshi, this antidote will only be effective for 4 hours at most. In other words, after 3 hours, regardless of whether you have taken down the Snake Spirit Mountain or not, you must prepare to leave the mountain. Otherwise, many soldiers will have to stay on the Snake Spirit Mountain forever. You must remember. The soldiers of the three armies had gathered in front of the military tent. Just as Dugu Xian was about to go up and mobilize the soldiers, Professor Qin suddenly pulled him back and said earnestly. Dugu Xian was stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it in his heart, he said seriously, "Don't worry, Professor Qin. If the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers can't take down this mob in 3 hours, then they won't have the face to continue fighting. Therefore, no matter what, we must return to the foot of the mountain within 4 hours." That's good. That's good. Professor Qin stroked his beard and smiled. Dugu Feiying, who was beside him, could not help but ask, since one portion of the antidote can last for 4 hours, then why don't we just let everyone take a few more portions of the antidote? Why do we have to go through so much trouble? This guy's logic does sound reasonable, but I'm afraid he's not wise, mentally retarded. Li Zishuan covered his face. Taking medicine was not as simple as 1 + 1. Haha. General Dugu, the effects of this antidote cannot be stacked. If we use it now, we must wait for another 24 hours before we can take it again. Therefore your suggestion just now is not feasible. Chapter 500. Haha. Is that so? Forget it then. Big brother, lead everyone and start attacking the mountain. Yes. Hurry up and attack the mountain. Don't waste time. Dugu Feiying scratched his head awkwardly and said. Although he was trying to cover it up, the second half of what he said still made sense. Li Zishuan agreed. Feiying is right. Rxen, let's attack the mountain quickly. Let's take down Snake Spirit Mountain before the sky turns dark. Dugu Xian's mouth twitched. Rxen, my foot. However, when faced with such a shameless fellow, even if he wanted to object to this name, it was still ineffective. All right. I'll tell them a few things and start attacking the mountain. Finally, Dugu Xian nodded and walked out of the tent. He began to mobilize the 4,000 Imperial Guards in an unusually simple manner. All right. All in all, you are about to face a group of Jianghu ruffians who don't listen to His Majesty's orders. As the most elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army, if you are defeated, I want to see how you can stay in Chong and City. So everyone, be on your guard and take note of any unexpected risks in the mountain. The brave will be rewarded, and the cowards will be punished. Don't let the pugilistic world people look down on the Northern Yamen Imperial Guards. Do you hear me? Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, Academician Qin, and Academician Wang chatted for a while in the tent. After leaving the tent, he heard Dugu Xian talking to the soldiers. Roar! I hear you. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never retreat. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards will never be a laughing stock. The response to Dugu Xian was a heart-wrenching roar from the 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army. Li Zishuan felt the entire forest tremble. Compared to the army of more than 10,000 people he had brought with him, this army of only 4,000 was clearly more imposing. Just from this aura, one could see that this was a powerful army. Of course, Dugu Xian's ability to motivate the Imperial Army with just a few words was truly commendable. Clang! Dugu Xian unsheathed the sword at his waist and pointed it at the sky. Let's move out. Attack the mountain. Yes. All the soldiers roared in agreement. The group of more than 4,000 people began to move in an orderly manner toward the mountain pass of the Snake Spirit Mountain not far away. Li Zishuan patted Dabai's head and told it to wait at the foot of the mountain. Then, he picked up the wind-chasing sword and chased after Dugu Xian. He had to participate in this attack, but he wouldn't bring Dabai along. The poison in the Snake Spirit Mountain was a fatal threat to Dabai. After all, the antidote developed by the 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department was only effective on humans. No one knew if it would be effective on horses. Li Zishuan also didn't want to use Dabai as a test subject. In any case, the mountain passes in the Snake Spirit Mountain were rugged, and there were very few places where horses could be used. Moreover, his instincts told him that this attack on the Snake Spirit Mountain would definitely not be a smooth one. On the contrary, it was very likely that there would be great danger. Li Zishuan couldn't explain why he felt that way. If he had to give a reason, it could only be a man's intuition. Aho! Dabai wanted to chase after its master, who had always been very close to it, when it saw that its master was about to leave. However, it was pulled back by the reins tied to the tree. It anxiously and sadly let out 2 strange and sorrowful cries in Li Zishuan's direction. Dabai understood human nature. It could feel the heaviness in Li Zishuan's heart, so it was very anxious. Li Zishuan felt a little uncomfortable when he heard that. However, he didn't have any confidence in protecting anyone's life in this mysterious Snake Spirit Mountain, let alone a horse. After all, the cultivation of the sect leader of the 7 cultivators sect was terrifying. It was comparable to some of the martial uncles in the Celestial Master sect in his memories. The Northern Imperial Army will never retreat. The Northern Imperial Army will never be a laughing stock. On the Snake Spirit Mountain. At this moment, the deafening roars of the Imperial Army could be faintly heard from the foot of the mountain. Batian and the Snake King were both people with profound inner strength. Even though they were in the stone room, they could still hear the faint roars. They are starting to attack the mountain. This army is actually the Northern Imperial Army. Our 7 cultivators sect's opponent this time is really terrifying. Batian's expression suddenly changed. He clasped his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, "Senior Marshal Brother. So what if it's the Northern Imperial Army? As the saying goes, capture the ringleader to capture the bandits. You are a peak Grandmaster expert. When they are exhausted by the poisonous miasma, ambush, and harassment in the mountain, won't it be fine if you capture Li Zishuan and the Northern Imperial Army's commander?" The Snake King rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Batian didn't buy it. He shook his head and said, "Things aren't as simple as you think. The Northern Imperial Army is the elite of the elite in the Chong and Imperial Army. Li Shimin's most reliable cavalry was selected from the Northern Imperial Army. It is said that the Northern Imperial Army is not only good at chaotic battles between hundreds of thousands of troops, but also good at coordination. With 500 Northern Imperial Army soldiers, they are not afraid of any Zhonghu experts. That includes Grandmasters. Once they attack the mountain, Li Zishuan and the commander of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army will definitely be heavily protected. If I try to capture them and get caught in the formation of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out." Snake King was not as cultured as Batian. He was slightly taken aback as he was slightly intimidated by the might of the Northern Yamen's Imperial Army. After a while he said, "But Senior Marshal Brother, don't forget that our Snake Spirit Mountain has a poisonous miasma. No matter how strong the Northern Imperial Army is, they will have to lie down after a quarter of an hour, right? At that time, won't we be able to torture Li Zishuan and the Imperial Army's commander however we want to torture them?" Batian wasn't as optimistic as the Snake King. In fact, he hadn't been calm for the past 2 days. At this moment, he could only shake his head and say, "Junior Marshal Brother, you should recuperate first. I'll go check on the defense of the sect's disciples." The Imperial Court's people are attacking. Smash them. Smash them. At the first checkpoint of the mountain path, the disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who had been lying in ambush discovered the Imperial Army's invasion. Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that the Imperial Army was only 10 feet away to launch an attack. One after another, huge boulders rolled down from above. The soldiers in the front row who couldn't dodge in time were immediately smashed to the ground. Even the Imperial Army behind them fell backward one after another just like the dominoes. Bam! 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 At the critical moment, Li Zishuan flew to the front of the group and kicked the rapidly falling boulders to the side. Facing the rolling boulders, Li Zishuan started his fancy football performance. After experiencing the initial chaos, the group quickly calmed down. Seeing that Li Zishuan was having fun alone in front of the group, they all went up to help him. The first annihilation crisis was instantly resolved. Chapter 501. Smash. Quickly. The soldiers are coming up. Once they come up, we will all be beheaded. Smash as hard as you can. Li Zishuan's eyes were sharp. He saw a middle-sized man in black clothes at the corner of the mountain path ahead. The man was trying his best to urge the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to move the rocks. He seemed to be the leader of the group. Li Zishuan lifted his leg and kicked the rock, hitting the leader's forehead. The leader screamed miserably and rolled down the side of the forest before he could call for help. The mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain was extremely narrow. If an ambush was arranged in advance at every turn, it would indeed be possible for one man to hold the pass against 10,000 men. This was because although there were many troops attacking the mountain, only one person was allowed to pass at a time. In a team of more than 4,000 people, only one person could fight at a time. It had to be said that Snake King's initial plan was really good. If other troops had encountered such a perfect ambush, they would have suffered heavy losses. However, Li Zishuan's tyrannical strength and explosive power directly destroyed Snake King's plan. Among the more than 4,000 people present, Li Zixuan was the only one who could kick a boulder that weighed several hundred kilograms like a football. This was the effect of an expert in a chaotic battle that could decide the outcome with a single strike. Aya! Second senior brother is dead. Quickly run! 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 At the first corner, the dozen or so disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue saw that their leader had been beaten down the mountain and began to scatter. In fact, when they saw the powerful army just now, they were already scared. Had it not been for someone watching over them, they would have run away long ago. Now that their leader was dead, how could they not run? After all, since ancient times, the common people didn't fight with the officials. People like Snake King and Een Batian who were ruthless enough to go against the imperial court were few and far between. Run! Run! These soldiers aren't afraid of the poison at all. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is done for. Let's run! There was a large army blocking the path below, so they definitely wouldn't be able to cross it. Therefore, they could only go to the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the mountain path. These people didn't want to go back, so they had no choice but to run toward the forest and cliffs on both sides of the mountain path. Fortunately, this position was not very high from the foot of the mountain. Even if he accidentally fell down, as long as he protected his vital parts, he would not lose his life. Li Zixuan gestured to the imperial guards not to pursue these deserters. He was only interested in Snake King and Een Batian. As for these disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, as long as they didn't help the tyrant, Li Zixuan didn't want to make things difficult for them. Keep marching. Dugu Xian furrowed his brows. After seeing that the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue had already run away, he waved his hand and gave an order. Yes. The imperial army regained their morale and continued to climb the dangerous Snake Spirit Mountain. Sect leader! Sect leader! Oh no! Oh no! The first checkpoint has been broken through by the imperial court's army. Een Batian came out of the stone room. Just as he was about to go down the mountain to check on the current situation, he saw a disciple running over while panting. What? How could they be so fast? Weren't there dozens of boulders there? Een Batian's expression changed greatly. He opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief. It's true, sect leader. Second senior brother was killed on the spot, and the rest of the disciples fled in all directions. The imperial court's army is now marching toward the second checkpoint. The messenger disciple said with a sad face. Humph. This old man will go and take a look myself. Een Batian flicked his sleeves and walked down the mountain with a cold face. Hee hee. You want to use your petty tricks again. On the mountain path, the army soon arrived at the second turning point. Li Zixuan sneered and started to attack. However, he wasn't fighting alone this time. The imperial army had experienced the sneak attack at the first checkpoint, and they were already mentally prepared. They cooperated with each other and started to block the rolling boulders. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, the 2 experts, also copied Li Zixuan's methods and helped to attack the 7 cultivator sect's disciples at the checkpoint with stones or throwing knives. Hurry up! Hurry up! We can't let the imperial court's army go up the mountain. Ugh! Ah! Save me! Feng Gongming! Give me a hand! Hurry up and run! We can't hold on any longer. We can't hold on any longer. Once the imperial court's people come up, we will all be beheaded. Accompanied by a burst of crying, begging for mercy, and fleeing, the second checkpoint of the 7 cultivator sect was quickly broken through. After a short rest, the army set off on their journey again. However, Li Zixuan wasn't happy because of this. He had a strange feeling in his heart. His intuition told him that the attack on the mountain wouldn't go so smoothly. There would definitely be some unexpected dangers later. Haha! Little Xian, what kind of bullshit 7 cultivator sect is this? Aside from Snake King and their sect master, the others aren't that great. Dugu Feiying walked on the mountain path and laughed complacently with his hands on his waist. In the second checkpoint, his throwing knives killed 3 or 4 disciples of the 7 cultivator sect. It could be said that he had made a great contribution. Therefore, he was now looking down on everyone in the world. Feiying! Don't be so happy too early. We haven't even reached half of the mountain yet. Snake King and Een Batian haven't come out yet, so we mustn't lower our guard. No one knew what tricks they were going to play next. This Spirit Snake Mountain is very strange. It's not as simple as you and I think. Li Zixuan patted Du Gufeiying's shoulder and said with a serious face. Du Gufeiying waved his hand and said indifferently, "Ha. Little Xian, you're thinking too much. Snake King and Een Batian might be good at martial arts, but we have 4,000 Imperial Guards behind us. No matter how good they are, they won't be able to escape from the encirclement of the Imperial Guards. Therefore, this Spirit Snake Mountain is ours for the taking." "You." Li Zixuan gritted his teeth. This brat really doesn't listen to anything when he's being cocky. It's really annoying. Cough cough. Feiying. Little Xian is right. When marching to war, we can't be complacent at all times. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose. It's better to be careful in everything. Du Guexin couldn't stand this idiot of a younger brother anymore and also advised him. Ugh. Du Gufeiying rubbed his nose and nodded. Okay, big brother, I know. I'll be careful. Perfunctory. Li Zixuan could tell at a glance that his brother was being perfunctory. He turned to Du Guexin and said, "Rexin, tell them to be more vigilant. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Our journey has been too smooth. Een Batian shouldn't have only prepared these tricks for us." Chapter 502. Bastards. A bunch of trash. Such a good location and so many rolling stones, but they couldn't even stop them for an hour. What a bunch of trash. On a boulder above the mountain path, Een Batian watched the army break through the second line of defense and couldn't help but curse out loud. "Sect leader, what should we do? Many of our disciples died at the hands of the 3 leaders in the previous 2 checkpoints. The 3 of them are very accurate with their stones and throwing knives. As soon as our people show their faces, they will attack us. They are about to reach this checkpoint. What should we do?" A tall young man beside Een Batian mustered up his courage and asked. Although Een Batian's arrival calmed him down a little, he still couldn't help but feel nervous in the face of such a strong army. "Humph. Lu Duong, I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Een Batian snorted in dissatisfaction. Then, he frowned as if he suddenly thought of something and asked, "That's not right. Why aren't these people poisoned yet? It hasn't been an hour since they entered the mountain, but it should be at least half an hour, right? No matter how strong their Nigong is, they should be lying on the ground now." "This sect leader, I don't know either. But could they have gotten our sect's poison prevention pill or the formula of the poison prevention pill from Lu Baodan?" The man named Lu Duong frowned and thought for a while before guessing. "That's impossible," Een Batian denied. "The formula of the poison prevention pill is the sect's top secret. Lu Baodan is just a cook. How could she know about it? Also, the sect gives out the poison prevention pill once every 7 days. Even if Lu Baodan has her own collection, it's impossible for her to give out so many poison prevention pills to a 4,000-strong army. Ha! It seems like the people from the Imperial Court have found a way to break the poison barrier?" Lu Duong panicked and didn't know what to do. "Humph. I'm afraid it's just as you said. Looks like we can't rely on the Imperial Court to stall for time. We have to end this quickly. Duong, tell them to hide behind the rolling stones and not show their heads when they throw them. Then, go to the 4th checkpoint and ask Su Qingfeng to bring a group of people and bring over the good gift that I have carefully prepared for the Imperial Army." Een Batian's eyes flashed fiercely as he ordered in a deep voice. Lu Duong didn't ask what Een Batian's great gift was. Instead, he cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, sect leader." With that, he turned around and went to make the arrangements. Een Batian stood where he was and looked at the approaching Imperial army. He muttered to himself, "Humph. This is not the only trick I have up my sleeve. Li Zixuan, Du Guexin, since you didn't give this old man face earlier, don't blame this old man for being impolite now." Hee hee. Little Xian, look. The previous checkpoint was also a rolling stone. Didn't I say that old man Een Batian had run out of tricks? No matter how you play, you only know this one move. Haha. Good timing. My mystic leaf flying dagger can't wait any longer. On the mountain path, Du Gufeiying couldn't help but tug at Li Zixuan's arm and laugh when he saw the huge stones in front of them. Li Zixuan saw the huge stones before Du Gufeiying did. He couldn't help but frown. But I still feel that something is wrong. Feiying, be careful. Swoosh. Splat. Smack. When Du Gufeiying heard Li Zixuan's sudden shout, he couldn't help but be puzzled. who knew that as soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, he saw a cold light. With a swish sound, a cloud of blood blossomed in the air, and then his face was tragically sprayed with blood. At the same time, a green flower snake that was cut in two fell to the ground with a paw sound. Li Zishuan was talking when he saw a snake on a tree beside Dugu Feiying. It was sticking out its tongue as it approached Dugu Feiying. It seemed like it wanted to kiss Dugu Feiying. So, in a moment of desperation, he used his wind-chasing sword as a flying dagger and cut the snake in half. Damn! Snake? It's a snake! Little Xian, hurry up and take it away. This is so scary. Dugu Feiying was stunned for a few seconds before he regained his senses. But when he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He quickly jumped to the side and shouted. He was just short of crying for his parents. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! I didn't expect Feiying to be so scared at your age. Ah! I've been bitten by a snake. Help! Ah! I've been bitten too. So many snakes. Oh my god! There are so many snakes. Ah! Help, I've been bitten too. Before Li Zishuan could finish speaking, he heard cries for help rising and falling from the ranks of the Imperial Army. He looked around and immediately saw countless small unknown snakes that were joining in the fun in the crowd. Li Zishuan raised an eyebrow and channeled his qi into his voice, shouting, Brother Li, I'm going to kill you. Quiet! Everyone, take out your realgar powder and scatter it as you walk. Yes, sir. After going through the previous two checkpoints, the Imperial Army had a better understanding of Li Zishuan's martial arts realm. People with strength would be respected wherever they went. Therefore, Li Zishuan's words were quite effective. All the soldiers hurriedly took out a large bag of realgar powder from their bags and followed Li Zishuan's instructions, scattering the realgar powder as they walked. Hiss! 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 Finally, a bizarre scene appeared. When Li Zishuan saw the realgar powder, he thought that the snake army would retreat immediately. Who knew that at this moment, a strange and melodious tune could be heard. The snakes paused for a moment on the road. Then, not only did they not retreat, but they immediately rushed toward the army as if they had changed into another person. Oh no, it should be that they had changed into another snake. They rushed toward the army and quickly approached them. Li Zishuan's expression changed and he knew something was wrong. As mentioned earlier, realgar wine and realgar powder had a certain repelling effect on snakes. When snakes encountered these two things, they would choose to avoid them if they had other choices. Now, there should be someone controlling these snakes. Otherwise, these snakes wouldn't be able to endure their fear of realgar powder and attack the army. Not good. Everyone, stop moving forward. 5 people form a team and help each other look behind. Kill snakes if you see them. Don't get bitten by these poisonous snakes. Li Zishuan made a hand gesture and the army immediately stopped moving forward. He ordered the army behind him as he killed the poisonous snakes around him. Chapter 503. Snake Spirit Mountain. Halfway up the mountain. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes, under the control of that strange tune, charged fearlessly at the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers. Although many of the snakes couldn't break through the swords of the Imperial Army soldiers, and many of them couldn't even touch the sleeves of the soldiers before they were cut into pieces, they still didn't know what fear was and continued to charge at the Imperial Army soldiers. Just thinking about the scene of tens of thousands of venomous snakes in one place made one's scalp tingle. Although the Imperial Army soldiers were elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds of battles, the ones they had fought before were living humans and not these densely packed venomous creatures. Why can't these venomous snakes be killed? My arms are sore from cutting them. F***CK. How dare you bite me, I'll chop you up. Help! I've been poisoned. I've been bitten too. The 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers obeyed Li Zishuan's orders and formed small groups of 5. They formed a circle with their backs against each other to resist the attacks of the venomous snake army. However, the venomous snakes in front of them seemed to be endless. After killing one, 4 or 5 more would come. As time passed, the entire mountain was filled with venomous snakes. The stamina of the Imperial Army soldiers was rapidly depleted by the venomous snakes' attacks. More and more soldiers were bitten by the venomous snakes, but the attacks of the venomous snakes didn't weaken at all. Xiaofan, we have to think of something. We can't go on like this. Who knows how many snakes there are on this snake spirit mountain? Dugu Feiying used his sword to parry the venomous snakes around him as he spoke to Li Zixuan at the top of his voice. This unlucky child was only good at throwing knives, but his other abilities were mediocre. However, he couldn't possibly use his throwing knives to kill the snakes, right? In this endless sea of snakes, even if he carried a sack of throwing knives, it wouldn't be enough to kill them all. This fellow clearly knew this as well. He had gotten a sword from somewhere, and was now completely relying on his speed and strength as a middle-stage chi-forming cultivator to fend off the venomous snakes from all directions. However, this kind of method of wielding the sword without any technique also caused his vital energy to be depleted very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, he was already panting. Indeed, we have to think of something. Although these poisonous snakes were annoying, they posed no threat to Li Zixuan, who had entered the Master Realm. They didn't even consume much of his genuine qi. Firstly, his current realm was too high. Secondly, his Taiji swordsmanship could both attack and defend. Its moves were exquisite, and it didn't consume much genuine qi. Although the snakes could not threaten Li Zixuan had to consider the bigger picture. If he allowed the situation to continue, the army would suffer heavy losses. Li Zixuan looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Batian, who was playing the soon on a boulder not far away. The reason why he could recognize that the oval-shaped object in Batian's hand was because he had seen pictures of it on the internet in his previous life. However, today was the first time he had seen someone play a tune on an soon. Soons were made of clay, so it was very difficult to play a tune on them. Feiying, these snakes were all attracted by Batian. The three of us should work together to kill him. Otherwise, there will be more and more snakes. In the end, these 4,000 people will either be poisoned to death or die of exhaustion. Li Zixuan said to Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying after using White Tiger's tail and Sweeping Wind Plum Blossom to kill all the venomous snakes within 3 feet of him. F***CK. Is this what you've come up with? Dugu Feiying almost vomited blood when he heard this. Batian was at the peak of the Master Realm. The three of them were like small shrimps in front of him. How could they possibly defeat him with such a huge difference in realm? What? Isn't Batian at the peak of the Master Realm? He's not even a Grandmaster. Feiying, why are you so afraid? The three of us dared to fight the Snake King, who was at the middle stage of the Master Realm. Now that I'm at the Master Realm and have the help of the Imperial Army, we might have a chance. Li Zixuan understood what Dugu Feiying was thinking. In fact, he didn't expect that the siege of the 7 Cultivators sect would turn into a battle between 2 kings. He had the Imperial Army behind him, so he would be crazy to fight Batian. However, now that things had developed to this point, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life if he didn't stand up. However, if they cooperated well in this battle, there was still a chance for them to win. Who's afraid? Let's do it, I'm not afraid. Dugu Feiying straightened his neck and quibbled. Then he looked at Dugu Xian and asked, Big brother, what do you think? Are you going to do it or not? Although Dugu Feiying didn't show any fear on his face, he was feeling guilty. After thinking about it, he could only seek comfort from his elder brother. Dugu Xian frowned. In the end, he was a general, and it was his duty to lead the army to war. He didn't like this kind of Jianghu struggle and trying to be a hero. Last time, he was forced to fight the Flying Snake King because of the situation. But this time, if he didn't take action, the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers would probably be in big trouble. Let's do it. Dugu Xian's words were always concise and to the point. However, for such an ambiguous word to come out of the mouth of a cold-faced general, it sounded weird no matter how one listened to it. In any case, Li Zixuan almost laughed out loud. Dugu Feiying opened his mouth. Since his brother also supported Li Zixuan's king versus king plan, what else could he say? He could only follow along. Ha. Good. Today, we'll fight side by side again. So what if he's at the peak of the Master Realm? Beat his mother. What's there to be afraid of? When Li Zixuan saw Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying come over and stand by his side, he could not help but recall the scene of the three of them beating up the flying serpent. He immediately became filled with pride and could not help but laugh at the sky. Bah! You're right. Isn't it just peak Grandmaster? What's there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid, just do it. Dugu Feiying was at the prime of his youth. After being provoked, he was also a little hot-blooded. He spat at Batian's direction and said arrogantly, Cut the crap if you want to fight, then fight. Duguxin raised his sword and said unhappily. Okay. Let's fight our way out first. Li Zishuan wiped his nose, raised his chasing wind sword, and charged in Yin direction. Yin Batian was old and shrewd. He knew that he should not be distracted when he was controlling the snakes, so he was now more than a mile away from the battlefield. As for how his snort could be heard from such a distance, there was no doubt at all. As a martial arts master at the peak of the Grand Master realm, he had the ability to let the entire Snake Spirit Mountain hear his voice. Swords were drawn, and the battle of king versus king was about to start. Chapter 504. Kiki. Juniors. You have the guts to challenge this old man. You are courageous, but you will pay with your lives. On top of a boulder on the mountain path, Yin Batian looked at Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian, who were charging towards him from the Sea of Snakes. If Li Zishuan and the others had stayed with the Imperial Army, Yin Batian wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. After all, no Jianghu expert would dare to go against the Imperial Army. But now that Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and the others had left the army and were going to have a king versus king battle with him, Yin Batian was very happy. In the end, the reason why he brought these snakes to the battle was because the 7 cultivators sect had too few disciples. There were less than 100 of them, and they wouldn't be able to defeat them in a head-on battle. Moreover, it would be too dangerous to capture their leader. After all, the elite Imperial Army wasn't afraid of any Jianghu expert. Now that Li Zishuan and the others had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it was exactly what Yin Batian wanted. Although fighting with Li Zishuan and the others would affect his control over the snakes, there were already so many snakes on the mountain path that they could at least buy some time. As long as he could defeat Li Zishuan and Dugu Feiying before the Imperial Army got rid of the snakes, the crisis of the 7 cultivators sect would be resolved in an instant. Humph. The victor is yet to be decided. Yin Batian, this Duke will ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to hand over the Snake King? Li Zishuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian jumped onto the platform opposite of Yin Batian and said coldly. He wasn't talking nonsense before the battle. He was also trying to buy time for the Imperial Army to get rid of the snakes. His 5 senses were sharp, and he had already noticed that the snakes on the mountain paused for a moment when Yin Batian was talking to them. This meant that Yin Batian's control over the snakes had a time limit. As long as he could buy some time, the snakes would definitely be able to break free from Yin Batian's control. Hee hee. Duke Li, you're doomed to waste your efforts. 15 minutes is more than enough to get rid of the 3 of you. Yin Batian smiled indifferently. Although he was well aware of Li Zishuan's intention of stalling for time, he didn't care at all. He slowly put away the sun, drew out the long sword at his waist, and pointed it at Li Zishuan and the other 2. Haha. I remember that the Snake King said something similar a month ago, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive and well, but the Snake King has become an earthworm that doesn't even dare to step out of his house. Li Zishuan retorted without fear. Ha ha ha. That's right. What bullshit Snake King. His name is quite impressive, and he is also a master at the Grand Master middle stage. When he saw me, a junior at the Chi middle stage, didn't he run away? Ha ha ha. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Dugu Feiying, who was watching from the side, didn't mind the commotion and added fuel to the fire. This guy was laughing with his hands on his waist. Coupled with what he said just now, if the Snake King were here, he would definitely be pissed to death. Yin Batian was very close to the Snake King, and he was also very angry. A trace of anger finally appeared on his indifferent face. He waved his sword and snorted coldly. Junior, you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Batian disappeared with his sword. Li Zishuan's pupils shrank and he shouted, Feiying, get out of the way. Boom. As soon as Yin Batian finished speaking, Dugu Feiying realized that he was in great danger. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and his entire body was filled with an extremely cold murderous intent. He couldn't even move if he wanted to. Li Zishuan's shout seemed to have some kind of magical power that warmed up his cold inner breath slightly. Only then did he have the ability to move. The moment he turned his body, he felt a long sword as cold as water slashing down on the hair on his face. Dugu Feiying was so scared that he immediately used all his inner force to jump to the side. The place where he was just standing was instantly blasted into a big pit. How terrifying! The power of a peak grandmaster was indeed terrifying. The dust settled. Li Zixuan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying all had the same thought. As the person involved, Dugu Feiying was undoubtedly the one who felt it the most. At this moment, he felt so bitter in his heart. He regretted agreeing to Li Zixuan to come over and cause trouble. They weren't causing trouble, they were risking their lives. When Batian disappeared from the spot earlier, only Li Zixuan among the three of them saw his footwork in the air. Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying could only see a series of afterimages. Almost in the blink of an eye, Batian flew down from above Dugu Feiying's head. Baishan's furious attack was obviously more powerful and aggressive than the one he used to test Li Zixuan at the foot of the mountain yesterday. If there were no accidents, this sword would definitely pierce through Dugu Feiying's body from the top of his head, and Dugu Feiying would definitely die. Unfortunately, there were many accidents in reality, and Dugu Feiying was still alive and well. Baishan's sure kill attack missed. Heh! I've underestimated you juniors. To think that there are actually people who can survive my Chen Kuan's sword. I'd like to see how long a sharp-tongued brat like you can live. Batian was slightly surprised, and without saying anything, he raised his sword and continued to attack Dugu Feiying. As for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian, Batian couldn't be bothered with them. He only wanted to take care of Dugu Feiying first before thinking about anything else. This was the best thing about our Dugu Feiying. Once in a battle, he would definitely pull the enemy's aggro to the max, and give his teammates a lot of room to attack. But this was also the most tragic thing about Dugu Feiying. Because he attracted too much aggro, he was going to be tortured. And he wasn't a big meat shield like Cheng Yaojin or Yu Qigong, he was still a pretty boy. How could he accept Baishan's cruel torture? F***CK. Old bastard, you're still not done playing? You think I'm easy to bully? Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. When Dugu Feiying saw that Batian was still going to attack, he couldn't help but scream. He jumped far away, and then took out dozens of flying knives from his pants and threw them all at Batian as if they were free. Dozens of flying knives flew towards Batian. Li Zixuan, who was about to help Dugu Feiying block the attack, couldn't help but have his eyes lit up. Dugu Feiying's flying knives had improved a lot compared to when he was fighting Flying Snake. Not to mention other things, even if Flying Snake could block this rain of flying knives, it wouldn't be easy for him. This was enough to explain the problem. Although their opponents were more than one level stronger than Flying Snake, the three of them had also improved, and they might not lose this battle. Chapter 505. Bam, 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 bam. With the sound of swords clashing against each other, Batian managed to nullify Dugu Feiying's extraordinary move with just a few slashes. Even so, the three of them didn't look disappointed. They knew that even if Dugu Feiying had improved a lot, he wouldn't be able to injure Batian with his flying daggers. They were already satisfied that they were able to hold Batian back for a few seconds with their flying daggers. In a fight between experts, life and death was decided in a second. Even though it wasn't as exaggerated as they said, the time that Dugu Feiying had bought was enough for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian to do a lot of things. 9 Taishian swords, first style, ride the wind. Riding the wind to the 9 heavens. At this crucial moment to save Dugu Feiying, Li Zixuan did not plan to use the Taiji sword technique. He wanted to use his best, fiercest, and fastest sword move without holding back. Only then could he save Dugu Feiying. Otherwise, this pretty boy wouldn't be able to survive for more than 2 seconds under Baishan's attack. Lone Wind Swordplay. Almost at the same time, Dugu Xian chanted and dashed towards Batian with his sword. The sword moved, and the shadow of the sword followed. Dugu Xian leaped into the air and spun in the air. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Li Zixuan could feel the sharpness around Dugu Xian even from afar. He couldn't help but be shocked. Compared to Dugu Feiying, Dugu Xian had improved a lot after that battle. His battle prowess had also increased a lot. This sword strike already had the aura of a grandmaster expert. Being targeted by 2 sharp sword intents at the same time, Baishan's heart skipped a beat. He had no choice but to give up on his plan to kill Dugu Feiying. He could only use his sword to block the attack. His long red hair fluttered in the air, and his eyes were cold. His sword was like a rainbow, and his footwork changed. First, he used a simple lift of his sword to deflect Li Zixuan's ride the wind. Then, He appeared in front of Dugu Xian. He waved his sword lightly, and Dugu Xian was sent flying by a huge force. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He was relaxed and indifferent to the extreme. Batian had crushed Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian with his superior cultivation level and unparalleled movement technique. Before Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian's swords converged, he attacked them separately. First, he pushed back Li Zishuan and then injured Dugu Xian. Furthermore, he looked relaxed as if it was as easy as blowing away dust. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between their strength. Swish, swish, swish. How could Dugu Feiying be missing at this time? Although he regretted falling for Li Zishuan's trick, he couldn't abandon his brother and leave alone. The only choice left for him was to fight to the death. While Batian was busy fighting Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian, he channeled his chi into his palm and infused it into the flying daggers that had accompanied him day and night. He could even feel the resonance of blood being thicker than water, as if the flying daggers were a part of his body. Then, he stared intently at Baishan's body. When Batian retreated, Dugu Feiying made his move decisively. 3 Xian Li flying daggers flew towards Baishan's path in a triangular formation, emitting a blazing light. Dugu Feiying felt that these 3 flying daggers were the most exciting, most accurate, and most powerful flying daggers he had ever used in his life. Of course, these 3 flying daggers were also the most powerful enemies he had ever faced in his life. This was the sound of a flying dagger piercing into flesh. Batian was a martial arts expert at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. His 5 senses were extremely sharp. Of course, he could feel the hot knife chi behind him. However, his entire body was already in a position to retreat. Even if he forcefully changed his direction midway, he would not be able to completely dodge Dugu Feiying's 3 carefully calculated flying knives. One of the mystic leaf flying daggers sliced open a wound on Baishan's left arm like tofu. If it weren't for his strong inner chi and quick reflexes that allowed him to focus his true chi on the wound at the critical moment, this flying dagger would have sunk into his arm. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. No one would have thought that the weakest of the 3, Dugu Feiying, would be able to injure Batian, a peak grandmaster. Dugu Feiying's 3 flying daggers were perfectly executed because Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian had created a very good opportunity for him to attack. However, to be able to grasp the opportunity so well was enough to prove that Dugu Feiying's current ability was much, much better than before. This brat has suddenly exploded with power. He's now famous for injuring a peak grandmaster when he's at the chi cultivating stage. Li Zishuan smiled as he looked at Dugu Feiying, who was still in a daze. Ah! You little bastard! I'm going to cut you into pieces. Batian pulled out the flying dagger from his arm and threw it on the ground. Then, he screamed at Dugu Feiying furiously. Humiliation! He was a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, but he was injured by a junior at the middle stage of chi transformation. If he didn't kill Dugu Feiying today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Jianghu. F***ck. Don't you call me that, you old bastard. If other people hear you, they'll think that I'm related to you. I'm your grandpa. If you call me that again, I'll stab you again. Dugu Feiying had been calling Batian an old bastard. Now that Batian called him a little bastard, he couldn't take it anymore. An old bastard and a little bastard. If other people didn't know their relationship, they would think that they were father and son. That was why Dugu Feiying cursed in exasperation. Li Zishuan, who was preparing the second sword technique of the 9 Taishan swords, couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He didn't expect Dugu Feiying, this unlucky kid, to be such a prankster. He didn't forget to be funny even in a life-and-death situation. Because of that, more than half of the sword technique that he was preparing dissipated. Wah wah wah! You little bastard, you're too much. Batian had been high and mighty for decades. When had he ever been humiliated like this? It was already a miracle that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Even so, he still felt a ball of fire rising up his head. He picked up his sword and flew toward where Dugu Feiying was standing without a care. F***ck. Unfilial grandson, how dare you kill your grandpa? I'm going to kill you. Ah, don't. Grandpa, you're my grandpa. I'm sorry. F***ck, big brother Xiaofan, I'm going to die if you don't come and save me. How could Dugu Feiying bear the anger of a master at the peak of the supreme power realm? In less than 2 seconds, there were 4 or 5 sword wounds on his body. He hurriedly asked Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian for help. Chapter 506. 9 Taishan Swords, Second Style, Graceful. Li Zixuan wasn't discouraged at all after his first attack was easily deflected by Yin Batian. After he steadied himself, he followed up with the second style of 9 Taishan Swords. The sword in Li Zixuan's hand moved even faster, its trajectory like a flying dragon soaring in the sky. Carrying the remaining power of the first sword, riding the wind, its trajectory was like a flying dragon soaring in the sky, erratic. On the other side, Dugu Xian's sword became even sharper. He flew up into the sky and started the second wave of attacks with Li Zixuan. Yin Batian didn't care at all. He just wanted to kill Dugu Feiying first. He was very angry today. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was this angry. F***CK. Old bastard, are you done yet? You're forcing me to do this. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Dugu Feiying staggered 2 steps and waved his hand, indicating for Yin Batian to stop first. Then, he said in a serious tone. While he was talking, he was also putting on a posture. It really looked like he was serious. Actually, he knew that he was just an empty shell now. Although only a few breaths of time had passed, the true qi in his body had been exhausted. There was no doubt that if he did not use up all of his true qi when Yin Batian attacked just now, there was a 10,000% chance that he would be dead by now. At that time, neither Li Zixuan nor Dugu Xian could save him because they couldn't make it in time. He could only rely on himself. That was why even though he looked like he was in a sorry state, it wasn't easy for him to survive. No one in the qi-forming realm could do better than him. Humph. You're asking for it. Dugu Feiying's acting was so good that Yin Batian didn't know if it was real or fake. However, Yin Batian didn't believe that Dugu Feiying would be able to throw out 3 flying knives that could threaten a master like before. He didn't want to give Dugu Feiying another chance. He wanted to kill Dugu Feiying before Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian's sword arrived. He was confident that he was faster than Li Zixuan and the others. At this moment, Yin Batian's mind was clouded by anger. He originally had the absolute advantage. As long as he fought steadily, he had a 90% chance of killing Li Zixuan, Dugu Feiying, and Dugu Xian. But now, he had to take the risk of being injured by Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian in order to assassinate Dugu Feiying. It was unbelievable. It had to be said that anger could really blind a person's eyes and make them lose their rationality. However, Yin Batian's plan wasn't entirely wrong. Under normal circumstances, Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian wouldn't have been able to come to Dugu Feiying's aid before Yin Batian killed him. Of course, that was under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, our main character, Li Zixuan, was not a normal person from beginning to end. Nonsense. Can a normal person be as evil as him? He practiced both martial arts and literature, and he was the most powerful person among his peers. Li Zixuan was 10 feet away from Yin Batian, and Yin Batian was 6 feet away from Dugu Feiying. No matter how he calculated, Li Zixuan would never be able to catch up to Yin Batian. At this moment, Li Zixuan's mind was unusually calm. In an instant, he relied on his immense spiritual energy to come up with at least 100 plans. After analyzing and comparing, he finally came up with the most optimal and most likely plan to save Dugu Feiying. 9 Taishan Swords, Third Style, Snow Walk. Snow walk without a trace, swift as a swallow's. 9 Taishan Swords, Fourth Style, Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker, Sea Lord, Thunder Fury. 9 Taishan Swords, Fifth Style, Dust Parting. A sword parting the dust parting. Li Zixuan used the remaining power of the second style of 9 Taishan Swords to consecutively use the third, fourth, and fifth styles in less than a breath's time. He didn't want to kill anyone, but because he changed his moves too quickly, he couldn't hit anyone at all, and all of them hit the air. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. 9 Taishan Swords was a supreme sword technique derived from Li Zixuan's internal energy. When he used it, the 9 styles were linked together, and it was like a storm. It was continuous and overwhelming. Moreover, the power of each style would stack with the power of the next style. Correspondingly, the speed of the sword style would also stack. Li Zixuan planned to use this method of stacking sword styles to catch up with Yin Batian's speed. This was the most feasible plan that he came up with after using his immense spiritual energy to deduce countless times. After the fifth style of 9 Taishan swords was used, the tip of the chasing wind sword shone with a cold light. An extremely cold sword intent instantly locked onto Yin Beishan's body. This sword was really a dust parting. Li Zishuan's speed had already exceeded his limit. Because of this extreme speed, his long hair was pulled back like a steel wire on this windless mountain path. After entering the Grandmaster realm, Li Zishuan's 5 swords were now at least twice as powerful as the 5 swords he used to fight against the devils incarnate in the Chang Mansion. 9 Taishan swords was able to surpass the level of the enemy. That was why he was able to fight Cheng Yaojin to a standstill when he was only at the peak of Qi refining stage. Although Cheng Yaojin went easy on him, in terms of moves, he wasn't inferior to Cheng Yaojin. Now that he was able to use 5 swords in a row as a Grandmaster, judging from the power of the 5th style, dust parting, he indeed had the ability to threaten a Grandmaster peak expert. Not enough, still not enough. Li Zishuan did a rough calculation and felt that his current speed was still not enough. Therefore, he continued to change his moves. The 6th style of 9 Taishan swords. Drifting cloud. Smoke parting, drifting cloud. Never return. Li Zishuan's speed had already reached the extreme, but now it was 40% faster. At this moment, he and his sword were like smoke and drifting cloud, never to return. Others couldn't even see his real body. This was the first time Li Zishuan used the 6th style of 9 Taishan swords in a real battle. Since he entered the Grandmaster realm after fighting with the Flying Snake last month, he had practiced this sword style at least 100 times at home. Now, he couldn't say that he had mastered it thoroughly, but he had some small achievements. Moreover, with the power of the 5 swords in a row just now, the 6th style at this moment was like a sword that didn't belong to the human world. Its speed was even faster than Yin Batian. On the other hand, Dugu Xian was not idle. When Li Zishuan used the 4th style of 9 Taishan swords, he had already seen through Li Zishuan's intention. After all, his martial arts talent was one of the best among the younger generation. Moreover, the person who was in danger was his brother. Logically speaking, he should be more anxious than Li Zishuan. After seeing through Li Zishuan's intention, Dugu Xian jumped up and used a series of complicated sword moves. Then, his speed increased by 60%. Although he was not as fast as Li Zishuan, he was not far behind. The two of them, one in front and one behind, stabbed their swords at Yin Beishan's back. Chapter 507. This is bad. When Yin Beishan's sword was less than 3 inches away from Dugu Feiying's throat, he suddenly felt 2 murderous intents coming from behind him. He felt a sense of danger. But at this moment, even if he turned around, he wasn't confident that he could block these 2 killer moves. However, he had no choice but to turn around. He didn't want to die together with Dugu Feiying. During this moment of hesitation, Li Zishuan's sword got closer to Yin Beishan's heart. Although Yin Beishan's martial arts realm was higher than Flying Snake's, his ability to make decisions on the spot was not as good as Flying Snake's. Chi! In a moment of desperation, Yin Batian had no choice but to give up on Dugu Feiying. He quickly turned his body and tried to use his sword to parry Li Zishuan's chasing wind sword. The 2 swords clashed and a chi sound was heard. Yin Beishan's hasty attack was ultimately unable to defeat Li Zishuan's flowing cloud, the 6th sword of the 9 Taishan swords that he had been accumulating for a long time. The wind-chasing sword easily cut open a wound below Yin Beishan's right rib, and the sword sank into Yin Beishan's body due to inertia. Dugu Xian also took the opportunity to stab his sword into Yin Beishan's left rib. However, Yin Batian had time to block the attack, so Dugu Xian's sword didn't go in too deep. Ah! Shameless brat! How dare you sneak attack me? Yin Batian roared and released his true chi at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, sending Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian flying far away with their swords. Dugu Feiying also took the opportunity to crawl to Li Zishuan's side. He had just survived a disaster. At this moment, this guy's heart couldn't help but thump, thump, thump. He thought he was going to die just now because Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian were still far away from him. Now that he found out that he was still alive, he had to cherish this hard-won chance of survival. Dugu Feiying swore in his heart that he would never do this kind of work again, even if he was beaten to death. Damn it! As soon as Yin Batian finished speaking, he flew over with his sword in hand. The 2 wounds on his body were dripping with blood, making him look extremely horrifying. Of course, the expression on his face was even more horrifying. This old man probably hadn't been injured for more than 10 years, and now he was so angry? That's right, Embark was furious. At this time, he threw out all of his sword moves as if they were free. It looked like he wanted to quickly cut down the 3 little trash fish in front of him. At this moment, of course, Xiaofan would not be so stupid as to fight head-on with a master at the peak of the supreme power realm who was in a berserk state. He stood in the middle of the 3 people, combined with the analysis of his powerful spiritual force, and used the full defense version of the Taiji sword to bear and resolve a large number of attacks for the whole team. Bang! 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 Just when Embark was about to attack again, the sound of hundreds of people running together suddenly came from the mountain path, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Embark took a closer look and saw that it was a team of 100 Imperial Guards. How can they be so fast? Embark was not the only one who thought so. Xiaofan, Wuxia, and Dugu Feiying all had the same thought. Although the 3 of them wanted the Imperial Guards to leave the snake swarm and come to save them, they never thought that the Imperial Guards would come so quickly. In fact, when Embark was hit by Dugu Feiying's flying dagger, the connection between him and the snake swarm immediately weakened by 30%. Later, when Xiaofan and Wuxia suddenly attacked him, Embark suffered even more serious injuries, and he instantly lost all connection with the snake swarm. As a matter of fact, the Imperial Guards closest to them took the opportunity to rush over. Hee. Trying to run? It's not that easy. Xiaofan sensed that Embark was quietly retreating. He laughed coldly and appeared in front of Embark. He was going to take the initiative to attack. Rock spreading wings, hugging the moon, Wuxia exploring the sea, wild goose shooting, green dragon showing claws, falling flower, white tiger grabbing the tail, black dragon twisting the pillar, sweeping plum blossom. Last time, when he fought against the flying snake, Xiaofan had taken 18 offensive sword moves from the 55 Taiji sword forms and used his powerful mind energy to quickly deduce the best combination of offensive sword moves. He created a full offensive version of the Yang-style Taiji sword and beat the flying snake until it could not breathe. This time, Xiaofan did not hesitate to use the full attack version of the Taiji sword against Embark. His goal was to stall Embark and prevent him from escaping. Back then, Snake King had personally told Embark in the secret chamber, "If you meet that Xiaofan kid, if you can kill him in one move, don't save it for the second move. That kid is evil, and he'll be a disaster if you let him live." At this moment, Embark finally understood Snake King's good intentions. Previously, when he wanted to fight Xiaofan had created a strange set of sword forms that could always nullify his attacks. Now that he did not want to fight anymore and wanted to escape, Xiaofan had created another set of sword forms that stuck to him like glue. It was really annoying. Wuxia and Dugu Feiying were not idiots. They also understood Xiaofan's intention. One of them held a sword, while the other threw a flying knife from afar. They both joined the battle at the same time. In this short period of time, Dugu Feiying had already recovered 10 to 20% of his inner breath. He could still throw flying knives from afar to harass Embark. Poor Embark, a master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm, was being chased by 3 juniors at a lower level. It was really frustrating. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only defend himself while feeling anxious. The 100 Imperial Guards took advantage of the precious time that Xiaofan had bought for them to surround Embark. At this point, the situation of a pack of wolves trapping the Lion King was finally formed. The arrogant master at the peak of the Grandmaster realm was now like a hero at the end of his road. He looked at the increasing number of Imperial Guards around him, and his eyes flashed with anger and unwillingness. Seeing this, Xiaofan quickly retreated from the battle with Wuxia. He did not need to personally charge into the battle anymore. The Imperial Guards had a battle formation that was specially designed to deal with the masters of the Jianghu. He only needed to stay outside and hold the line. Embark, you only needed to hand over Snake King, but you insisted on doing things your own way. In the end, you dragged your sect down with you. You're asking for trouble. Since you don't want to hand over Snake King, I have no choice but to wipe out your 7 cultivators of virtue. Xiaofan calmed his inner breath and said coldly. Now that the situation was settled, he was no longer in a hurry. Bah! The winner takes all. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish, but do you think it's your turn to teach me a lesson? When I was roaming the Jianghu, you were still in your mother's womb. Chapter 508. Humph. You're about to die, Yet you still have a sharp tongue. As citizens of the Great Tang, the 7 cultivators of virtue disobeyed His Majesty's orders and openly opposed the imperial court's army in broad daylight. This is no different from a rebellion. Soldiers, listen up. Take down this hut. Dugu Xin didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he waved his hand and ordered coldly. At this moment, he was back to being a great general who commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. Yes. The imperial army answered loudly, and hundreds of soldiers formed a Mo saber formation with their Mo sabers and began to attack Yin Batian. Although the imperial army's martial realm was far inferior to Yin Batian's, their seamless cooperation made up for their lack of individual strength. When Yin Batian beat back an imperial army soldier, dozens of Mo sabers would follow behind him. Thus, he didn't dare to go all out and attack anyone. This was the power of a battle formation. Many people scoffed at the use of battle formations, thinking that it was just something made up by novelists and that its use on the battlefield was negligible. Li Zixuan also thought so in the past, but after seeing the imperial army beat up Yin Batian, he didn't think so anymore. In fact, if one didn't have a battle formation, it was no different from being a hooligan. The tactics of ancient armies mainly relied on battle formations. Because communication methods were basically non-existent, sound couldn't travel far, flags couldn't be seen, fireworks and musical instruments were monotonous, and messengers could be killed if they ran too slowly. A mechanized battle formation was the only way to achieve the goal of a general. For soldiers, they just had to remember who was next to them and whether they should stand in a horizontal line or a diagonal line. As for the rest, it was up to the officers. As for the power of military formations, a simple example could be used to illustrate it. According to reliable historical records, Emperor Wu of Song of the Southern Dynasties led a few hundred soldiers to defeat tens of thousands of peasant soldiers. Many people would think that this was just bragging, but if one understood the true meaning of battle formations, they would know that it wasn't just guns that could be used against the natives. The Art of War recorded the 10 most basic battle formations: square formation, circle formation, sparse formation, number formation, sharp formation, goose formation, hook formation, shen formation, water formation, and fire formation. Some of the messy formations in the later generations were derived from these 10 basic formations. The principle of using formations was to break through the weak points of the opponent's formation and expand the results of the battle after breaking through. Later on, this theory was no longer limited to field battle formations. Eventually, it was promoted to national strategy by Sun Wu. From this, it could be seen that ancient military commanders attached great importance to military formations. In just 15 minutes, Yin Batian's body was covered in a dozen saber wounds. While there were quite a few injured Imperial Army soldiers, there were even more Imperial Army soldiers coming to reinforce him. What made Yin Batian want to curse the most was that while he was fending off the soldiers, he also had to be on guard against the shameless sneak attacks of Li Zixuan, Dugu Xin, and Dugu Feiting. Right now, the 3 of them were considered experts in Yin Batian's eyes. They were experts who could threaten his life. The wounds on his body were proof of that. Under the influence of various unfavorable factors, Yin Batian's true qi was being depleted faster and faster. The saber wounds on his body were increasing, and he had entered a vicious cycle. If this continued, he would be hacked to death in less than 15 minutes because of his true qi. After all, even a martial Dao master could not have an endless supply of true qi. Yin Batian, why don't you just surrender? You are also a formidable person. I don't think you want to end up being hacked to death, right? If you surrender, I can leave you with an intact corpse. Li Zixuan's eyes were like torches. He had already seen through the situation on the battlefield. He crossed his arms and looked at Yin Batian coldly. Yes. Yin Batian, if you call me Grandpa, I might be kind enough to give you a quick death. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Haha. Dugu Feiying laughed as he played with the Xian Li flying dagger in his hand. To him, there was no way he would let go of such an opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Moreover, this was a peak grandmaster. He would be proud to brag about such a drowning dog in front of others. But he had forgotten who was the one who shamelessly called him Grandpa and begged for mercy during the battle. Shameless brat, if I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. New and old grudges surged in his heart. Looking back at the battle just now, Yin Batian realized that he had lost because of Dugu Feiying's foul mouth. That was why he had made several wrong decisions. Therefore, the person Yin Batian hated the most was not Li Zixuan or Dugu Xin. It was definitely Dugu Feiying. He wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Ha ha ha. Come at me. Come at me if you dare. Unfortunately, you can't hit me. Let me ask you, are you angry? Are you angry? Ha ha ha. Dugu Feiying continued to use his foul mouth. But this time, his foul mouth was going to cause trouble again. Sha sha sha. Suddenly, a very clear sha 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 sound came from above the mountain path. Li Zixuan and the others looked up in confusion and were shocked. It was a giant python with 7 heads. When it stood up, it was as tall as 4 people. Li Zixuan cursed in his heart. At this moment, he wondered if the world he had transmigrated to was the real world of Tang Dynasty. Why does it feel like a magical world? Even a giant python with 7 heads has appeared. What the hell is going on? Following behind the huge snake was a man with a thin face and snow-white hair. The man snorted and said, "Don't worry." Humph. Do you really think that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is a pushover? Flying snake. Li Zixuan's pupils shrank as he suddenly spoke. He recognized the person in front of him at first glance. Although the flying snake was masked when he tried to assassinate him, Li Zixuan still remembered the pair of eyes. Therefore, even though the flying snake had a withered face and snow-white hair, Li Zixuan still recognized him. Although the flying snake didn't have much true chi fluctuations on his body, he looked even more sinister and terrifying when he stood next to the giant 7-headed snake. Hee hee. Mr. Li, you really have good eyesight. You can actually recognize me. The flying snake put his hands behind his back and sneered. Junior Marshal Brother, your hair. The Imperial Army was also frightened by the giant 7-headed snake and stopped attacking. Ian Batian looked at the withered face and snow-white hair of the flying snake and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's fine. Senior Marshal Brother, you should heal your wounds first. Next, let these people see the real 7 cultivators of true virtue. Ha ha ha. The flying snake waved his hand and laughed maniacally. Chapter 509. The real 7 cultivators of true virtue? On the mountain path, Li Zixuan murmured. Then, a trace of horror flashed through his eyes. He looked at the flying snake and asked in confusion, "Is this the 7 cultivators of true virtue?" When Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin came to the Li residence, they told Li Zixuan that there was a rare poisonous snake called the 7 cultivators of true virtue in the Miaojiang region. It had 7 heads and was extremely poisonous. Regardless of whether it was a human or an animal, as long as one of its heads bit someone, they would immediately die. At that time, Qin Qiong guessed that the so-called blood rain of true virtue was related to the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Now that he saw such a huge 7-headed snake and the 7 cultivators of true virtue on the mountain, how could Li Zixuan not know that this huge snake was the 7 cultivators of true virtue that Qin Qiong mentioned? However, he would never have thought that the 7 cultivators of true virtue not only had many heads, but its body was also so huge. It was simply impossible for a human to fight against it. Ha ha! You have good eyesight. This is the guardian beast of our 7 cultivators of true virtue. What do you think? Isn't it very awe-inspiring? Hee hee. Unfortunately, you will all become food in its stomach today. Ha ha ha. The flying snake looked at Li Zixuan and the others with a trace of ridicule in its eyes. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It opened its arms and laughed arrogantly. In stark contrast, the Imperial Army that had been besieged by the snakes had gradually rushed over. When they saw the huge and ferocious serpent of 7 cultivators, although they might have felt fear in their hearts, they did not scatter in all directions. They only clenched the modeo in their hands and quietly stood behind Dugu Xan, waiting for their commander's orders. At this time, the military discipline of the Northern Yamen Imperial Army was reflected. If it were any other army, they would have already fled in all directions after seeing such a terrifying monster. It was really rare for the Imperial Army to be able to overcome the fear in their hearts and not forget military discipline at such a critical time. Humph! Don't flatter yourself. If this 7 cultivators of true virtue was really the guardian beast of your 7 cultivators of true virtue, why didn't you bring it out earlier? You are merely at the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. It is impossible for you to fully control the giant snake of 7th cultivator of true virtue. Now that you're able to bring this snake out, I'm afraid you have to pay a heavy price, right? Li Zixuan frowned and sneered at the flying serpent. Li Zixuan reckoned that in the current world, only his master, spiritual master Spirit Su, would be able to match such a huge 7-virtue serpent. Moreover, the most powerful expert of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, embark, was only at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, he didn't believe that the flying serpent would be able to subdue such a ferocious beast. If they had the ability to subdue this snake, the 7 cultivators of true virtue would have become famous in the Wulin world a long time ago. Perhaps they would have even become a giant in Jianghu instead of being a nobody like they were now. Therefore, there must be some unknown story behind this. Moreover, the current flying snake's aura was many times weaker than before. Its hair had turned white, and its face was haggard. It was obvious that it had experienced a great change. Sure enough, as soon as the flying serpent heard this, its complexion changed greatly. It glanced coldly at Xiaofan and said in a sharp voice, "Little bastard, if you hadn't gone too far, how would this old man have invited 7 cultivators of true virtue out? Now that things have come to this, you have to pay the price in blood. Don't even think about leaving." After saying that, he raised his head and shouted, "Poison, poison! Kill them all! Don't leave a single one alive. Today, they will all be your food." Roar! 7 cultivators of true virtue seemed to understand human language. It looked up to the sky and roared excitedly. Its roar resounded through the valley and spread outside at a very fast speed. Everyone in the field felt as if they were facing a ferocious beast. Their eardrums were buzzing due to the roar, and the weaker soldiers were already vomiting blood. After 7 cultivators of true virtue finished roaring, its body wriggled forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near the several hundred imperial guards that had besieged embark. Its 3 heads stretched out and opened its bloody mouth at the imperial guards. "Evil creature! How dare you!" Seeing that the dozens of imperial guards were about to fall into the snake's stomach, Xiaofan, Wuxia, and Dugu Feiying used their best moves and attacked the 3 heads of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Ding ding ding. There was no sound of sharp blades piercing into flesh, but the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The heads of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were as hard as metal. "Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately! Retreat! Everyone, retreat immediately!" First, Xiaofan shouted at the imperial guards. Then, Dugu Xian's roar could be heard as well. They all understood that if they didn't retreat, all 4,000 of them would die here. Such a huge beast wasn't something that could be resisted by humans. Although the previous attacks of Xiaofan, Dugu Xian, and Dugu Feiying didn't break through the 7 cultivators of true virtue's defense, they did slightly hinder its attack. When the several hundred imperial guards heard the order to retreat, they took the opportunity to run out of the 7 cultivators of true virtue's attack range. "Feiying! You and Xiaofan leave first. I'll cover the rear." Dugu Xian, who had just been sent flying after his attack failed, hurriedly roared at the 2 people beside him. "Big brother! I'm not leaving!" Dugu Feiying said angrily. "F***CK. You're F***King Bull**Tebe. I, Xiaofan, will never sacrifice my brothers in exchange for my own survival. Besides, my martial arts are better than yours. It's not your turn to cover the rear." Xiaofan jumped up from the ground and shouted. Then he turned to Dugu Feiying and said, "Feiying, among the 3 of us, you're the one who consumed the most energy and suffered the most injuries. Take the army and retreat first." Dugu Xian looked at Xiaofan with a complicated expression. Then he said, "That's right. Feiying, take the imperial guards and leave quickly. But don't be so F***king wishy-washy. At this time, no one will be able to leave." Dugu Feiying wanted to refute, but he was interrupted by Xiaofan's shout. When Dugu Feiying heard this, he gritted his teeth and no longer hesitated. He jumped on his horse and shouted as he ran, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The imperial guards, who were further away from the battlefield, were silent for a moment. Then, they followed Dugu Feiying and ran down the mountain. In such a short time, the 7 cultivators of true virtue's tail had already swept away a large group of soldiers. When it saw that the army was about to retreat, it hissed and was about to snake its body to chase after its food. "Humph! Evil creature, your opponent is us." Dugu Xian and Xiaofan led the remaining 100 or so imperial guards and began to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue's body in an attempt to stop the beast from harming the army. Chapter 5:10. Roar, roar, roar! Seeing that a group of ants actually dared to block its path, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue swept its huge tail horizontally. More than 30 Imperial Guards couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian barely dodged the attack by relying on their realms and agility techniques. Facing 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, they only had the strength to protect themselves. Therefore, while stabilizing their bodies, Li Zixuan shouted to the Imperial Guards around him, "You guys retreat first. General Dugu and I can hold on for a while." At present, Een Batian was seriously injured, and the flying snake seemed to have encountered an inexplicable accident. It probably had less than 10% of its strength left. Therefore, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was undoubtedly 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. "Zhao Siwei, take the brothers and retreat first. Li Xiannan and I will catch up later." Upon hearing Li Zixuan's words, Dugu Xian furrowed his brows. He had led soldiers for so many years, but he had never encountered a commander who would cut off the path of retreat for his subordinates. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. However, in the current situation, the Imperial Guards were indeed of no use. Thinking of this, he took advantage of the moment when 7th Cultivator of True Virtue turned around and turned his head to speak to a young general. "General, we won't leave. As the general's personal guards, how can we abandon the general and leave alone? General and Lord Ju leave first, and we will cover the rear." Zhao Siwei said to Dugu Xian while holding the Modeo and guarding against 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's movements. "Hee. Leave? Don't even think about leaving. Poison, poison. Kill them quickly. Kill them as well as the group that just escaped. How can a mere ant block your path? Kill them all." At this time, the white-haired flying snake behind them roared with a crazed expression. Roar, roar, roar. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue seemed to be able to understand the human language. Its huge tail twisted at an extremely fast speed, bringing about gusts of wind. The fallen leaves in the forest were swept up and fluttered in all directions. At the same time, its 7 heads opened their mouths and flicked their tongues, reaching toward the crowd. Roar, roar, roar. Retreat. Retreat. How could petite humans possibly contend against such a huge vicious beast? Facing the enraged great serpent of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, everyone had no choice but to retreat. The soldiers that were too slow were either swept away by the tail of the serpent or unfortunately fell into the belly of the serpent. Most of them were poisoned to death by the poisonous fog that the serpent spat out. The enraged 7th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately caused the Imperial Guards to suffer heavy losses. Li Zixuan was also shocked. He hadn't expected that 7th Cultivator of True Virtue would be so terrifying when he was angry. Roar, roar, roar. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue didn't give up, and continued to chase after them. Relying on the advantage of its size, it rampaged all the way, trying to crush the group of ants that were blocking its path. This small group of Imperial Guards was about to be wiped out in an instant. "Brothers, set up the Mo sword formation. Cover Lord Ju and the general's retreat." Zhao Siwei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared at the Imperial Army soldier beside him. "Yes. Cover Lord Ju and the general's retreat." The remaining Imperial Guards immediately responded loudly. Although their numbers were small and they were in a bad state, their voices weren't soft at all. Instead, they were full of determination. "Zhao Siwei, how dare you disobey the general's orders?" Dugu Xian barely managed to stabilize his body under the stormy attacks of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Then, he noticed that the army formation had already taken shape and roared at Zhao Siwei. "General! Protecting you is the most important responsibility of us 120 brothers. Even if we die, we will protect the general thoroughly. If the general wants to punish us, we won't complain. But, please don't disappoint our brothers. General, leave quickly." Zhao Siwei turned his head and roared at Dugu Xian when he saw that the embryonic form of the Mo sword formation had already taken shape. His eyes were red, and his armor was in a mess. However, his posture was still tall and straight. Standing on the mountain path filled with flying leaves, he looked like a hero at the end of his road. "General, leave quickly." There were less than 70 Imperial Guards left, and they let out a thunderous roar. As soon as their voices fell, the Mo sword formation that they had formed began to fearlessly charge towards 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. "Zhao Siwei, How could the Mo sword formation formed by only 70 people pose a threat to the berserk 7th cultivator of true virtue? Therefore, Dugu Xin couldn't help but be enraged when he saw this. He roared and raised his sword to chase after them. Wait! At this time, Li Zixuan stopped Dugu Xin. Dugu Xin angrily turned his head and said, Li Zixuan, what do you mean? Why won't you let me go? While he was talking, 7th cultivator of true virtue and the Mo sword formation had already clashed. There was no doubt that the first row of Mo sword soldiers was mercilessly swept away. However, the second row of Mo sword soldiers still rushed forward without fear of death. At this time, they no longer hoped to kill 7th cultivator of true virtue. They only hoped to delay him for a while. It would be even better if they could cut off one of his scales. Pah! Li Zixuan's eyes were red, and 2 drops of tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. He ruthlessly slapped Dugu Xion's face and said in a hoarse voice, Dugu, look carefully for me. Who are they fighting for? Who are they injured for? The strength of 7th cultivator of true virtue in its berserk state is far beyond our imagination. If we don't leave now, these brothers will all die in vain. Let's go. In the future, I, Li Zixuan, will definitely avenge my brothers. Li Zixuan really didn't feel good in his heart. If these guards were fewer in number, stronger in skill, and in better condition, perhaps he could fight Dugu Xin to the death to buy them some time to escape. However, the current situation was that even if the 2 of them tried their best, they would be thankful if 5 of these guards could escape. This was because their current condition was really bad, and each of them was injured. At this critical moment, Li Zixuan chose to be rational. He couldn't be irrational. If he wasn't rational, these cute soldiers would all die in vain, and he and Dugu Xin would definitely be in danger. The 2 of them didn't have the strength to fight against such a berserk 7th cultivator of true virtue. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Seeing Dugu Xion's sluggish face and unfocused eyes, Li Zixuan roared and dragged him down the snake spirit mountain. Poison, poison. Quickly get rid of these ants in front of us and chase after them to kill them. When the flying snake saw Li Zixuan escaping with Dugu Xian, it couldn't help but become anxious and hurriedly shouted. If it weren't for the fact that it had lost all its strength, it would have chased after them long ago. Roar, roar, roar. 7th cultivator of true virtue roared 3 times and launched an even more ferocious charge at the Imperial Guards. Chapter 5:11. Roar, 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 roared. Not only did 7th cultivator of true virtue's roar reverberate throughout Snake Spirit Mountain, but it also traveled further into the distance. Oh, what's that sound? A farmer who was chopping firewood at the edge of Qinling Mountains asked his companion in shock when he heard the faint roar. It sounds like a beast. But I don't think any beast would make such a sound, right? Another middle-aged farmer looked in the direction of the sound and said hesitantly, could it be that there are beasts in Qinling Mountains that we don't know about? Woo-woo, big tiger, let's go home. No more chopping, no more chopping. The farmer who spoke earlier shuddered and said hurriedly, hey, don't. What's there to be afraid of? The 2 farmers weren't the only ones who heard 7th cultivator of true virtue's roar. On the official road outside Qinling Mountains, pedestrians with sensitive ears could vaguely hear the beast-like roar coming from inside Qinling Mountains. Some of the more timid people rushed into Chang'an City. News of unknown beasts in Qinling Mountains spread like wildfire. Reporting. Come in. Li Er, who was in Gonlu Palace, couldn't help but frown when he heard a soldier asking for an audience. Your Majesty, I heard many people at the city gate saying that there are beasts roaring in Qinling Mountains. I thought that Sir Li and General Dugu are still in Qinling Mountains with their army, so I'm here to report to Your Majesty. The person who came was Dugu Feiying's colleague, one of Zhua Wuwei's soldiers. After Dugu Feiying went to Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zixuan, he temporarily took over that guy's position and guarded the city gate. There are beasts in Qinling Mountains? Li Er's expression changed when he heard that. He stood up and asked Zhao Song, how's Dugu Xian and the rest? Have they started attacking the mountain? Zhao Song quickly went forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, according to the latest report from General Dugu, the 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department that Dugu Feiying brought with him yesterday have already concocted the antidote to the poison in Snake Spirit Mountain this morning. They should have started attacking the mountain in the afternoon. What? Looks like there's a change in the Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Er's face became gloomy. He frowned and sat back on the dragon throne, worriedly saying, at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Dugu Xian, who had always been cold and aloof, now looked even colder than before. It was as cold as ice. Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, please bring some people to help treat the poisoned and injured soldiers. Dugu Xian frowned and said in a deep voice as he looked at the wounded in the camp. Don't worry, General. We know. We will do our best to treat him. The two doctors from the Imperial Physician Department hurriedly cupped their hands and said. Dugu Xian nodded. Seeing that Wang and Qin had gone to the side, he said to Dugu Feiying, Feiying, do an inventory of the army and count the casualties. When he mentioned the word casualties, everyone could hear the slight tremble in his voice. Yes, big brother. When he saw that only Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian had returned, Dugu Feiying had already guessed that something big must have happened on the mountain. When he heard his elder brother's orders, his heart ached. He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade his elder brother. However, after hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything and walked away. Bam! After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Xian sat down on the grass behind him. Li Zishuan also sat down. Ever since they left the mountain, Li Zishuan had not said a word. The sorrow and anger in his heart were definitely no less than Dugu Xian's. As a result, there was a strange scene outside the camp. The two men sat on the grass without saying a word, as if they were a couple who had just finished arguing. If it wasn't for the heavy atmosphere in the camp, Dugu Feiying would have laughed out loud. After a while, Dugu Feiying walked back and said in a deep voice, Big brother, 651 Imperial Guards were injured this time. Your Majesty, 651 Imperial Guards were injured and 215 dead on this trip to Snake Spirit Mountain. This general was unable to complete the mission. Please punish me, Your Majesty. After reorganizing the troops at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain, Dugu Xian ordered the army to retreat 3 miles. He also ordered the army to send scouts 24 hours a day to see if anyone had escaped from Snake Spirit Mountain. After that, Dugu Xian and Li Zishuan rode out of Qinling, entered Chang'an, and entered the palace. When they saw Li Er, Dugu Xian quickly got down on one knee and cupped his fists. It's just a small sect. Why would there be so many casualties? Could it be that something has happened? Li Er frowned deeply and said. The Northern Yamen Imperial Guards were one of the most elite forces under Li Er's command. Even if only 3 or 5 of them died, let alone 100, Li Er would feel heartache. Thus, when he heard about such a tragic result, his first thought was disbelief. Your Majesty! We had already wiped out the top forces of 7 cultivators sect, but in the end, they invited a giant 7-headed snake. Dugu Xinhuai once again recounted the events of the great battle in the mountains. After listening to it, Li Er was silent. After about a quarter of an hour, he coldly said, a small sect of Jianghu. First, they assassinated an official of the imperial court. Now, they openly resisted arrest and even dared to kill my army. They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. A mantis trying to stop a chariot is like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. I must destroy this 7 cultivators sect. Your Majesty, the most important thing right now is to send reinforcements at the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain to ensure that the giant serpent won't come down and affect the lives of the people outside Qinling Mountain. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dugu Xian lowered his head and continued. That makes sense. Li Er nodded and said, summon Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji, and Feng Xianling immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. What? There's a giant serpent on Snake Spirit Mountain? And it caused heavy losses to the Northern Yamen Imperial Army? After half an hour, all the important officials gathered by Li Er arrived at the Sweet Dew Palace. After they were all seated, Li Er asked Dugu Xian to repeat what he said earlier. After hearing it, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Xian, could it be the legendary serpent of 7 cultivators? Qin Qiong raised his eyebrows and asked. The others were also shocked. The Tang Empire's military strength was extremely strong. Everyone knew that a mere sect of Jianghu was no match for Li Zishuan. Who would have thought that the result would be like this? Uncle Qin, It's indeed the serpent of 7 cultivators. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Bah! Who cares if it's the serpent of 7 cultivators or the serpent of 8 cultivators? The 7 cultivators sect dared to resist the imperial court's army, and even released such a ferocious creature. Your Majesty, this old official requests to go to war and avenge our dead brothers." Chang Yaojin took a step forward and cupped his fists at Li Er. Chapter 5:12. Your Majesty, this old subject also requests to fight. The 7 cultivators of true virtue is in Great Tang's territory, but they didn't abide by the laws of Great Tang. They assassinated the court officials and ambushed the army. If such arrogant people aren't severely punished, the imperial court will lose face. Your Majesty, if you give me 5,000 troops, this subject will definitely take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue in one fell swoop. In the first year of Zhan Guan, Great Tang was peaceful. There were basically no large-scale wars. Therefore, these old generals had long been bored to death. Now that they heard that there was a force in Great Tang that dared to jump out and fight against the imperial court, they were both angry and excited. As soldiers of Great Tang, they were very proud. Now that the elite Northern Yamen Imperial Army had suffered heavy losses because of a small sect, they naturally had reason to be angry. However, anger was anger, and the thought of fighting a war made them excited. The soldiers of Great Tang were never afraid of war. They were only afraid of not having a war to fight. Therefore, after hearing Chang Yaojin request to fight, how could Yuqi Jingda sit still? He quickly jumped out and said loudly, "Ha! Old Black, you still need 5,000 troops?" How could Chang Yaojin be willing to let Yuqi Jingda steal the limelight? He quickly jumped out and retorted, "As long as your Majesty is willing to give me 3,000 elites, I'll definitely be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days. If not, I'm willing to offer my head to you." In Chang Yaojin's view, the other party was just a group of people from Jianghu. He had met many of them in his early years, so he felt that those free and undisciplined Jianghu people couldn't be compared to the disciplined and well-trained imperial court army. He said 3,000 troops just now because he was giving face to 7th cultivator of true virtue. Otherwise, 2,000 would be enough. However, it was clear that this old man didn't have the slightest idea of the situation. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to take down, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian wouldn't have returned in defeat with the 4,000 Northern Imperial Army soldiers under their command. "You lunatic Cheng, are you really trying to go against me?" Yuqi Jingda glared at him and cursed. Seeing that these 2 old fellows were about to fight again, Qin Qiong quickly grabbed Cheng Yaojin and said, "Jijia, don't mess around in front of His Majesty. This snake spirit mountain is not as simple as you think." Lord Li Jing also stepped forward and said, "What Xu Bao said makes sense. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was really so easy to deal with Little Xian and Dugu Xian's ability, they wouldn't have caused the Northern Yamen's imperial army to suffer such heavy losses. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to figure out how powerful the 7 cultivators of true virtue great serpent that Little Xian and Dugu Xian encountered was. Only then can we make the appropriate deployment." This was one of the reasons why Li Jing was the war god of the Great Tang while Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda were not. Every time they encountered a war, Li Jing was the calmest. He could always see the most crucial problem. Li Er nodded his head and praised, "Medicine Master is worthy of being called a medicine master. Today, I called all of you here so that you can think of a way to thoroughly kill that 7th cultivator of true virtue on the Serpent Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, if such ferocious beasts were to spread among the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Dugu Xen, why don't you tell the other ministers about the size, speed, and lethality of the 7th cultivator of true virtue?" "This subject obeys your Majesty." Dugu Xian cupped his fists and replied in a loud and clear voice. Then, he turned around and continued to speak to everyone. "Minister Fong generals, the overall strength of that 7th cultivator of true virtue is above that of a great grandmaster. In terms of strength alone, it is much stronger than a great grandmaster. Therefore, it is very difficult to defeat it with brute force. Moreover, its body is covered with a layer of hard scales. It is very difficult for ordinary swords to break its defense. 7th cultivator of true virtue has 7 heads, and each of them can be used to attack. Its fangs are highly poisonous, and its mouth can spray poisonous fog. Anyone who touches it will die. However, in terms of speed, Seventh cultivator of true virtue is inferior to that of a great grandmaster. At best, it can only be compared to a peak great grandmaster. In addition, the strength of its tail is also very great. If an ordinary person is hit by its tail, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. Silence. After Dugu Xin finished speaking, the Sweet Dew Hall fell into silence for a while. Everyone was shocked by the fighting strength of seventh cultivator of true virtue. Yuqi Jingda and Chang Yaojin, who had previously boasted that they only needed 5,000 or 3,000 elites to destroy it, no longer dared to say such words at this moment. The two old generals were so shocked that they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Feng Xianling came back to his senses and stepped forward. Your Majesty, this old subject believes that the most important thing right now is to send an army to seal off Snake Spirit Mountain. Otherwise, the people around Qinling Mountain will suffer a calamity. At that time, the people of Chang'an will also panic and not be able to work. Therefore, this old subject earnestly requests Your Majesty to make a decision as soon as possible. Zhang Sun Wuji also stepped forward and cupped his hands. This old subject agrees. Such an important matter shouldn't be delayed. We can't let a mere Jianghu sect affect the stability of the people. Li Er nodded and said, Xianling and Xuanling's words are reasonable. Medicine Master, in your opinion, how should we deal with this seventh cultivator of true virtue? Li Jing frowned. He stepped forward and thought for a long time before replying. Your Majesty, this old subject heard that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is steep and the mountain path is narrow. Many places can only allow one person to pass through. Even if we send 10,000 troops, I estimate that we can only display the strength of 1,000 people on Snake Spirit Mountain. Such a terrain is extremely unfavorable for an army to fight. Presumably, the reason why the Northern Yaman's Imperial Army was defeated this time is related to this unfavorable terrain. Therefore, this old subject believes that if we want to kill seventh cultivator of true virtue with the least casualties, we must send an army with heavy crossbows to surround Snake Spirit Mountain and lead it to the foot of the mountain. Then we can use the heavy crossbows to destroy it in one fell swoop. Li Er nodded and said with a smile, Well, Medicine Master's method is quite reliable. What do you think? The rest of the people in the hall couldn't help but nod in agreement. Only Qin Qiong frowned and pondered. After a while he asked Li Jing, Medicine Master's method is reliable, but what should we do to lead seventh cultivator of true virtue to the foot of the mountain? When Feng Xianling and the others heard this, they couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at Li Jing. Li Jing shook his head and said, Xu Bao, we can discuss this problem later. Just now, Prime Minister Feng also said that the most important thing now is to send an army to surround Snake Spirit Mountain and prevent seventh cultivator of true virtue from going down the mountain to harm the people. We will first surround Snake Spirit Mountain and not attack it. If seventh cultivator of true virtue comes down the mountain, we can use the heavy crossbows to kill it. If it doesn't come down the mountain, we will think of another way. In any case, we must send an army to Snake Spirit Mountain. What a good idea. After Li Jing finished speaking, Qin Qiong stepped forward and cupped his hands to Li Er. Medicine Master has thought it through thoroughly. This old subject has no objections. Your Majesty, please send troops as soon as possible. The rest of the people also cupped their hands and said, This subject agrees. Your Majesty, please send troops as soon as possible. Chapter 513. Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at all the officials in the hall and nodded slightly. He was about to issue an edict to dispatch troops when he suddenly glanced at Li Zishuan, who was standing behind with his head bowed and not saying a word. Doubt arose in his heart and he deliberately stopped the words that had already reached his mouth. Li Zishuan, what do you think of Medicine Master's plan? As soon as Li Er's voice fell, everyone in the hall suddenly realized that Li Zishuan was too quiet today. Feng Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Chang Yaojin, and the others had discussed matters with Li Zishuan in the imperial court before. They were well aware of Li Zishuan's character. That was why they felt that Li Zishuan's behavior today was too abnormal. Actually, when Li Zishuan entered the Ganlu Palace today, he had been silently standing in the corner. Other than answering Qin Qiong's question, he didn't say anything else. His heart was filled with anger and sorrow, but most of all, he was deeply remorseful. 215 young lives. How innocent were they? Now, because they helped him take revenge, they didn't even have a corpse. This represented 215 families. Because of him, Li Zixuan, there was going to be a tragedy of people dying before their own. You could say that he was a saint, but every time Li Zixuan thought of this, his heart would bleed. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to see people die, but he couldn't bear to see people die for him. If the heavens could give him another chance to choose again, he would stop this war without hesitation. He would rather think of a way to slowly kill the flying snakes than to implicate innocent people. Li Zixuan, I'm asking you a question. Li Er, who was sitting at the top, saw that Li Zixuan was still indifferent. He couldn't help but raise his voice and call out, "Your Majesty, I'm here." Actually, when Li Zixuan called him for the first time, he had already heard it. The reason why he didn't answer was because he was thinking of a very important matter. At this time, he had no choice but to answer. "I just asked you, what do you think of Medicine Master's plan to kill the snakes? Why aren't you answering?" Li Er asked with a frown. Although he wouldn't punish Li Zixuan for such a small matter, he was still a little unhappy. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that Uncle Li's strategy of surrounding but not attacking is very reliable. I was blaming myself for the 215 soldiers who died. I was lost in thought for a moment, so I didn't hear what Your Majesty said. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Li Er suddenly understood. With a complicated expression, he said, "Soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Those 215 Northern Yamen Imperial Guards did not die on the battlefield, but died in the belly of a snake. It was truly a pity. However, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is a scourge to the people of Great Tang, and these soldiers have sacrificed their lives to make a contribution to the people of Great Tang. They are all meritorious officials, and I will ask the Ministry of War to draw up a pension plan for them. So Li Zixuan, you don't have to blame yourself too much." It would have been better if Li Er didn't say anything, but as soon as he did, Li Zixuan felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He took 2 steps forward, knelt on one knee, and saluted. "Your Majesty, this time, the attack on Snake Spirit Mountain was mainly because of this humble subject. But this humble subject didn't expect that more than 200 soldiers would die without a trace. How can this humble subject not blame myself? This humble subject mostly agrees with Uncle Li's strategy of surrounding but not attacking. However, this humble subject has something to add, and I hope Your Majesty will approve." Li Er frowned and said solemnly, "Speak." "Your Majesty, this humble subject thinks that we should send the army to surround the mountain with heavy crossbows. If 7th Cultivator of True Virtue comes down the mountain, we should use the heavy crossbows to drive it back to the mountain and prevent it from harming the people. As for killing the snake, Your Majesty, give this humble subject 3 days. This humble subject will definitely make the entire 7 Cultivator of True Virtue, and that evil beast pay with their blood within 3 days. Inside the main hall. Although Li Zixuan's voice was soft, it was very firm, and everyone could feel the cold killing intent in his voice. "Your Majesty, this humble subject also requests to go to war. This humble subject cannot absolve himself from the blame for this defeat. I hope that Your Majesty will give this humble subject a chance to atone for his mistakes." After hearing Li Zixuan's words, Dugu Xian thought that Li Zixuan was going to personally lead the army to kill the snake again. Therefore, he quickly cupped his fists and said. Li Er frowned and said, "Earlier, Medicine Master said that the terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain is rugged and not suitable for an army to fight. You two have just come down from the mountain, so you should know better. Why do you want to attack the mountain again? In any case, I won't send the army to attack the mountain before all of you come up with a foolproof plan. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions when marching to war." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this humble subject has no intention of leading the army to attack the mountain again. What this humble subject means is that this humble subject alone is enough to deal with the 7 Cultivator of True Virtue and 7th Cultivator of True Virtue." "What?" Li Er's eyes widened and he suddenly stood up. His hawk-like sharp eyes swept over Li Zixuan's face as he said word by word, "Li Zixuan, is what you just said true?" The officials in the hall were all inexplicably shocked. Qin Qiong's reaction was faster. He hurriedly came over and pulled Li Zixuan's arm, saying anxiously, "Little Xian, this old man knows that you blame yourself, but you can't ignore reality just because you're eager for revenge." Li Zixuan shook his head and thanked Qin Qiong. Then, he looked at Li Er and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, what this humble subject said just now is absolutely true. This humble subject only needs the Imperial Army to seal off Snake Spirit Mountain for 3 days. Within 3 days, this humble subject alone can destroy the 7 cultivator of true virtue in one fell swoop. This humble subject's enmity with the 7 cultivator of true virtue is a personal grudge. This humble subject doesn't want innocent people to lose their lives because of this. Your Majesty, please grant my wish. Feng Xianling secretly nodded and thought that this child's nature was really kind. When he saw that Li Er was about to speak, he quickly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please wait. This humble subject has something to say. Li Er said, Minister Feng, please speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Xianling cupped his hands to Li Zishuan, then turned his head to look at Li Zishuan and said, This old man is very pleased that Li Zishuan is brave and fearless and loves his soldiers like his own children. Although this old man doesn't know martial arts, after listening to General Dugu's description, I know that the 7 cultivator of true virtue in Snake Spirit Mountain is not something that can be defeated by a single person. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. Li Zishuan originally had a heavy responsibility, so don't put yourself in danger because of a momentary impulse. Obviously, Feng Xianling cherished talents and didn't want Li Zishuan to throw his life away. Li Er also nodded and said, Minister Feng's words are reasonable. Li Zishuan, the enmity between you and the 7 cultivator of true virtue isn't a personal grudge. You are a courtier and represent the imperial court. If they dare to assassinate you, it means that they are looking down on the prestige of the country. I won't tolerate them. Therefore, you don't have to take the risk alone. As for the 7 cultivator of true virtue, I will deal with them in another way. Li Zishuan felt helpless. He didn't want to attack the mountain alone. He wasn't an idiot, so of course, he wouldn't foolishly throw his life away. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty and Minister Feng. However, this humble subject didn't say that out of impulse, nor did I put myself under a collapsing wall. This humble subject is confident that he can destroy the 7 cultivator of true virtue by himself. Chapter 5:14. Southeast of Chang'an City. Dunhua Square. A rich and powerful house. Granduncle, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xan just returned to the city. In an elegant room deep in the courtyard, a white-clothed man cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. The green-clothed old man sat on his knees on the couch, leisurely brewing tea. His posture was calm and elegant, neither hurried nor slow. After the tea boiled, he poured himself a cup, then leisurely opened his mouth with a smile. Oh, Xianji, judging from your expression, Li Zishuan and Dugu Xian must have returned in defeat, right? The white-clothed man cupped his hands and said, Granduncle is wise. I heard that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army suffered heavy losses on Snake Spirit Mountain. Li Zishuan probably came back to ask for reinforcements from the Imperial Court. The blue-clothed old man put the teacup under his nose and sniffed it. Then, he narrowed his eyes with a satisfied expression. Hee, that was expected. Young people nowadays are like newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. It's good to be impulsive, but if they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they will definitely fall down a few times. Xianji, you have to take this as a lesson. Xianji understands. Thank you for your teachings, Granduncle. Hearing the old man's endless preaching, the white-clothed man didn't show any impatience on his face. Instead, he seriously cupped his hands and nodded. After a while, he frowned and asked tentatively, Granduncle, you don't seem to be optimistic about the Northern Yamen Imperial Army besieging the 7 Cultivators sect. Xianji doesn't understand. Is the 7 Cultivators sect really that strong? The blue-clothed old man glanced at the young man with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, They might not be strong. However, how can the things in the world be measured simply by strength? Taking advantage of the situation and borrowing the power of others can defeat the strong. And although the 7th cultivator of true virtue sect is small, it has an extraordinary item. Xianji understands. But what is this extraordinary thing that Granduncle is talking about? The old man waved his hand and smiled. Hee. I won't tell you now, but you'll know in a few days when the 7 cultivators of true virtue is destroyed. The young man's expression changed as he asked, Granduncle, didn't you say that you were optimistic about the 7 cultivators of true virtue before? Now, why are you claiming that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is about to be destroyed? Ha. Oh, you. The old man put down the teacup and said with a sigh, His Majesty has always been a man who likes to make grand achievements. This time, the imperial army lost face in front of a small 7 cultivator of true virtue and returned in defeat. How could His Majesty not be angry? Before sunset, there will definitely be a general leading at least 5,000 elites out of the city. Facing the power of the entire imperial court, the 7 cultivators of true virtue is no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their destruction is only a matter of time. The young man nodded and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, we couldn't borrow the hands of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to get rid of Li Zixuan. I heard that the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of true virtue is a peak Grandmaster realm expert, but I didn't expect that even he couldn't stop Li Zixuan. It's really annoying." Xianji, Granduncle has told you before that the Jianghu is just a bunch of weeds, not enough to make plans. Granduncle never expected them to be able to get rid of Li Zixuan in the battle against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. The old man first lectured him earnestly. Then he smiled and said, "However, it's not like the 7 cultivators of true virtue didn't completely fail. This time, Li Zixuan brought 4,000 Northern Yaman's imperial army with him. But he still failed to take down the 7 cultivators of true virtue and even suffered heavy casualties. His Majesty is bound to be dissatisfied with him. Once the Emperor's favor falls, what right does Li Zixuan have to oppose us?" The young man smiled and said, "Granduncle is right. It seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue has helped us a lot." The old man nodded and looked at the young man. "That's true, but we can't completely rely on outsiders. Xianji, Granduncle asked you to meet with the other clans to discuss the matter of getting rid of Li Zixuan. How are the arrangements coming along?" The young man's smile disappeared as he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged properly. 3 days later, we'll meet at the Grand Hyatt restaurant to discuss the matter." The old man smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good. But don't make a fuss. His Majesty has been keeping a close eye on the aristocratic families. Don't let him find out that our clans are secretly communicating." Xianji understands. "I'll be very careful." "Little Xian, why do you have to put on a brave front?" Although the 7 cultivators of true virtue is protected by the 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent, if His Majesty were to send a large number of troops to attack it, he would definitely be able to take it down in one fell swoop. "Why do you have to put on a brave front?" "If something were to happen to you, your father and mother would be there, and I, old Cheng, wouldn't have the face to see them." On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Chang Yaojin stood beside Li Zixuan and nagged at him in disappointment. At this moment, Chang Yaojin was like an old woman in her 70s or 80s, nagging endlessly. Li Zixuan didn't mind Chang Yaojin's nagging because he knew that Chang Yaojin was truly treating him as his own nephew. He patted Big White's head and turned to Chang Yaojin seriously. "Uncle Cheng, I don't want to implicate the other soldiers because of my personal grievances. We're all born and raised by our parents, and there's no such thing as who should die for whom. The 215 soldiers who died on Snake Spirit Mountain are the biggest mistake I, Li Zixuan, have ever made in my life, and also the biggest guilt in my heart. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay what I owe them in this lifetime. A person's life is like a plant's autumn, and living in debt will always make one unhappy. I don't want to owe more debt, so I want to settle the 7 cultivators of true virtues matter by myself." Cheng Yaojin was stunned in place. At this moment, he thought of those brothers who had sacrificed themselves in the war with him in his early years. Many of them had blocked knives and arrows for him. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was surging with waves and extremely complicated emotions. After a long silence, he patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and sighed. "Good child, don't blame yourself too much. As soldiers of the Great Tang, it's indeed their regret that they didn't die on the battlefield, but serving the Emperor's order and repaying his kindness is also the responsibility of a subject and a soldier. His Majesty will also compensate them well." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Uncle Cheng, although you say that, I still can't get over the hurdle in my heart. Although I want to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by myself so that the innocent soldiers won't be implicated, I also want to take revenge for the 215 heroic souls with my own hand. I know Uncle Cheng is worried that something will happen to me, but you don't have to worry. I never do things that I'm not sure about." Cheng Yaojin smiled and said, "Het, that's true. But this time, your tone is a bit too big. That's a Jianghu sect guarded by a fierce beast comparable to a great grandmaster. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, do you believe me? Cheng Yaojin laughed and said, Ha ha. Feng Xianling, Yuqi Lao He, and even His Majesty might think that you're bragging, but I believe you. Although you're not willing to tell us the specific methods, how can we, these old fellows, guess your crafty ideas? I'll just stay at home and watch the show. But if you have anything you need help with, don't be embarrassed to say it because you can't put aside your face. Chapter 5:15. After bidding farewell to Cheng Yaojin, Li Zixuan rode his horse to the barracks of the Right Guards in the south of the imperial city. After a short discussion in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er finally decided to let Niu Jinda lead 6,000 elites of the Right Guards into the Qinling Mountains and join forces with the Northern Imperial Army. They would use 10,000 troops to completely seal off the Snake Spirit Mountain. The reason why Li Er didn't choose Qin Qiong was because he felt that Qin Qiong hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. The reason why he didn't choose Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda was because he felt that those two old fellows were too impulsive. There was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. After the discussion, Dugu Xian didn't have the time to rest and quickly left the city to find his troops at Qinling Mountains. As for Niu Jinda, the general of the Right Wu Wei, he naturally returned to his home, to gather his troops and prepare for battle. Little Xian, you're here. After gathering the troops, Niu Jinda came to the commander's tent and greeted Li Zixuan, who had been waiting inside for a long time. Li Zixuan quickly stood up and said, Yes, Uncle Niu, I'll have to trouble you this time. Niu Jinda shook his head and laughed. Ha ha. What do you mean by hard work? How can this old man disobey His Majesty's orders? Besides, you're half a son-in-law to Xu Bao, so why are you being so polite? Li Zixuan nodded and cupped his hands. Since that's the case, this young man will accept Uncle Niu's kindness. However, this time, this young man has something to tell Uncle Niu. Niu Jinda stretched out his hand and said, Little Xian, tell me. Li Zixuan frowned and said in a deep voice, Uncle Niu, this time, when you lead the army to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain, you must adhere to the strategy of surrounding it and not attacking, because the terrain of the mountain is too steep. Also, the sect leader of the 7 cultivators of virtue, embark, has already been seriously injured by us, so he shouldn't be a threat. However, the 7 cultivators of virtue's poison techniques are mysterious and unpredictable, and they have the ability to harm people in a large area. Uncle Niu, you must be careful. Yesterday, His Majesty had sent 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Department. They were both experts with superb medical skills and noble medical ethics. At critical moments, they could save a lot of people in the army. No matter what, I hope that Uncle Niu won't let anyone leave Snake Spirit Mountain in these 3 days. At the same time, I hope that there won't be any casualties in the army during these 3 days. Niu Jinda nodded seriously. He patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and said, Okay. This old man will remember everything you said. This old man also promises you that within these 3 days, not even a single bug will fly out of Snake Spirit Mountain, and the army will not suffer any casualties. As long as those people dare to come down the mountain and fight on the plains, I, Niu Jinda, won't be afraid of a mere 7 cultivators of true virtue. Li Zixuan cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your trouble. On Snake Spirit Mountain. After the war, the 7 cultivators of true virtue that once stood aloof from worldly affairs and was peaceful and quiet had become somewhat devastated. The mountain path was covered with corpses. The surviving disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue were moving the corpses in groups of 2s and 3s. If they didn't bury the corpses on such a hot day, it would easily cause a plague. Obviously, the person who gave the order had some common sense. Of course, these corpses belonged to the disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. After all, most of the dead members of the Northern Yamen army had been eaten by the snakes. Lu Duong, have you finished counting the casualties of our disciples? Inside the main hall of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, Yin Batian looked at a disciple of the 7 cultivators of true virtue, who just entered the hall and asked with a gloomy expression. Lu Duong bowed cautiously and said, Sect Master, this disciple has finished counting the casualties. During the war, a total of 38 disciples died, and 26 escaped from the mountain. Now, only 30 disciples are left, and half of them are injured to varying degrees. Yin Batian couldn't help but get angry when he heard that so many disciples had escaped. He slammed the table and cursed. Humph! A bunch of ungrateful bastards. All these years, This old man has taken care of you, fed you, and even taught you martial arts. Have I ever mistreated any of you? But now that the sect is in trouble, these damned ingrates fled in all directions. They're not worthy of being my sons. I'm so angry." After saying that, he still hadn't vented his anger and threw the teacup in his hand toward the door. Lu Duong jumped in fright and quickly dodged. "Senior brother, please calm down." Upon seeing this, Flying Snake waved his hand toward the rest of the people in the hall, indicating that they should leave. Then he walked toward Yin Batian and said, "Senior brother, this time, the Imperial Court's army attacked the mountain. Although many of our disciples died, Li Zixuan's side didn't have it easy either. At least 200 of them died. You should know that those were Li Shimin's most elite northern Yamen army. If it were any other force in Jianghu, it would be impossible for them to achieve such a result. Even if Li Zixuan escaped, he wouldn't be able to avoid being scolded by Li Shimin, right? Moreover, the Imperial Court lost so many people, but they still couldn't take down our 7 cultivators of true virtue, right? After this battle, they definitely won't dare to attack the mountain again. Now we just need to waste time with them. Let's see who loses their patience first." Yin Batian said, "This is the only thing we can do now. Although the northern Yamen army has retreated 3 miles, they are still guarding the surrounding passes. Now, we can't leave even if we want to. Fortunately, we have enough food and 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent guarding the mountain. Otherwise, our sect would have been destroyed by that brat." Flying Snake smiled and said, "Yes." Yin Batian grabbed a jug of wine and drank a few mouthfuls. Then, he looked at the Flying Snake and said with concern, "Junior brother, you used your own blood essence to feed the 7 virtues serpent. It can be said that your vitality has been greatly damaged. With your current strength, I don't know how long it will take for you to fully recover. Moreover, we are in troubled times now." Flying Snake was silent. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "It doesn't matter. This time, the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was in danger because I was too confident in the terrain and poisonous miasma of Snake Spirit Mountain. I also underestimated the strength of the Imperial Court's army. Of course, I have to bear the responsibility for my mistakes. In that case, if I didn't restore 7 cultivators of true virtue serpent to its peak state, I'm afraid it would have been difficult to turn the tide. As for the future, I believe senior brother won't abandon me." Yin Batian patted his chest and said, "Of course. How could I, Yin Batian, ignore the feelings between fellow disciples? Junior brother, don't worry. Even if you lose your martial arts, senior brother will do his best to protect you." Flying Snake was slightly relieved. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brother." Sect leader. Sect leader. Bad news, bad news. At this time, a hurried shout came from outside the hall. Judging from the voice, it was Lu Duong who had just left. "What's the matter? Come in and tell me." Yin Batian frowned and shouted. Lu Duong crawled in, bowed, and cupped his fists. "Sect leader, a lot of the Imperial Court's army has arrived at the foot of the mountain. There are even more of them than the previous batch. Now, our Snake Spirit Mountain is surrounded. I don't think even a fly can escape." Chapter 5:16. This must be an army of over 10,000, right? On top of the Serpent Spirit Mountain. Flying Snake and Yin Batian led the remaining disciples of the 7 cultivators of true virtue to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the army that surrounded them. Even from such a distance, they could see that the ground was full of people. Flying Snake's eyes couldn't help but twitch in shock. At this point, he no longer dared to underestimate the strength of the Great Tang army. Previously, he thought that the 7 cultivators of true virtue had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and manpower. If the Imperial army wanted to capture them, they would have to suffer at least several thousand casualties. But today, Li Zixuan, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, and the Northern Yamen's Imperial army taught him a lesson. The loss of more than 200 people was a huge number for Li Zixuan. But for Flying Snake and the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it was far from their initial expectations. Moreover, if Flying Snake hadn't abandoned his cultivation at the last moment and brought 7 cultivators of true virtue, who had recovered to his peak state, the 7 cultivators of true virtue might have already been destroyed by the Imperial army. Humph! That Li Shimin is really muddle-headed. He actually mobilized such a large army for the personal grudge between Li Zixuan and you, junior brother. Sigh. Fortunately, they didn't attack us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold on even with the help of 7 cultivators of true virtue. Batian frowned and sighed in a voice that only he and Flying Snake could hear. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting his decision. Senior brother, I'm afraid that we can only hold on until the end of the mountain. Previously, the food reserves of the sect were enough to feed all the disciples for half a year. Now that we've gone through such a big battle, less than half of the disciples are left. The food reserves are enough to last us for more than a year. As long as the Imperial Army doesn't attack us, we'll be safe for another day. Flying Snake turned around and looked at Batian with a worried expression. Batian shook his head helplessly and said, "What else can we do besides holding on until the end of the mountain? The food consumption rate of the army of 10,000 is much faster than that of us, right?" Flying Snake nodded and said, "That's right. But, senior brother, just in case, we have to let the disciples dig some traps on the mountain path tomorrow. Otherwise, if they really attack us, we'll only have 7 cultivators of true virtue left to rely on." What junior brother said makes sense. Husband. Hubby. You're back? Li Zixuan couldn't bring himself to feel happy at the thought of how Dugu Xian's guards had desperately covered his retreat on Snake Spirit Mountain. He dragged Daibai along and returned to his home in Yongla City listlessly. As soon as he entered the house, Han Yushi, who had been lying on the stone table in the front yard waiting for him, hurried over with a joyful expression and grabbed his hand. Li Zixuan's heart warmed. No matter how much wind and rain he had experienced outside, when he returned to this home, he could receive the greatest comfort and support from his wife and other family members. He squeezed the soft hand in his hand and then pulled Han Yushi into his arms. He closed his eyes and said tiredly, "Wife, I'm back." Smelling the fragrance of Han Yushi's hair and feeling her heartbeat, Li Zixuan's chaotic heart instantly calmed down. Home was really the harbor of everyone's soul. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Did something happen to you? Even if this person was her husband, it was still inappropriate for her to be hugged by someone of the opposite sex in public. Hence, Han Yushi instinctively wanted to break free. However, as the saying went, husband and wife were of the same mind. She quickly sensed her husband's exhaustion and heartbreak. Hence, she gently patted Li Zixuan's back and asked gently, "That's right. Hubby, I implicated so many innocent people and caused them to die tragically today. Do you hate me? Hubby, didn't you go to encircle the 7 cultivators sect these few days?" Could it be? Han Yushi recalled that Li Zixuan had been at Snake Spirit Mountain recently. She couldn't help but raise her head and exclaim in shock. My wife's guess is right. The army suffered heavy losses in the battle at Snake Spirit Mountain today. Many of our brothers died while covering for Dugu Xian and me as we retreated. I just returned from the palace. Li Zixuan sighed and let go of Han Yushi. He took her hand and continued walking forward. As he walked, he said, "I'm a defeated general, and I even caused the death of so many brothers. I even hate myself now." Han Yushi frowned, and her face was full of heartache. She raised her head and said, "Hubby, although I'm a married woman, I know that victory and defeat are common in war. Hubby, you mustn't be discouraged because of a moment of disappointment. I believe that there's nothing in this world that can stop you. As for the soldiers who unfortunately died, I will often go to the temple to burn incense and pray for them. If my husband feels guilty, you can take care of their families when you have time in the future. I believe that their souls in heaven will be very happy." When Li Zixuan heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. He smiled in relief and said, My wife's suggestion is really good. Since things have already happened, there's no benefit in sighing in vain. It's better to do as you said and take some remedial measures. My wife, you're really my great benefactor." Han Yushi said embarrassedly, "How can I be as good as you say? Hubby is just a bystander." "Oh, by the way, hubby, you didn't fight well this time. His Majesty didn't blame you, right?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said softly, "No, he didn't. The situation of the 7 cultivators sect is special. The result of this battle would be the same no matter who went. His Majesty isn't an unreasonable person. Of course he won't blame me." However, I lost so many brothers. Even if he doesn't blame me, I'll blame myself. Therefore, I still have to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators sect. Han Yushi knew that she couldn't persuade Li Zishuan to change his mind. She could only force a smile and said, "Hubby, you must be careful. You promised me before that you wouldn't personally take risks." Li Zishuan pointed to his head and said with a smile, "Of course. Don't worry, my wife, there's not much danger this time. Fighting doesn't only rely on the fist, but also the brain." After saying that, he looked around and asked, "Huh? Where's father, mother and Lon Er? Why don't I see them?" Han Yushi replied with a smile. Father went to the tea house to play chess. Mother was invited by Duke Lu's wife to watch a play. As for Lon Er, she went to Cloud Mountain with Iron Egg yesterday. She said that she would help you build an academy and stayed at my father's place last night. I don't think she'll come back for the next 2 days. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile, "Well, it's good that they're all fine. I won't be at home for the next 3 days, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of everything at home. If father and mother ask, just tell them that I went to Uncle Nyo's camp and that there's no danger. Tell them not to worry." Okay. Chapter 517. Hey! Did you hear? His Majesty sent 4,000 Imperial Guards out of the city the day before yesterday. It seems that they went to Qinling Mountain to wipe out a Jianghu sect. The next morning, discussions about the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain resounded in a tea house in the East City. What Jianghu sect? They actually sent 4,000 Imperial Guards to encircle and wipe them out? I think it's called the 7 Cultivators sect. Hey, it's just a small sect. However, not only were the 4,000 Imperial Guards unable to take down such a small sect, they even suffered heavy casualties. A wretched man with broken teeth patted the table and said mysteriously, "What? How is that possible? How can so many Imperial Guards be unable to defeat a small Jianghu sect? Meng Tao, you brat. Don't spread rumors." A shirtless man opposite him stood up and pointed at the man with broken teeth angrily. Hey. Boss Mao, I'm not spreading rumors. My cousin is a soldier in the military camp, and he told me this himself. Also, I happened to see the commander of the Imperial Guards returning to the city with injuries yesterday afternoon. The man named Meng Tao stood up and said seriously, "Oh, commander? Then tell me, who is the commander of the 4,000 Imperial Guards encircling and suppressing the 7 Cultivators sect? I'd like to see which bastard is the one who lost the face of our great Tang." Meng Tao sat down, took a sip of tea and said mysteriously, "Hee. The commander's identity is closely related to the reason why the Imperial Court encircled and suppressed the 7 Cultivators sect. F***CK. Which bastard is the commander? If you keep me guessing, do you believe that I won't beat you?" Boss Mao waved his big fist and threatened fiercely. Yeah. Tell me who the commander is. Keeping me guessing at such a crucial time. Even if Boss Mao doesn't beat you up, I still want to beat you. Yeah. Meng Tao's words could be said to have angered the crowd. The customers who had been listening to him earlier started to denounce him one after another. Meng Tao was startled. He quickly put down his teacup and said with an apologetic smile, "Everyone, don't worry. Don't rush. I'll tell you now, haha, I'll tell you now." The commander of the Imperial Guards this time was the commander of the Northern Imperial Guards, General Dugu, and the current Crown Prince, Jean Li Zishuan. As for the reason why the Imperial Court sent the Imperial Army to encircle and annihilate the 7 Cultivators of True Virtue, it seems that the 7 Cultivators of True Virtue have a personal grudge against Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan? Li County man? I say, Meng Tao, you brat. Don't F***king spread rumors, right? Li Xiannan was the one who made the curved plows and sold cheap books. He has always been a kind person, so how could he possibly have a grudge with the 7 Cultivators of True Virtue? Boss Mao widened his eyes in disbelief. Yeah. Young man from the Meng family, don't try to slander Li Xiannan here. He is our family's benefactor. Yes. You can slander anyone, but you can't slander a man from Li County. Poor farmers like us are all thinking of his kindness. It had to be said that Li Zishuan had a very good reputation among farmers and poor scholars. When they heard Meng Tao say that Li Zishuan was the loser of the army, some people in the surroundings immediately became unhappy and refuted. Meng Tao was very anxious and hurriedly defended himself with a solemn oath. Hey, you guys. I didn't spread rumors, so you have to be reasonable. My cousin got all this inside information, so it's definitely not fake. I'm not lying, so you can ask around if you don't believe me. If I, Meng Tao, am lying, you can come over and cut off my head and use it as a piss pot. Boss Mao was dumbfounded and muttered. Ah? Could it really be Li Xiannan? Could it be that Lord Li really led so many people and lost the battle? I don't believe it. I heard that Lord Li is the youngest grandmaster of martial Dao in our Tang dynasty. He's so powerful that if His Majesty really sent him to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue, he alone can take down the entire sect. I don't believe that Li Xiannan was defeated by them. Yes. Meng Tao, you must be mistaken. Meng Tao refuted. Hey, you guys really don't believe me. Yesterday, after Li Xiannan and General Dugu returned to Chang'an to get reinforcements, another 6,000 elite soldiers left the city under the leadership of General Niu. Now, in order to help Lord Li settle his personal grudge, His Majesty used a total of 10,000 soldiers. Tisk. Our Lord Li is really lucky. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. Some people agreed with him, while others disagreed. Humph. What good fortune. I don't know what kind of magic potion this Li Xiannan gave His Majesty. He obviously doesn't have any ability, but he was put in an important position. He's not even 15 years old, but he's already a third-rank official. He probably got that position by flattery. That's right. How could he use the imperial court's army to settle his personal grudge? It's fine if he used them, but they couldn't even take down a small martial sect with so many people. What an embarrassment to the Tang army. Humph. Don't listen to Meng Tao's nonsense. There must be a reason why Lord Li was defeated. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have continued to increase the number of soldiers for him instead of blaming him. That makes sense. Hey. T reason. Li Xiannan probably sucked up to His Majesty again. Otherwise, he would have been punished by now. T. T. You're the one who's ting. You're the one who's ting. Your whole family is ting. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the citizens of Chang'an City were fighting over this matter, which was supposed to be debated by the big shots in the imperial court. Moreover, as the person involved, Li Zishuan, didn't come out to explain himself, those who criticized Li Zishuan and thought that Li Zishuan was selfish and incompetent grew louder and louder. Li Zishuan didn't know about these things at the moment. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have the time to deal with them. After all, he was very busy right now. Faubert, help me prepare some things. When you're done, send them to Drunken Wind Pavilion for meal. Li Zishuan left his house early in the morning and went to the workshop. He scribbled in the study room of Drunken Wind Pavilion for a while before coming out with a piece of paper and giving it to Faubert. Yes, young master. Faubert glanced at the list and saw that everything on it could be bought. He nodded and agreed. Although he was puzzled as to why Li Zishuan wanted these seemingly irrelevant and useless things, at this age, his curiosity was no longer that big. Therefore, he didn't ask and went to arrange for people to buy the materials. Song Xiaoxi. Li Zishuan waved his hand, and Song Xiaoxi hurriedly ran over and bowed. Young master, I'm here. Bring 2 honest people with you and follow me to Drunken Wind Pavilion. You guys will guard the door and don't let anyone in. Do you understand? Understood, young master. Chapter 5:18. Zhao Siwei, the left lieutenant of the Imperial Army, was a brave warrior. However, during the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain yesterday, Zhao Siwei protected his commander and died bravely. My condolences. Such a brave and loyal soldier is the role model of the Tang Empire's soldiers. I hereby confer upon Zhao Siwei the title of Xianwei General and bestow upon his widow, Yongye, 300 mu of farmland, 100,000 yuan, and 20 horses. South of Chang'an City, Anlu House. In a 2-story house, the courtyard was filled with mourning dresses. I accept the edict. Thank Your Majesty for your grace. In the courtyard, in front of the mourning hall, an old woman knelt down, a young woman who was weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, and a 4 or 5-year-old girl whose small mouth was pursed and whose face was full of tears. After the inner attendant of the yellow door finished reading the imperial edict, the old woman stood up from the ground and bowed slightly. "My condolences, old lady." His Majesty also said that if you have any other requests, you can let me know. If it's reasonable, His Majesty will definitely grant it. The servant of the yellow door handed the edict to the old lady and asked gently. The old lady shook her head and said, "His Majesty's grace is already very generous. I don't dare to ask for more." Rank 4 Xianwei General and 300 mu of farmland. Logically speaking, Li Er had already given Zhao Siwei's family a very generous reward. Yongye Fields were also known as Shurye Fields. In the Sui and Tang dynasties, from the various kings to the military governors and rank 5 officials, they were given Yongye Fields according to their ranks. Their descendants were exempted from paying taxes. Such things were like iron rice bowls. With a few hundred mu of farmland, their descendants would not have to worry about food and clothing anymore. All right. Then I'll return to the palace to report. The servant of the yellow door was stunned for a moment before he bowed and said goodbye. "Angel, please wait. I wonder if your Majesty can send my husband's body back." Sob sob. "There's only my husband's clothes in the coffin now." The young woman in mourning clothes stood up and cried. "Body? This?" The old eunuch looked troubled. Seeing this, the old lady beside him quickly said, "Wan Qing, don't make things difficult for the angel. Siwei sacrificed himself for the country. Even though he died, it's an honorable death." "Mother!" But this daughter-in-law wants to see her husband for the last time. Whoa. The young woman couldn't hold it in any longer. She knelt on the ground and wailed. "Mother, Wan Er also wants to see father." Sob, sob. "Wan Er also wants to see daddy." The little girl who was kneeling at the side came over and hugged the young woman's arm as she said with tears in her eyes. Seeing this scene, no matter how strong the old woman was, her eyes could not help but turn red. "I will pass on Madame Zhao's message, but you have to be mentally prepared. Snake Spirit Mountain is not an ordinary mountain." The attendant of the yellow door sighed, then turned around and left with his entourage. "Are you serious? Was my husband really killed because of Li Zishuan's random command?" Today in Chang'an, many families were holding funerals. In a dilapidated courtyard in the west of the city, a woman dressed in mourning clothes and another woman in her 30s wearing red silk were squatting in the corner and whispering to each other. "How can it be fake? Changde family, think about it. How old is Li Xiannan this year? He's not even 15 years old. How can such a young child have the ability to lead troops? Didn't he get this position by flattering the emperor? He did get promoted, but he caused the deaths of so many soldiers. Now in Chang'an City, everyone is talking about it." The middle-aged woman looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she pulled the young woman aside and whispered, "But Li Xiannan doesn't look like such a person." The young woman said in disbelief. The middle-aged woman said earnestly, "Sigh. Changde family, as the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You haven't interacted with him before, so how do you know what kind of person he is? Now, the families of the soldiers who died in the battle are all crying for justice for their men." "There's such a thing? But didn't the imperial court already give us compensation? It's useless for them to cry for justice." The middle-aged woman said resentfully, "Compensation? Changde family, let's not beat around the bush. How much compensation did the imperial court give to your family? Is it 8 strings of coins and 10 mu of Yongye farmland?" "Ah? Aunt Jiang, how did you know?" The middle-aged woman snorted and said, "Why can't I know? I just came from Mingping's house. All of their families had received this much in compensation." "Xinha. I don't want to criticize you, but what can this amount of compensation do? After Changde left, this family can only rely on you to do some needlework to support the family, but your Bao Yun will have to marry when she grows up. Can you afford a dowry with this amount of money? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Bao Yun." The young woman was stunned and said bitterly in her heart, "I understand. But Changde left. What can I do?" Sigh. "There's a way." "Who said there's no way?" Madame Jiang immediately became excited, and she hurriedly said, "X and he. Look at Li Zishuan. He's still eating and drinking at home after losing the battle. His Majesty didn't punish him at all. Changde, Mingpang, and the others were ordered by Li Zixuan to go through fire and water. But he's rich and has nothing to worry about. Is this fair? The middle-aged woman's words were very harsh and could easily bewitch people. After hearing this, the young woman's heart began to waver. It's not fair. This is definitely not fair. That's why the other families are all discussing going to Li Zixuan's house tomorrow morning to cause trouble. Even if they can't get His Majesty's attention and punish Li Zixuan for his crimes, they can still get more compensation from the Li family. Aunt Jiang, this isn't good? I heard that many soldiers died in the battle this time. Even if the Li family is willing to pay, it can't be that much, right? Aunt Jiang raised her orchid fingers and said with a smile, "Haha. Silly child, you're thinking too much. Do you know how much money the Li family has? Even if all 200 families go over, the Li family can still afford it. You know about Li Zixuan's wedding last month, right? The cost of that wedding was more than 100,000 strings of cash." Ah? More than 100,000 strings of cash? So much. The young woman covered her mouth in surprise. A hint of smugness flashed across the middle-aged woman's eyes. Then she probed. "Hey, of course. So, Xinhe, do you want to go with them tomorrow to ask for an explanation?" The young woman struggled for a moment and finally nodded. "All right. Haha. That's good. That's good. We'll gather at Mingda's house tomorrow. We'll go to the Li family together to ask for an explanation. Li Zixuan caused so many families to lose men. How can he not pay the price?" Chapter 519. How is it? Did she agree? In a private room of the Grand Hyatt restaurant, a black-robed man with a hood covering his face sat on the couch. He looked at the woman in red silk below and lowered his voice as he asked in a hoarse voice. Looking at the woman's appearance, it was the middle-aged woman surnamed Jiang from before. She agreed. She agreed. Although that girl is a bit stubborn, she was still convinced by me. The middle-aged woman said proudly. Clap, clap, clap. Very good. The black-robed man clapped his hands and praised. Then he asked, including this, you've already convinced 30 families, right? The middle-aged woman quickly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Boss, you really have a good memory. Hee hee. Not bad, not bad. I'm very satisfied. Next, as long as you can persuade that family, I'll give you 10 times the reward. The black-robed man laughed and said, 10 times? Boss, tell me quickly. I'll definitely help you do it. Hearing that there was 10 times the reward, the middle-aged woman was afraid that she would miss such a good opportunity and quickly replied. The black-robed man shook his head and said, don't be in a hurry to agree. This family shouldn't be that easy to convince. Sigh. Boss, what you said is wrong. The middle-aged woman put her hands on her hips and said, I, Jiang Zuohua, don't have any other abilities, but this mouth of mine, if I say I'm second, no one dares to say they're first. So, boss, if you want me to persuade anyone, just say it. The black-robed man clapped his hands and laughed. Haha. Then you better listen carefully. Next, go to Zhao Siwei's house at Anlufeng. If you can convince his wife, Xiaofan, to go with you tomorrow, I will give you 10 times the reward. Jiang Zuohua's face fell when she heard this, and she muttered, Ugh, Xia. This? The black-robed man frowned and said, What's wrong? From what you said earlier, didn't you say that there was no one you couldn't convince? Jiang Zuohua quickly waved her hand and said, No, it's not like that. Boss. Although this Xia Wanqing has a stubborn temper, it's still all right. The hardest to talk to is her mother-in-law. If that old madam knew that I asked Xia Wanqing to do this, she would definitely use her walking stick to chase me away. 15 times. The black-robed man did not say much and directly increased the price. Gulp. Jiang Zuohua swallowed her saliva. She was calculating how much the reward was worth. He, boss, this isn't about money. 20 times. Without any hesitation, the black-robed man increased the price once more. Deal. Boss, don't add more. Don't worry, even if I, Jiang Zuohua, have to go through water and tread on fire, I will do what you ask me to do. Just you wait and see. Aunt Jiang? You're here. Happy Lane. Zhao Siwei's residence. Xia Wanqing had just added an incense stick to the memorial tablet when she saw someone walk in from the courtyard. Ah, that's right. I'm here to pay my respects to Lieutenant Zhao. Wanqing, do you still smell good? Let me light some incense for Siwei. Jiang Cuihua walked over quickly and said with a smile. Yes, Aunt Jiang. Thank you for coming to see Siwei. At this time, only she and Jiang Cuihua were in the courtyard. As for the old and the young, they couldn't withstand the hot weather and had returned to their rooms to rest. Sigh. We're neighbors. What are you thanking me for? It's just that Siwei was such a good young man. He finally entered the guards and even became a lieutenant. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he be gone just like that? Jiang Cuihua said with a regretful expression. Then she took the incense stick, lit it, and bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. Finally, she placed it on the incense table. Hearing Jiang Cuihua mention Zhao Siwei, Xia Wanqing couldn't help but start sobbing softly. Jiang Cuihua quickly came over to support her and comforted her. Hey. Don't cry, Wanqing. It's Aunt Jiang's fault. Aunt Jiang shouldn't have mentioned Siwei. Boo-hoo. It's not your fault, Aunt Jiang. I couldn't help it. Boo-hoo. Mother is already so old, and Wanner is still so young. With Siwei gone, I really don't know how I'm going to live in the future. It would have been better if she didn't say it. Now that she said it, Xia Wanqing couldn't stop crying. Sigh. Wanqing. Don't cry. Our lives still have to be lived slowly. Oh right, didn't the imperial court give us a pension? That money should be enough, right? Xia Wanqing wiped away her tears and said, Yes, there is a pension. Although that money is enough for our family to live for a lifetime, I didn't give birth to a son for Siwei when he was alive. Who will inherit the family business in the future? Jiang Cuihua was shocked. She didn't expect that the imperial court would give Zhao Siwei's family such a generous pension. It was actually enough for a family to live for a lifetime. If that was the case, she couldn't persuade Xia Wanqing like she did with the others. Actually, this was very easy to understand. As the commander of Dugu Xian's personal guards and the first lieutenant of the imperial army, Zhao Siwei was the highest-ranking soldier among the 215 soldiers who sacrificed themselves this time. His pension and reward would naturally be the highest, but the other ordinary soldiers definitely couldn't be given according to this standard. Otherwise, no matter how rich the imperial court was, they would still go bankrupt. Wanqing. You still have to restrain your grief. Siwei's spirit in heaven will also be happy to see your family living well. Jiang Cuihua was helpless and could only think of another way. Xia Wanqing shook her head and said, But I didn't even see my husband for the last time. My husband was wise all his life, but now he's dead without a corpse. I feel very uncomfortable in my heart. Jiang Cuihua's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light as she said, Sigh. Speaking of which, it's strange. This time, a total of 215 imperial guards died in battle, but many family members didn't receive the bodies of their loved ones. They only received a notice of death from the Ministry of War. Xia Wanqing raised her head and asked, Why is that? Aunt Jiang, can my husband's body still be sent back? Jiang Cuihua pretended to be troubled and said, Sigh. What else could it be? Isn't it because Li Xiannan brought the imperial guards to attack Snake Spirit Mountain? The mountain path up there is steep, and it would take a lot of effort to transport the corpses of the soldiers back. Li Xiannan was probably afraid of trouble, so he didn't bring them back. What? A trace of anger flashed across Xia Wanqing's face. She stood up and said, Is it because Li Xiannan was afraid of trouble that he didn't bring my husband's body back? How could he do that? This is just my guess. However, this time, when the imperial guards attacked Snake Spirit Mountain, the people outside all said that Li Zishuan's command was improper, causing the army to return in defeat and heavy casualties. If it wasn't for him, there definitely wouldn't have been so many casualties. Aunt Jiang, are you serious? Xia Wanqing pulled Jiang Cuihua's hand and asked anxiously. Of course. Wanqing, if you don't believe me, Aunt Zhao will accompany you to the Li residence to question Li Zishuan tomorrow. Chapter 520. Heartless Villager. Pay with your life for my husband. Heartless villager, pay with your life for my husband. On this day, early in the morning, 40 to 50 women wearing mourning clothes gathered at the entrance of the Li family in Yongla Lane, loudly shouting slogans. The strange clothes and special slogans of this group quickly attracted a large number of onlookers. The Li family should have been established in Chang'an City for at least 20 years. Before Li Zixuan was born, the Li family led by Li Jingma was a true merchant family. But unlike most of the rich and heartless merchants who valued profit over righteousness, Li Jingma and Mrs. Li had always insisted on being kind to others. Except for their business competitors, almost no one hated the Li family. In the Yongla Lane area, and even in the neighboring areas, the Li family's reputation were excellent. Later, the son of the Li family, Li Zixuan, returned from Mount Longhu and made many outstanding achievements, being conferred the title of Baron. The head of the Li family also became Li Zixuan. Under the leadership of Li Zixuan, the Li family still adhered to the principle of being kind, especially to the poor farmers and the children of humble families, bringing great benefits. The Li family's reputation among the people also rose to another level. Now, a group of women gathered at the entrance of the Li family's residence to make a crusade. Many people felt it was inconceivable, and the onlookers kept increasing. They all pointed at the women in front of them and talked about them. Hey, whose daughters-in-law are they? Why are they wearing mourning clothes and coming to the Li family to make trouble? Hey, I don't know. From what they're saying, it seems like Lord Li killed their husbands. How is that possible? Lord Li and Lord Li are both good people. How could they do such a wicked thing? Hey, I know her. Isn't that Changda's wife? But why is she wearing mourning clothes? I heard that Changda was on duty in the Imperial Army. But in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago, the Imperial Army was defeated by the 7 Cultivators sect and could only retreat to the foot of the mountain. The Imperial Army also suffered heavy losses. Could it be that Changda unfortunately died in the battle? Hiss. If that's the case, then aren't these mourning women the widows of the soldiers who died in the Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday? No wonder they came all the way here to cry. Li Xiannan was one of the main generals in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain. You can't say that, right? Which general has never lost a battle? You can't put all the blame on Lord Li just because of one defeat, right? Dear neighbors, the husbands of these poor women are all Imperial Army soldiers who died in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. They died because of Li Xiannan's improper command. We came here this time for no other reason than to ask the Li family to give them some compensation. After all, the pillar of their family is gone. In the future, they will have to live as widows and orphans. How can they live without money? Everyone, please be the judge. Are we asking for too much? Today, Jiang Tsuehua was also among the crowd that came to cause trouble. When she saw that many people had gathered around, she turned around and said to the crowd with a sorrowful expression. Her act of pretending and playing the sympathy card really did arouse the sympathy of many people. So it's like this. If that's the case, it's not too much. It's not too much. Li Xiannan's family doesn't lack money. When Jiang Tsuehua saw that the time was right, she continued to lead the women around her and shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life. Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." As soon as Jiang Tsuehua's voice fell, the group of women also quickly shouted, "Black-hearted county man, you are heartless. Pay for my husband's life." Some of the onlookers heard their miserable cries and couldn't help but sympathize with them. As a result, the shouting in front of the Li family's residence became louder and louder. With such a big commotion, it was impossible for the Li family not to notice. In fact, when Jiang Tsuehua brought the group of soldiers' widows over, the gatekeepers of the Li family's residence, Sanbao and Fu, already noticed. It wasn't that the two of them didn't try to reason with them, but Jiang Tsuehua was eloquent and insisted that Li Zixuan personally come out to settle the compensation for everyone. Sanbao had no choice but to let Fu stand guard at the door while she went to the courtyard to report to Li Jingma and Madame Li. "Master! Madam! Not good! Not good! There are a lot of women causing trouble outside." It was about 7:15 in the morning. Li Jingma, Madame Li, and Han Yushi's family of 3, originally, it was a family of 6, but Li Zixuan, Lan and Iron Egg were all not at home, were eating breakfast in the front hall. Suddenly, they heard Sanbao shouting outside. The 3 of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. When Sanbao came in, Li Jingma asked first. San Bao, what did you say? There are people causing trouble outside the residence? San Bao took a deep breath and answered. Yes, Master. There are 40 to 50 women outside the door. They said they want to see young master and ask him for compensation. This brat. Li Jingma's face turned green. When he heard San Bao's words, he subconsciously thought that Li Zixuan had gotten himself into trouble outside. Thus, he couldn't help but look at his daughter-in-law guiltily. What should he do? His son had wronged his daughter-in-law. Who should he speak up for later? Han Yushi was stunned, but she didn't say anything. In front of the two elders, she wouldn't purposely interrupt. It wouldn't be too late to interrupt after she fully understood the ins and outs of the matter. Compensation? What compensation? San Bao, have you asked clearly? Madame Li didn't believe that her son would do such a thing outside. She first rolled her eyes at Li Jingma, then looked at San Bao and asked. Madam, the black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. San Bao was about to explain when a deafening shout came from outside. Madame Li's expression changed. She slammed the table and said coldly, Humph! Where did this wicked woman come from? My son is upright and upright. I want to see who is pestering endlessly and ruining my Xian'er's reputation. With that, Madame Li stood up and was about to leave. Mother! Wait! At this moment, Han Yushi hurriedly stopped Madame Li and said, Mother, they are just a group of pitiful people. Let me go. I will settle this matter, okay? The two of you should have a good meal first. Madame Li stopped in her tracks and looked back at Han Yushi. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said, Okay. I'll leave it to you. Mother and your father both support you. Chapter 521. The reason why Mrs. Li agreed to let Han Yushi go out to solve this matter was mainly out of respect for this daughter-in-law. She felt that this family would be handed over to her son and daughter-in-law sooner or later. It might not be a bad thing to let Han Yushi go out to train now. The reason why Han Yushi took the initiative to take on this heavy responsibility was mainly because she heard the group of women outside shouting, The black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. She immediately thought of the matter that everyone in Chang'an City had been discussing for the past 2 days, that Li Zixuan had lost the battle. She felt that this matter was not simple. If it was not handled properly, it would bring a lot of trouble to Li Zixuan. Therefore, she took the initiative to take on this task. The black-hearted county man is heartless. Pay with your life for my husband. When Han Yushi arrived at the door of the mansion, it was when the group of women outside were shouting the loudest. Her eyes scanned the crowd slightly and instantly saw who was leading this group of people. Some schemes immediately surfaced in her mind. In an alley opposite the Li mansion stood a man in black wearing a bamboo hat. When he saw Han Yushi coming out from behind the door, he sneered and said, Humph! This Li Zixuan is just a... After such a big thing happened, he actually only let a woman come out to do it perfunctorily. I don't know if you're confident or incompetent. Forget it. You're courting death. Originally, I didn't expect to use this matter to kill you, but now that you look down on this matter so much, you should be prepared to have a bad reputation. At the same time, the crowd in front of the Li mansion saw Han Yushi come out and also made a commotion. Hey! Someone from the Li mansion is here. Isn't this the wife of the Li county man? Why didn't the Li county man come out personally? Neighbors, please be quiet. If you have anything to say, you can sit down and talk slowly. Although Han Yushi's clear voice could not be heard by everyone, most people still heard it. As the saying goes, even if you don't give face to the monk, you have to give face to the Buddha. Li Zixuan's previous impression of him was extremely good. Many of the onlookers quieted down, and those who continued to shout slowly quieted down. Seeing this, Han Yushi said generously, Sisters, neighbors, everyone has been standing for so long. You must be tired and thirsty. Let's not care about anything else. Let's sit down and drink some water first before we talk about things. How about that? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Han Yushi to speak to them like this. Shouldn't the Lord and Madam be high and mighty? Seeing that no one replied to her, Han Yushi was not annoyed. She smiled and instructed San Bao. San Bao, quickly arrange for someone to give everyone here a bowl of iced warmth and a cushion. In this era, although there were already stools, there were still many people who usually knelt on cushions or brocade couches. There were at least 100 people in front of her. It was not realistic for the Li residents to take out so many whose stools in such a short time. Han Yushi thought about it and could only let San Bao get the cushions.
Yes, young madam. San Bao responded and was about to enter the door.
Wait. Jiang Tsuehua, who was caught off guard by Han Yushi's strange move, walked out of the crowd and stopped her. With rich experience in fighting, she knew that in a negotiation, the one who had the initiative would get the biggest benefits. Han Yushi waved her hand and motioned for San Bao to go in quickly. Then she looked at Jiang Tsuehua and asked, "May I ask who this aunt is?" "I'm Jiang Tsuehua.
I'm not worthy of being called aunt by Lord and Madam."
Jiang Tsuehua pretended to be polite and said, "Madam Ju, there's no need for you to spend money. These are all poor people who lost their husbands in the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. They're here today to seek justice from Li Xianren, so Madam Ju, please ask Li Xianren to come out." Han Yushi shook her head gently and said, "I'm sorry, my husband is not at home at the moment. His Majesty has sent troops to attack the 7 cultivators of true virtue for the 2nd time. My husband is trying to find a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue at the smallest cost and avenge the soldiers who died in the battle. Yushi is sad about the unfortunate experience of my sisters. If I were in your shoes, I believe I would be even more miserable than you. Today, let's not talk about right and wrong. Since you are all guests, please drink some water to cool down. Then, we can sit down and have a good talk."
At this moment, the maids and servants of the Li residence came out of the door one after another with wine bowls and futons.
Looking at the pink and gentle land that was emitting a cool air, many people couldn't refuse anymore. Although it was still early in the morning, it was still very hot in the summer. The women who had been shouting slogans were the ones who felt it the most. The weather was hot to begin with, and they had been shouting for so long. It would be a lie to say that they weren't thirsty.
Moreover, the sight of the warm and gentle land in front of them made them salivate.
No one could resist its attraction. Hey, don't drink." Jiang Tsuehua saw that most people had picked up their wine bowls and started to taste the warm and gentle land. She couldn't help but feel anxious. As the saying goes, one's eyes blind one's eyes. They were here to collect debts. How could they drink other people's wine in front of other people's homes? However, no one listened to her at this time. What the hell is this? Jiang Tsuehua stomped her feet in anger. Then, she picked up her wine bowl and drank. Drinking this warm and gentle land is really cool and thirst-quenching. Cough, cough. We've drunk this water and sat down. Lord Ju, madam, can we talk about business now? After a while, Jiang Tsuehua licked her lips and asked embarrassedly. She was still thinking about the warm and gentle land that she had just drunk. She had never drunk this kind of thing before. Han Yushi swept a glance at the crowd. Seeing that most of them had calmed down and weren't as irritable as before, she heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard Jiang Tsuehua's question, she smiled and said, "Of course, but what?" Jiang Tsuehua was overjoyed. She thought that Han Yushi was in trouble. "But before that, sisters, please allow me to tell you about the decision that my husband made." Han Yushi ignored Jiang Tsuehua and looked at the 40 to 50 women in mourning clothes in front of her.
She said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was far more unfavorable to the Imperial Army than you imagined. In the end, they were unfortunately defeated, causing 215 heroic souls to be buried here forever. My husband blamed himself deeply for this and couldn't sleep for the entire night. He had already decided that the Li family would provide for the lives of these sacrificed soldiers and their families in the future. Putting aside the compensation from the imperial court, the Li family will give every soldier's family members 10 strings of money every year. If you are willing, you can send the children of the soldiers to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. There will be no fees. My husband originally planned to inform everyone of this decision after the imperial army completely annihilated the 7 cultivators of true virtue. At the same time, I also wanted to comfort your husband's soul in heaven. But since you've come to find me, I'll inform you in advance. My husband has a clear conscience and only wants to live up to his conscience." Chapter 522. Han Yushi's words completely turned the passive situation into an active one. If Li Zixuan were here, he would definitely give his wife 32 likes. Every family can get 10 strings of money every year? When the people below heard Han Yushi's words, they could not help but start whispering to each other. Among them, Most of them had come here to seek money. Now that Han Yushi had given such a generous compensation plan, almost no one was dissatisfied. Lord Li is so generous. This is really generous. Yes. Every family gets 10 strings of money every year. No matter what, it's enough to live. Tisk tisk. Just based on these conditions, I want to work for Lord Li. Hee hee. I told you that Lord Li is kind-hearted and wouldn't do such a thing that goes against his conscience. How about it? I was right, right? You guys just had to blindly follow along. Yes. Boss Mao, you're right. We were the ones who didn't distinguish between right and wrong. Madam Ju, we've all let you down. Yes. Madam Ju, we've let you down. We shouldn't have followed along. Not only the martyrs' widows, but even the surrounding onlookers felt that the compensation plan offered by the Li family was very generous. Some people even wished that they could replace it with themselves. Han Yushi retreated in order to advance and turned the passive into active. In an instant, she turned the unfavorable situation around. Jiang Cuihua, who was in the crowd, saw this, and her expression became extremely ugly. Now, she and this group of women had indeed achieved their goal of asking the Li family for money. However, the Li family taking the initiative to give it and them taking the initiative to ask for it were two completely different concepts. Han Yushi's actions completely ruined her established plan, to completely ruin Li Zishuan's reputation in the name of asking for money. However, looking at the reaction of the surrounding crowd, she knew that not only was Li Zishuan not ruined, but he had also gained a good reputation for being benevolent and righteous. Hee hee. Madam Ju is really benevolent. I just don't know how long the Li family can give them the 10 strings of money every year. The more Jiang Cuihua thought about it, the angrier she got. Suddenly, she thought of a flaw and asked. In her opinion, each family earned 10 strings of cash a year. More than 200 families would earn more than 2,000 strings of cash. She did not believe that the Li family would be willing to maintain such a large expenditure for a long time. A cold light flashed through Han Yushi's eyes. Jiang Cuihua was polite on the surface, but her words were targeted at the Li family. This made Han Yushi feel a little angry. She glanced at Jiang Cuihua with a deep meaning and said, Jiang Tawa, you're the Li family. Auntie Jiang, that's a good question. Our Li family intends to give each family a pension of 10 strings of coins for 50 years. A total of 107,500 strings of cash. Within half a year, my husband and I will raise this sum of money and hand it over to the imperial court. The Ministry of Revenue will distribute it to everyone every year. This way, no matter whether the Li family is rich or poor 50 years later, the pension money for the families of the soldiers will not be lacking. After learning new mathematics for so long, Han Yushi effortlessly calculated the total amount of pension for the 215 martyrs for 50 years. When the onlookers heard that, there was a commotion. Although they felt that the previous 10 strings of cash was a lot, it was still within their acceptable range. Now that they heard that the Li family was going to take out more than 100,000 strings of cash, this was really an eye-opener for them. Good. Lord Li is generous. Lady Ju is generous. What the F***CK? More than 100,000 strings of cash. Lord Li is really unparalleled. That's right. Today, these women blocked the Li family's door to cause trouble. It's really too much. Fortunately, Lady Ju is magnanimous. Not only did she not mind, but she also repaid evil with good. It's really rare. That's the truth. Under Han Yushi's step-by-step attacks, the scales of victory had already begun to tilt towards the Li family. The martyrs' widows in the field were pointed at by the surrounding people. Many people did not dare to raise their heads to look at Han Yushi again. A person lives with a face. A tree lives with a piece of skin. In fact, most of them did not have such a big grudge against Li Zishuan and the Li family. It was mainly because Jiang Cuihua used some bewitching words to trick them into causing trouble. Now, in front of the Li residents, not only did Han Yushi not speak ill of them, but she also gave them iced warm drinks and clean and soft cushions to sit on. This eased the hostility in their hearts by a lot. In the end, Han Yushi did not need them to say anything. Instead, she took the initiative to give them such a generous pension plan. While they were satisfied, they also felt a lot of guilt. They kept feeling that they were the villain in this matter. Madam and Lord Ju are benevolent, but my family doesn't want money. I only want my husband's bones. I beg Madam and Lord Ju to fulfill my wish. Just when Han Yushi thought that the matter was about to be resolved satisfactorily, she saw a delicate woman in mourning clothes stand up and say, "Yes, yes, yes. Madam Ju, why didn't the Ministry of War send back the corpses of the soldiers in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain this time? How sad do you think it is for them to die without seeing their corpses?" Jiang Tsuehua's eyes lit up as she quickly jumped out and said, "Humph." Han Yushi's face turned cold as she said to Jiang Tsuehua coldly, "I wonder if any of the 215 soldiers who died are your family members, Aunt Jiang?" Jiang Tsuehua's old face darkened as she said weakly, "This, cough cough, no." Since no, then why is Aunt Jiang more anxious than these people? Can I understand that these people were all instigated by Aunt Jiang to come and ruin our Li family's reputation? The voice of Han Yushi, who had been speaking in a gentle voice earlier, suddenly became stern. Her beautiful face was also covered with dark clouds. Jiang Tsuehua panicked, but she was an experienced person after all. After taking 2 breaths, she hurriedly explained. "Madam Ju, that's not right. Justice is in the human heart. I, Jiang Tsuehua, saw that these people who lost their husbands were pitiful, so I stood out to help them. How did I instigate them to ruin your family's reputation? I'm doing this for the public good." "Ha ha. Eager for justice?" Han Yushi sneered, then walked to the delicate woman in white who had stood up earlier and asked softly, "May I know your name?" The delicate woman bowed and answered, "I am Xiaofan Qing. My husband is Zhao Siwei, a lieutenant of the Imperial Army and the captain of General Dugu's personal guards." Han Yushi was slightly shocked. The night before, Li Zixuan had briefly explained the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain to her. At the last moment, Zhao Siwei had led the remaining Imperial Army guards and used his life to give Li Zixuan, Dugu Xin, and the others a chance to retreat. Han Yushi remembered this matter deeply in her heart. Chapter 523. So it's Sister Wan Qing. Sorry for the disrespect. Han Yushi bowed solemnly to Xia Wan Qing and said, "Sister Wan Qing, I've heard about your husband from my Lord Ju. I'll tell you in detail later. Now, please tell me, did Aunt Jiang call you here?" When Jiang Tsuehua heard this, she panicked and said, "Madam Ju, you. Did I ask you a question?" "I'm asking Sister Wan Qing. If you don't have a guilty conscience, please shut up." Han Yushi mercilessly interrupted her immediately. Anyone could hear the coldness in her words. Seeing that Han Yushi was about to get angry, Xia Wan Qing also panicked a little. After all, the difference in status was obvious. She hurriedly said in a low voice, "Madam, this Wan Qing came here today without consideration, but it was definitely not to ruin Lord Ju's reputation. I just wanted to—" "All right, Sister Wan Qing, I know you don't have any ill intentions. I just want to ask you, were you urged by Aunt Jiang to come here?" Han Yushi smiled and patted Xia Wan Qing's shoulder as she said gently, "This." Xia Wan Qing looked at Jiang Tsuehua hesitantly, not knowing how to answer. Han Yushi immediately understood in her heart. She said in a deep voice, "Sister Wan Qing, you all know my and my husband's attitude towards you. Put yourself in my shoes, you have to treat me with sincerity as well. Besides, if anything goes wrong today, both you and our Li family will only suffer losses. No one will be able to gain any benefits, so have you never thought that you were being used by someone with ulterior motives?" Xia Wan Qing was startled. When she thought of the whole thing, she felt more and more that someone was manipulating today's farce. "Little girl, don't slander me. I just pity these women who lost their husbands. I'm here to seek justice for them." Seeing that the matter was about to be exposed, Jiang Tsuehua simply shed all pretense of cordiality and directly called Han Yushi a little girl. "Hee. Justice?" Han Yushi laughed instead of getting angry and said, "Let's not talk about justice first. Jiang Tsuehua, are you admitting that these widows of the Imperial Guards were all urged by you?" "So what if I am? Justice for one person is the same as justice for 50 people. What's wrong with me calling all of them over?" Jiang Tsuehua stiffened her neck and argued. "Haha. Does this mean that you, Jiang Tsuehua, are here today to seek justice for the 50 widows of the soldiers? And you're not even taking a single cent?" Han Yushi sneered. Then she looked at the crowd that was gathering around her and said loudly, "Dear neighbors, I, Han Yushi, have just married into the Li family for less than a month. I don't know what kind of character Jiang Tsuehua had in the past, but I believe everyone present knows very well. Who thinks that she will be selfless, do her best, and seek justice for others without taking a single cent? If anyone thinks so, please step forward. Straight to the root of the problem. Han Yushi's words directly hit Jiang Cuihua's vital point. The onlookers also saw that today's matter was a little unusual, and they all whispered below. I know this Jiang Cuihua. Not only is she stingy, but she also likes to take advantage of small things. I heard that the eggs laid by the hens of blacksmith Wang next to her house are often stolen. I don't know if it has anything to do with Jiang Cuihua. It's most likely related. Earlier, when I saw you guys making a fuss, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I heard Madame Ju's analysis, I finally know what's wrong. This Jiang Cuihua is eating and drinking well, but her mother-in-law can only eat and drink. How can such an unfilial woman be so kind to seek justice for others? There must be something fishy behind this. Yes. I also heard that Jiang Cuihua doesn't give her mother-in-law food. Hiss. Do you guys think that there's someone behind Jiang Cuihua? Humph. It must be. Lord Li treats people so well and even gave so many good things to poor people like us. There must be someone who can't stand it and deliberately use this despicable method to smear Lord Juve. Yes. These women who came to cause trouble are all accomplices. Yes. Accomplices. Accomplices who can't distinguish between right and wrong. Chang'an City wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The people who lacked entertainment loved to gossip. When something happened, half of Chang'an City would know about it. Therefore, after a while, Jiang Cuihua's background was turned upside down. As the people discussed, Jiang Cuihua's old face became darker and darker. The martyr's widow kneeling on the ground didn't look good either. Although the mastermind of the whole thing was Jiang Cuihua, if they really wanted to talk about it, they were Jiang Cuihua's accomplices. Madam, we were all persuaded by Aunt Jiang. We didn't plan to come at first. Yes. We were just at home yesterday to prepare for our husband's funeral. Then, Aunt Jiang came over and told us that this time on Snake Spirit Mountain, it was Lord Li's mistaken command that caused our husband to die. She wanted us to come to the Li residence today to seek justice. Yes. Madame Ju, we were all invited by Aunt Jiang. A martyr's widow stood up and told the truth. Then, many people followed suit and the truth gradually surfaced. Han Yushi sneered and said, Jiang Cuihua, what else do you have to say? Jiang Cuihua knew that this was bad. She looked around and saw that there were people everywhere. She couldn't run even if she wanted to. It was funny that she couldn't wait for more people to come. Now, it seemed that she was digging her own grave. No matter what, these people's husbands died on Snake Spirit Mountain. It must have something to do with Li Xiannan. Also, why couldn't the soldiers' bones be brought back? Isn't Li Xiannan responsible for this? Jiang Cuihua had no choice but to fight to the death. She felt that even if she was caught and brought to the Supreme Court, she had to drag Li Zishuan down. That way, the mysterious person who was looking for her might be able to save her. Humph! You self-righteous stupid woman. Facing Jiang Cuihua's dying counterattack, Han Yushi was not afraid at all. She looked at Xia Wanqing below and said, the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain was a nightmare for all the sisters here. Originally, I didn't want to reopen this scar, but if I don't make things clear today, I'm afraid that everyone's misunderstanding of the Li family will become deeper and deeper. In order to prevent everyone's pain of losing their husbands from being used by despicable people, Yushi has offended you today. Next, I will tell everyone in detail what happened to the Imperial Army on Snake Spirit Mountain the day before yesterday. Chapter 524. My husband, General Dugu, and his younger brother worked together to get rid of the snakes and fought against the sect master of the Seven Cultivators sect, Een Batian. After a bitter battle, Een Batian was seriously injured and victory was in sight. Who would have thought that an elder of the Seven Cultivators sect would release a 3-zhang-long 7-headed serpent with infinite strength and venom all over its body? It was impossible for it to be invincible. Under the critical situation, my husband ordered Dugu Feiying to lead the army to retreat first. He and General Dugu led the remaining Imperial Guards to entangle the 7-headed serpent and buy time for the army. Later, the 7-headed serpent went berserk several times, causing the remaining Imperial Guards to suffer heavy casualties. At the last moment, the captain of the Imperial Guards, Zhao Siwei, led the remaining Imperial Guards to fight the 7-headed serpent, wanting to create an opportunity for General Dugu and my husband to escape. My husband couldn't stop him, but he didn't want the soldiers to die in vain. He could only retreat with General Duguj. Recalling Li Zixuan's narration of the near-death experience, Han Yushi's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She looked at the more than 50 martyrs' widows in mourning clothes in front of her and said in a deep voice, "The Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain was like this from beginning to end.
What I said just now is absolutely true.
The more than 3,000 Imperial Guards who survived can testify for me. My husband and I feel deeply guilty for the unfortunate deaths of my sister's husbands in this battle. But if you say that my husband is the only one to blame for this battle, Yushi will never agree. The terrain of Snake Spirit Mountain, the poisonous miasma, the peak Grandmaster level martial artists, and the seven-headed serpent were all unfavorable factors. If it were any other general who was in command and had the same number of troops, they would also be powerless. His Majesty and the other officials in the Imperial Court have already come to this conclusion. Jiang Zuihua, today you are still speaking irresponsibly and slandering my husband's reputation. Are you more wise than the officials in the Imperial Court and the current His Majesty?"
Han Yushi almost roared out the last sentence.
It was fine for others to talk about her behind her back, but she would never allow anyone to speak ill of Li Zixuan.
Jiang Zuihua had already touched her bottom line today.
Moreover, Jiang Zuihua's way of using the grief of a martyr's widow to achieve her own sinister goals made her feel extremely disgusted.
With Han Yushi's last shout, Jiang Zuihua's face instantly turned pale. The surrounding crowd also fell into a dead silence.
Regarding the battle on Snake Spirit Mountain, they had only heard about it through some rumors. They never thought that the real situation would be so dangerous. Especially when the seven-headed serpent appeared at the end of the battle.
Li Zixuan chose to personally cover the retreat of the seven-headed serpent.
This move moved everyone. Other people would say that a general's success was built on the bones of thousands of soldiers. However, Li Zixuan, as a general, was able to achieve this step. No matter how picky a person was, they would not be able to find fault with him. Although they were defeated in the end, it could only be said that it was not their fault. In the end, the Imperial Army's personal guards who sacrificed themselves heroically said that they had bought time for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian to retreat. However, weren't they also covering the retreat of the main army? Even if they did not sacrifice themselves, Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian would not have been in danger. However, more than 90% of the 4,000 Imperial Army soldiers would have died. Therefore, in other words, they did not die for Li Zixuan and Dugu Xian. They died in place of more than 3,000 brothers.
Lord Ju is loyal and righteous. We have wronged Lord Ju. We deserve to die.
A white-haired old man cupped his hands at Han Yushi and said in a trembling voice. Earlier, when he saw how pitiful these widows were, he followed suit and shouted a few slogans. Now that he heard Han Yushi's explanation, he immediately blamed himself.
We have wronged Lord Ju. We deserve to die.
Even such an old man could take the initiative to admit his mistake. How could the others have the nerve to continue being ostriches? Therefore, those who blindly followed suit and apologized. Everyone, you don't have to do this. You were just fooled by Jiang Zuihua's flowery words. It's not your fault. The one who is truly guilty is Jiang Zuihua. Han Yushi waved her hand at those people, then turned her head and ordered, Pang Sigi, bring her to the Supreme Court for interrogation. I want to see who is deliberately smearing my husband's name. As the head of the Li residence's guards, Pang Feiji had already run out when he heard the commotion. When he heard Han Yushi's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said loudly, Yes, young mistress. After saying that, he waved his hand and said fiercely, Go, take her down. Stop. Jiang Zuihua widened her eyes and said in panic, You can't take me down. I'm just helping them seek justice. I'm not guilty, I'm not guilty. Humph. You're guilty. At this moment, an angry snort came from outside the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw an old lady in black clothes walking over shakily with a walking stick.
Mother? Why are you here?
Xiaofan Qing, who was in the crowd, turned pale with fright when she saw who it was. She hurriedly got up and wanted to help the old lady. Humph. If I didn't come, Siwei's reputation would be ruined. Wan Qing, you're really muddle-headed. How could you believe Jiang Zuihua's slanderous words? That's right. This old lady was Zhao Siwei's mother. According to custom, Elders were not allowed to wear mourning clothes for the younger generation, so she only wore black clothes. At this moment, when Xiaofan walked in front of her, the old lady did not intend to give her daughter-in-law any face in front of others. She sternly reprimanded her. "Mother! Son is wrong, don't be angry." Xiaofan's eyes were red. She quickly supported the old lady and said gently, "Humph! I'll talk to you later." The old lady used her walking stick to knock on the ground, then shakily walked in front of Jiang Zuihua. Without saying a word, she raised her walking stick and hit her. "Jiang Te, you blabbermouth. I'll let you deceive my daughter-in-law. I'll let you ruin my Siwei's reputation. You're still asking for justice?" My Siwei protected his master and was not afraid of death. Although his corpse is gone, he sacrificed his life for the country. Even if he died honorably. Why would he need a blabbermouth like you to seek justice? It was obvious that the old lady was very angry. Every time she hit with her walking stick, she used a lot of strength. When Jiang Zuihua saw the old lady walking over, she already realized that something was wrong. She quickly ran away, not daring to resist at all. The ancients valued filial piety. Although Jiang Zuihua occasionally dared to bully her mother-in-law at home, if she dared to hit such an old lady in front of so many people, then even if the bystanders came up and beat her to death on the spot, the imperial court would not punish them for their crimes. At this time, the old people's social status was quite high. She did not expect that even if she did not make a move, others would want to beat her to death. When the surrounding crowd heard the old lady's words, they could not help but cheer loudly. "Good! What a good sacrifice for the country, even if he died honorably. The old lady is deeply righteous, good job. Yes. Jiang Zuihua deserves to die. She actually used the pain of someone else's husband to achieve her own unspeakable goals. She deserves to die. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Go and help catch her, don't let her escape." Brother Ji originally wanted the two marquis beside him to catch Jiang Zuihua with both hands, but who knew that before he could give the order, the surrounding crowd had already made their move. Therefore, the old lady did not need to waste any effort to chase after her. She only needed to hit Jiang Zuihua with her walking stick. In a short while, Jiang Zuihua was beaten until her face was bruised and swollen, crying for her father and mother. Sob, Siwei's mother. "Don't hit her. Don't hit her. I know I was wrong." Jiang Zuihua tilted her head to prevent the walking stick from hitting her head as she cried and begged for mercy. Han Yushi saw that if she continued to hit her, she would die. She quickly came over and said, "Auntie, don't hit her anymore. I will send Jiang Zuihua to the Supreme Court. She will be punished." Chapter 525. Mrs. Li, today's matter is the fault of my Zhao family. Wanqing's personality is simple and she doesn't know much about the world. That's why she was bewitched by Jiang Zuihua. Please don't hold a grudge in your heart. I apologize to you on behalf of Wanqing. The old lady also felt that she couldn't hit her too hard, so she put down her walking stick. She turned around and looked at Han Yushi with a guilty expression. After saying that, she even wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. "Mother! No, all of this is my fault." Xia Wanqing was shocked and quickly pulled the old lady back, not letting her kneel down. Han Yushi was also shocked. She ran over and held the old lady's hand saying, "Mrs. Zhao, you don't have to do this. Your son and my husband can be considered brothers who fought side by side and shared life and death together. And you're so righteous. I can't even thank you enough. How can I blame you?" The old lady waved her hand and said stubbornly, "Mrs. Li, this matter isn't settled like this. Although my son has made contributions to the war under Lord Ju, that's that. If my son knew that after he died, someone was still using his name to ruin Lord Ju's reputation, my son would definitely die with a grievance. Lord Ju loved his soldiers like his children. Si Wei was a person who valued relationships and righteousness when he was alive. It was his honor to be able to serve under Lord Ju. It was also his misfortune to die in battle on Snake Spirit Mountain. This old lady knows that Lord Ju has already done his best. You don't owe this old lady anything. Instead, this old lady owes Lord Ju." Han Yushi was both happy and heartbroken to meet such a righteous old lady. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. What in the world could compare to this kind of grief? Old Lady Zhao could still maintain her rationality and understand things when she was in great sorrow. No one could compare to this kind of benevolence. Mrs. Zhao, please don't say that. Sister Wan Qing only believed the slanderous words of a villain. This was an unintentional mistake. My husband and I won't take it to heart. On the other hand, Mrs. Zhao, you're so righteous and helped my husband resolve the crisis. This junior still has to thank you. Xiao He, help Auntie Zhao into the house. It's hot outside. Han Yushi patiently comforted old Madame Zhao with a few words, and then wanted Xiao He to help the old lady in to rest. The farce this morning had developed to this point. Basically, the crisis had been resolved, and Li Zixuan's reputation would not be affected because of this. Next was some finishing work. No. Madam Li, you're magnanimous enough to not bicker with us, but this old woman doesn't have the face to enter this door. You just said that you would give my family 10 strings of money every year. Don't mention this again. Si Wei's spirit in heaven would definitely not agree. She only hoped that the Lord of the Supreme Court would severely punish Jiang Cuihua, this gossipy woman who stirred up trouble. My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the netherworld because of these villains who use his name to do whatever they want. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly refused. Then she pointed at Jiang Cuihua, who was being held down by everyone, and said hatefully, Auntie Zhao is right. Punish me severely. Yes. Don't let the name of a hero be used by villains. Punish the villain. Punish Jiang Cuihua severely. Old Madame Zhao's words resonated with many people. The onlookers clapped their hands and cheered. The martyrs' widows who were kneeling on the ground felt embarrassed. Even an old lady in her 60s or 70s could be so righteous. In comparison, they seemed like villains. Madam Ju, our family doesn't want the 10 strings of money every year. If Changda's spirit in heaven knew that I did such a thing, he would definitely scold me in his dreams. Madam Ju, our family doesn't want the pension anymore. Previously, I listened to Jiang Cuihua's rumors. I didn't mean to ruin Lord Ju's reputation. Our family doesn't want it either. We have offended you previously. Please forgive us, Madam Ju. Su Xinhe was the first to stand up. She wanted to decline the 10 strings of money every year that Han Yushi had mentioned earlier. Although without a man and a pillar of support, her future days would definitely be very difficult. However, if she took this kind of money, she would be criticized by others behind her back. Instead of living under the scolding of others for the rest of her life, Su Xinhe felt that it was better to work hard and live freely. If there was one, there would be a second. Some thin-skinned and kind-hearted women stood up one after another and declined Han Yushi. The remaining dozen or so sat on the mattress as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Their faces were burning. Han Yushi first smiled and said to old Madame Zhao, Madame Zhao, don't worry. I will hand Jiang Cuihua over to the Supreme Court and let them interrogate her properly. When my husband returns, he will also go to the Supreme Court to personally inquire about this matter. Then, she said to the group of women, as for the pension, it's a little token of appreciation from my husband and I. I hope that Madame Zhao and all the sisters won't refuse. Otherwise, my husband won't be able to sleep at night. Everyone, just treat it as helping my husband to fulfill one of his wishes. Yushi thanks you here. After saying that, Han Yushi faced the crowd and bowed graciously. Ayo. No way. No. Old Madame Zhao hurriedly grabbed Han Yushi's arm and said, How can you give money to others and still thank them? Madam Li, you're asking for too much. Han Yushi smiled and said, Madame Zhao, what I said just now came from the bottom of my heart, so please help my husband with this. Besides, I heard that big brother Zhao has a daughter. Take this money as the dowry that we're giving to our daughter. That's right. Madame Zhao, if you don't accept this money, I reckon that my Lord Ju will personally send it to your residence when he returns, so you'd better accept it. Brother Ji, who was at the side, interrupted with a smile. Old Madame Zhao looked at her daughter-in-law awkwardly. After a while she insisted, No, we definitely can't accept this money. Even if Si Wei is here, he won't allow us to accept it. If we accept this money, our family will never be able to raise our heads in Chang'an City. Madam Li, you'd better not persuade her anymore. You and Lord Ju are both good people. Good people have good karma. I hope that the two of you can be rich for the rest of your lives. Han Yushi was helpless and could only say, All right then, but thank you for your auspicious words, Madame Zhao. Since old Madame Zhao had said this, the other martyrs' widows also declined. Madame Zhao is right. If we accept this money, we won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives.
That's right. Lord Ju has done us a great favor. We were in the wrong in the first place today. No matter what, we can't ask for money anymore.
That's right.
We can't accept this money.
Seeing this, Han Yushi could only say helplessly, since you're unwilling to accept it, then Yushi won't force you. However, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. You cannot accept the money, but it's still right for neighbors to help each other, right? When the group of women heard this, they hurriedly bowed and thanked her.
Han Yushi smiled and looked at everyone.
Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, please disperse, sisters, neighbors, and all of you.
Don't affect the other neighbors.
Okay. Disperse. Madame Zhu is really gentle, kind, virtuous, and righteous.
That's right. County Lee's man has married a good wife.
Ha. A talented man and a beautiful woman. This is a match made in heaven.
Yes. A big show came to a successful end.
Han Yushi's performance in it was really remarkable. These naturally fell into the eyes of those with ulterior motives. As the surrounding crowd dispersed, they praised Han Yushi repeatedly. On the steps in front of the mansion, Han Yushi looked at the miserable Jiang Cuihua below and turned to Brother Ji.
Pang Sigi, I'll have to trouble you with her.
Brother Ji cupped his hands obsequiously and said,
He. Don't worry, young madam. I have familiar brothers in the Supreme Court. I guarantee that I'll make this shrew spit out the person behind the scenes. Also, young madam, you can call me Xiaofan in the future. Han Yushi. Chapter 526.
Auntie Zhao, let me help you inside to rest for a while. You must be tired from running here so early in the morning. After the crowd dispersed, Han Yushi asked someone to clean up the door and looked at old lady Zhao. Today's conflict was the first time in Han Yushi's life that she had encountered such a big scene. In fact, she had always been extremely nervous in her heart. In the end, she was able to resolve this matter perfectly. In addition to her adaptability and extraordinary performance, the righteous old Madame Zhao also played a role in it. There weren't many of those martyrs' widows who had bad intentions. They were just at a loss after encountering a great tragedy in their lives and were then used by a villain. At this time, with old lady Zhao as a clear example, it was easy to awaken the original kindness in their hearts.
I won't sit.
Fortunately, I heard the news in time today and didn't let Xian Qing make a big mistake. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see Si Wei after a few years. Old lady Zhao leaned on her walking stick and said with some heartache. At this time, she had returned from a messenger of justice to her original identity. A mother who had just lost her son.
Mother!
Don't say that, it's all my fault. You will definitely be healthy and live a long life. Xiaofan Qing held old lady Zhao's hand and cried. Han Yushi also said softly, Auntie Zhao, Sister Xian Qing was just carelessly used by a villain. Don't blame her, and don't blame yourself. I still have to thank you for coming all the way here to help today.
Sigh. This is what I should do.
It's not much help. Old lady Zhao shook her head and said, Mrs. Li, I stayed because I have something to tell you. Don't think I'm long-winded.
Of course not.
Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it.
This junior is all ears.
Han Yushi stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile. Old lady Zhao looked to the east. Her gaze was slightly bleak. She sighed and said, Although you didn't tell me clearly, I guessed that my son had already been buried in the snake's stomach and not even his bones were left. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect, I wish I could personally go to their sect and perish together with them. As for that 7-headed giant snake, I dream of eating its flesh and drinking its blood even in my dreams. Everyone says that Lord Ju values friendship. This time, the Imperial Court has sent a large number of troops to attack Snake Spirit Mountain. Based on Lord Ju's usual behavior, he will definitely avenge my son and the soldiers who died. However, I really don't want to let more good men follow in my son's footsteps because of revenge. It's enough for this old woman to have to see her own child die before her own. I hope that Lord Ju won't let more people die because of revenge. If that's the case,
Even if we get our revenge, I won't be able to feel at ease for the rest of my life. What kind of mother was she to be able to say such deep and moving words? Only those who truly had great love and kindness in their hearts would be able to consider things so thoroughly. This was not a small love for a family, but a great love for the whole world. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her eyes were slightly moist. Taking a deep breath, Han Yushi held back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes and comforted her. Auntie Zhao, you don't have to worry too much. My husband has already thought about what you just said. Right now, he is thinking of a way to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect with the smallest price to avenge Big Brother Zhao and the soldiers who died. You just have to wait at home with peace of mind. Old Madame Zhao nodded her head in relief and said, Good, good. I was thinking too much. It's good that Lord Zhu can think of this. Madame Li, this old woman will take her leave first. Auntie Zhao, take care. Sister Wan Qing, you should come over often in the future. Okay. Thank you, Madame Juve. Yushi, you handled today's matter very well. Not only did you not let those who wanted to smear Xianer's reputation succeed, but you also let Xianer's reputation among the common people rise to a higher level. Xianer is really lucky to have married you. After the farce ended, Han Yushi was about to return to her room to tell her parents-in-law that she was safe. Who knew that the old couple had been hiding behind the door and secretly observing. Seeing Han Yushi enter the courtyard, Madame Li held her hand and said with a smile, Mother, you're too kind. Actually, I was also very nervous just now. Han Yushi was happy in her heart, but she said modestly, Hee. No matter what, this is the best result. Facts have proven that Xianer can't leave you. Ha. Li Jingma stroked his beard with relief and laughed. Unlike Madame Li, Li Jingma had been in the business world for decades and had seen countless people. He just saw a trace of shrewdness and experience in Han Yushi's way of handling things. She could handle this kind of situation so well for the first time. He felt that in the future, he could completely be a shopkeeper with his wife because his son and daughter-in-law, one outside the family and one inside the family, could take charge of things independently. Hee. Young Madam looked so awe-inspiring just now. Jiang Cuihua is such an unruly shrew. Didn't she have to obediently beg for mercy when she saw young Madam? Xiao He came over to join in the fun with a smile. Ha. The whole family couldn't help but laugh heartily. While they were happy, the mysterious man in the alley opposite the Li residence had a constipated expression. Bastard! Trash! This Jiang Cuihua is really a stupid woman. She could even fail in such a good situation. Why would I find such a trash? The mysterious man kicked over a jar placed by someone by the roadside and cursed loudly. After venting for a long time, his mood finally calmed down a little. He muttered, Forget it. Since this plan didn't work, I can only wait until the day after tomorrow to negotiate with the other family. Fortunately, that Jiang Cuihua doesn't know my true identity. Otherwise, wouldn't I have gone for wool and come home shorn this time? What bad luck. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sigh. Which heartless bastard, who gave birth to a son without eyes, kicked over the pot that I had just washed? Come out. Come out if you have the guts. See if I don't crush you to death. As soon as the mysterious man left, a fat woman with a waist of 3 feet came out from the side courtyard. When she saw the jar that had been knocked over on the ground, she was instantly furious and raised her voice to curse loudly. The mysterious man, who had turned into another alley, heard the faint curses coming from behind him. He couldn't help but frown and say, Which family's stupid woman is actually so shrewish? She's simply ruining the refined culture. However, she shouldn't be scolding me. The mysterious man felt good about himself and shook his head and continued to walk forward. Chapter 527. Your Imperial Highness. Why have you come? Quickly, take a seat. Not long after the farce ended, Han Yushi heard a servant report that Princess Changel had arrived. She promptly went out to welcome her. As for Li Jingma and Madame Li, the old couple knew that their son had some friendship with the princes and princesses. Since Changel had come to the Li residence, she was definitely not looking for them. As a result, they returned to the east courtyard. Big Sister Yushi, are you all right? Changel heard that someone was causing trouble at your residence. However,
Imperial father and big brother crown prince are still attending morning court, so I came over myself. After not seeing her for a month, Changle's complexion was much better than before. At this moment, she walked over and spoke with concern. Seeing that the concern on Changle's face was genuine, Han Yushi couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. Smiling slightly, she replied, "And I'm fine. Those people have already dispersed. Many thanks for your Imperial Highness concern. It's good that you're fine. Also, big sister Yushi, how many times have I told you? You can just call me Changle. Don't call me your Imperial Highness all the time. That's too estranged. Ah, that's right. Where's big brother Xiaofan? After such a big incident, how come I don't see him?" Changle could not help but ask as she sat on the Li residence's special wooden armchair and looked around. She was still considered a half-grown child. Sitting on this large and wide chair meant for adults, her legs were a little short, and her toes could barely touch the floor. Her petite appearance made her look exceptionally cute. Han Yushi was startled. She replied, "My husband wasn't at home yesterday. Right now, he should be at the workshop. He said that he wanted to make something to deal with the 7 cultivators of true virtue." Wah! Then it seems that the 7 cultivators of true virtue is going to be out of luck this time. Every time big brother Xiaoxian says that he wants to make something, he always makes something that none of us can imagine. Changle laughed happily. Afterwards, she blinked her large beautiful eyes and asked, "Big sister Yushi, did big brother Xiaoxian say when he would finish? When the time comes, Changle wants to see what it is." Han Yushi smiled and replied, "He didn't say when. He only said that he should be able to make it within 3 days. Changle, if you want to know, you can ask him when he returns." "Oh." Changle nodded rather regretfully, and then she said, "Then big sister Yushi, quickly tell Changle how those people were sent away." "Sister Yushi. Sister Yushi? Are you okay?" At this moment, a clear female voice came from outside. The 2 people in the house looked out and saw a girl in a red dress with delicate features and mischievous eyes. It was Li Yu, the girl who sold her body to Datong daily and worked to pay off her debts. "Ah, is little Fishy here?" During the wedding, little Fishy had also attended the wedding. Li Zixuan had even told Han Yushi about the interesting things that happened when they first met Li Yu. Therefore, Han Yushi definitely knew Li Yu. "Sister Yushi, you're fine." "Hee hee. That's great. When I came out to buy buns this morning, I heard that a group of peasant women came here to cause trouble. I was so scared that I didn't even eat my buns and ran over. Luckily, nothing happened. Otherwise, boss." "Big sister Yushi, this is?" Little Fishy skipped over. Pulling on Han Yushi and sizing her up, she chattered incessantly. Only then did she notice Changle at the side. She couldn't help but stare blankly and ask, "Ah, little Fishy, this is Princess Changle." Han Yushi reacted and promptly introduced, "Changle, this is Li Yu. We all call her Little Fishy. She can be considered half a student of my husband's." "Ah." "Li Yu pays respects to your highness the princess." Little Fishy was startled. She didn't expect that the little girl, who was about the same age as her, was actually a princess. She promptly stepped forward and paid her respects. However, Changle did not immediately ask Li Yu to dispense with the formalities. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at Li Yu's face, lost in thought. Actually, ever since Li Yu had entered the room, Changle's eyes had never left Li Yu's face. Don't misunderstand. Our Princess Changle is definitely not a lesbian. Cough cough. Changle? After waiting for a long time and seeing no reaction from Changle, not only did Li Yu feel that something was wrong, but Han Yushi also saw that something was wrong. She couldn't help but cough dryly and remind Changle. "Oh." Changle finally awoke from her reverie. Somewhat flustered, she said, "Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Since you are big brother Xiaoshuan's student, there is no need to be overly courteous. Speaking of which, you and big brother Qin Ke can be considered half of the same school." "Hee hee. Since your highness says so, then I won't be courteous." Li Yu had an easygoing personality. Hearing Changle's words, she promptly straightened her body. Giggling, she said, "Princess, the Qin Ke you spoke of, is it Prince Li Tai of Wei? I have seen him before. He is a very formidable person." Changle asked curiously, "Oh,
You have seen Big Brother Qin Kane?
Little Fishy proudly replied. He.
Of course.
Speaking of which, among the three of you, I have seen the Crown Prince and Prince Wei at the workshop previously, but I have not seen you.
When Changle heard that, a trace of pitifulness flashed across her eyes.
She said, since you are often at the workshop, then it is not strange that you have seen Big Brother Qin Kai and Big Brother Crown Prince. It is just that as a princess, it is not as convenient for me to leave the palace as it is for them. That is why you have not seen me. Little Fishy was an exquisite person. How could she not hear the sadness in her words? She quickly stopped smiling and said regretfully, Oh,
that is true.
But you are the princess of Tang Empire, the apple of His Majesty's eye. Who knows how many people envy you?
He. Envy? Changle muttered to herself.
Then she shook her head and forced a smile.
Let's not talk about this.
Little Fishy, you just said that Big Brother Qin Kai is a formidable person.
How is he formidable?
Other than reading her sister's novels, Changle really couldn't think of how her brother was formidable. Well, Little Fishy rubbed her chin and said with a smile, Prince Wei is a prince, but he is still diligent and eager to learn. I heard that his mathematics results are one of the best in the School of Mathematics.
He is comparable to Meng Wenhao's.
Oh, Meng Wenhao is a good brother of mine. He is always the first in the School of Mathematics. When Changle saw Li Yu's face full of vigor when she said that Meng Wenhao was her good brother, she couldn't help but feel envious. She nodded in disappointment and said, Oh, so that is the case. But he is not formidable. Changle heard from my father that Big Brother Qin Kai has been extremely intelligent since he was young. It is reasonable that he can do this. When Little Fishy heard that, her eyes widened. She said unhappily, How is this not formidable? Prince Wei is from a better family than us, but he is more hard-working than us ordinary people. This is very formidable.
Chapter 528.
Li Yu had been in Datong Daily's editorial department for a long time, and her words were more humorous than before. Changle, who had been in the palace for a long time, was amused and laughed. Little Fishy, what you said is really interesting. I must tell Brother Qin Kai about this and tell him not to work so hard. Little Fishy said happily. He.
Princess, you should tell Prince Wei about this.
Otherwise, ordinary people like us will feel very pressured when we see him working so hard despite his good background.
Changle pursed her lips and smiled. She shook her head and didn't deny it.
However, she was secretly surprised because she had only spoken a few words with Li Yu, and she felt that some of the depression in her heart had been resolved. This was really a person who could bring joy to the people around her.
Little Fishy, what do you do at the workshop?
Changle was suddenly very curious about this little girl who was the same age as her. Me. I write news for Datong Daily in the workshop. Little Fishy counted with her fingers and said embarrassedly, Unlike you or Prince Wei, my parents passed away early, and I have to earn money to support myself.
Changle was stunned.
She didn't expect this weird and lively little girl in front of her to have such an unfortunate experience. She quickly apologized. Little Fishy, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Little Fishy waved her hand and interrupted her.
He.
Princess, you don't have to apologize. It's actually nothing. Now, other than thinking about my parents occasionally, I'm living quite well. Of course, it's all thanks to my boss for taking me in back then.
Boss?
Changle was puzzled.
I heard you mention your boss just now. Who is this boss?
My boss is Li Xiaofan. Isn't the Datong Daily editorial department where I'm working now all his? Li Yu had never treated herself as an outsider. When she heard Changle's question, she directly called Li Xiaofan by his name and answered.
Changle was enlightened.
She said in surprise. So it's Brother Xiaoxian?
Sigh. Little Fishy. I seem to remember now.
I saw several news articles on Datong Daily, and the name on them was Little Fishy.
Is it really you?
Originally, she only came to see Han Yushi, but she met a princess. Moreover, this princess was her own reader. Li Yu shouted excitedly. Yes, it's me, it's me, it's me, it's me.
Princess, do you also read Datong Daily?
Changle smiled and said, Look,
every day. My father is watching too. Wah, that's great. Doesn't that mean I'm very famous?
When Little Fishy heard that even Li Er read Datong Daily, she couldn't help but jump up in joy. she quickly asked. Then, Princess, has His Majesty ever mentioned me?
Ah, I didn't, Changle said with an awkward expression. Ah.
Little Fishy suddenly turned into a dumbfounded fish.
Little Fishy, you really dare to think. His Majesty is busy every day. Even if he saw the news you wrote, he wouldn't be so free to remember your name. Han Yushi called for a servant to come in and refill the tea, but she was amused by Little Fishy's confused expression. She couldn't help but say, "Oh." Little Fishy pouted gloomily. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the servant girl pouring tea. She smiled mischievously and said, "Sister Yushi, I don't want to drink tea. Can you change it to iced tea and tenderness? It's best to use your family's patterned glazed cup." The corner of Han Yushi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. How could there be such a guest? She wanted to say that the tea was for Changle, not for her. But she felt that it would be too hurtful to say this. She could only nod and say, "Okay. I'll get someone to change it for you." "Changle, do you want to change it?" Changle hesitated for a moment, and then for some reason she actually said, "I'll change it too." "Thank you, Sister Yushi." "It's okay." Han Yushi chuckled and then ordered someone to change the tea to tenderness. Hee hee. Great minds think alike. How can this tea taste better than tenderness? Li Yu said with a grin. Changle felt that she was a little rude when she said that. But now that she heard Li Yu's shameless words, she suddenly felt that what she said just now was nothing. Han Yushi tapped Little Fishy's forehead dotingly and said, You only dare to talk nonsense here." "Hee hee. Isn't that because Sister Yushi and the boss are kind?" Little Fishy was very perceptive and flattered her. In a short while, the servants brought over the tenderness and glazed cups. When the pink wine flowed into the wave-patterned glazed cups, Changle finally understood why Li Yu specially emphasized that the wine had to be filled with patterned glazed cups. The sparkling pink wine and wine cup in front of her was simply a work of art given by the heavens. It was too beautiful. "How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Li Yu came over and asked proudly. Then, without waiting for Changle to answer, she sighed and said, "You can only enjoy this at the boss's place. Currently, Chitsu Pavilion doesn't have such patterned glazed cups." Changle nodded with a dazed expression. Li Yu smiled and said, "Sister Yushi is really lucky to be married to the boss. Not only does the boss treat people well, but you can also often enjoy things that you can't elsewhere. Now, all the women in Chang'an City are envious of you." Han Yushi felt sweet in her heart, but she scolded, "Go away. Little girl, how old are you? Do you know what is lucky and what is not?" "Oh, why don't I know? As a reporter for Datong Daily, I know the topics and opinions of the people in Chang'an City like the back of my hand." It was the first time Changle heard the term reporter. She felt that it was a novelty, so she asked, "Little Fishy, what is a reporter? And how did you learn to write the news?" Han Yushi covered her mouth and laughed. Reporters write the news based on the culture of the people. As for how she learned to write the news, it started when she first arrived in Chang'an. Little Fishy jumped and said, "Ah, Sister Yushi, don't say it, it's so ugly." Changle became more and more curious and asked, "Sister Yushi, what happened at that time?" "Hee hee. At that time, when she just arrived in Chang'an, she met a silly big guy who wanted to rob her. It was said that 3 women made a scene. The 3 of them chatted until it was close to noon. It was the palace maid that Changle brought over who reminded her. Otherwise, Changle would have forgotten the time. When they parted, Changle still wanted to continue. She really looked forward to Little Fishy's free and surprising life. Of course, the happiness that Little Fishy had from inside out also left a deep impression on her. "Little Fishy, have we met before?" After sitting in the pink, "Don't touch me," that Lisa Schwan had specially customized, Changle finally asked the curiosity in her heart. Little Fishy said blankly, "Ah? No? Princess, why do you ask?" Changle shook her head and said, "It's nothing, I just feel that you are very familiar." Forget it, forget it. Then let's part here. I will find you again when I leave the palace." "Okay. You are always welcome." Changle smiled and put down the curtain. The carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and disappeared from Han Yushi and Little Fishy's sight. Chapter 529. Ah, Sister Yushi. I almost forgot about the important matter.
I came here today not only to see you, but also to interview you. After bidding farewell to Chang'e reluctantly, little Fishy patted her head and suddenly shouted. Han Yushi frowned and asked in puzzlement. Interview? Interview what? Interview you. Sister Yushi, you alone made so many troublemaking women return empty-handed today. How amazing are you? I've even thought of the title for you. Yes, it's called The Widow of a Meritorious Official Making Trouble, the county man's wife retreating with wisdom. How is it, Sister Yushi? At this point, little Fishy clapped her hands excitedly. She looked at Han Yushi eagerly, hoping to get approval from the other party. Han Yushi rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, Nothing much. I'm a woman. How can I show my face in Datong daily? Besides, although there are many people here today, it's far from 1,000 people. Hearing that, little Fishy hurriedly came over and grabbed Han Yushi's arm. She said, Aya. Sister Yushi, what's wrong with women? Can't women show their faces in public? I think the boss definitely doesn't think like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught me how to write news back then. In the end, he even arranged for me to work in the editorial department. I think the boss won't care about these things. There's more. What I said just now was just the headline of the news. The headline. Naturally, it has to be exaggerated. That's what the boss taught me back then. Besides, when the people who read the newspaper see the content, who will care whether it's 1,000 people or 100 people? Han Yushi pulled her arm out and said in amusement, Little Fishy, you're not old, but you're full of fallacies. Also, you keep talking about the boss. If Xiaofan knows that someone actually admires him so much, he will be overjoyed. Little Fishy raised her chin and said proudly, Of course. I'm going to inherit the boss's mantle. Sigh. Sister Yushi, don't interrupt. Do you agree or not? Think about it. Today, those commoners came to make trouble for no reason. There must be someone behind them. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. If I write about it on the news tomorrow, no one will be willing to do such things. It will also reduce a lot of trouble for you and the boss, right? It had to be said that this little girl was quite good at bewitching people. When Han Yushi heard this, her heart palpitated. She hesitated and said, Okay. However, those women were only confused for a moment after experiencing the pain of losing their husbands. Their minds were bewitched by despicable people. They don't have any bad intentions. Little you, when you write the news, don't be too harsh with your words. They are also a group of pitiful people. It's not good to hurt their hearts. Hee hee. Good. This month's bonus was settled again. Haha. Hearing this, little Fishy got carried away and said something that she shouldn't have said. Han Yushi widened her eyes and reached out to pinch Li Yu's beautiful face. She said angrily, Okay. That's your real goal, isn't it? Little girl, you're even scheming against me. Watch how I'll deal with you. Big Sister Yushi. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ouch. Ouch. Let go of me first. I'm just trying to earn more money to pay off the debt I owed to my boss. Heroine, please spare my life. This little sister was wrong. Wrong. What? Such a thing actually happened? Why didn't you report to us earlier? Eastern Palace. Changqian Hall. Li Changqian pointed at an old eunuch at the bottom of the stairs and said angrily, Your Imperial Highness, please calm down. Previously, you were still in mourning court. That's why I had eunuch wait here for you to return. If you want to blame someone, blame Yen. An exceptionally beautiful palace maid came over and bowed. Sigh. Forget it. Then what was the final result? Li Changqian waved his hand and said helplessly, Replying to Your Imperial Highness, it was daunting but not dangerous. When this old servant returned, that group of wicked women had already been persuaded to leave by the wife of County Magistrate Li. You need not worry. Moreover, it is said that Princess Chang'e has already paid a visit. Madame Li was not offended. The old eunuch wiped his sweat and promptly replied. Li Changqian breathed a sigh of relief and said, Phew. That's good. Speaking of which, little sister Chang'e really cares about the matters of little Shen's family. Haha. How about this? Us will also pay a visit to little Shen's family. Yen stammered for a long time before stammering. Your Imperial Highness, I'm afraid that your Imperial Highness's actions are inappropriate.
Li Changqian frowned and said unhappily, What's inappropriate? Your Imperial Highness may not know, but County Magistrate Li has not been at home these past few days. Right now, only his wife is in charge of the Li estate. If your Imperial Highness were to go now, it would be difficult to guarantee that there won't be vile people gossiping behind your back. Li Changqian was furious. Scoundrel! Acting alone is righteous and sitting upright. Why should I fear others gossiping?
Yen shrunk her neck and persisted. Your Imperial Highness may not fear these things, but there are some things that you should pay attention to. This servant is doing this for your own good.
Li Changqian was immediately depressed. He also knew that Yen words were reasonable. As the Crown Prince, he knew this better than anyone else. After cursing these annoying etiquette twice in his heart, Li Changqian finally waved his hand and said, All right. That's fine. Yen, go to the storeroom and prepare some gifts. Go to little Xian's family on my behalf.
Yes. Your Imperial Highness. Yen hurriedly accepted the order as if she had been granted amnesty.
In the hall, Li Changqian thought for a while and then asked, Yen, just said that little Xian hasn't been at home these past few days. Did he go to Snake Spirit Mountain again?
The old eunuch bowed and replied, Your Imperial Highness, Lord Ju isn't in the army. It's said that he's in the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion.
Workshop? Li Changqian was puzzled. Imperial Father sent 6,000 soldiers to surround Snake Spirit Mountain 2 days ago. At that time, little Xian said that he had a way to deal with the 7 cultivators sect alone.
I thought he was in the army.
Why is he in the workshop?
This old servant doesn't know.
Li Changqian shook his head and said, It's fine. Fortunately, I have nothing to do in the afternoon. I'll go to the workshop to see what little Xian is up to. Speaking of this, he actually had to thank Li Zishuan. Ever since Li Tai became addicted to mathematics, he rarely paid attention to the Imperial Palace. Now that the little fatty had left Chang'an City to experience life at the Cloud Mountain construction site, Li Changqian didn't have to worry about competing with Li Tai for favor anymore. Now, he only needed to listen to the morning court and deal with the government affairs that Li Pei sent him. He could be considered to be free and unfettered.
Yes. This old servant will arrange a carriage for your Imperial Highness.
Chapter 530. Oh. Li Zishuan married a good wife. She knows when to advance and retreat, uses both the carrot and the stick, and handles it with ease. This girl actually turned a very unfavorable situation for Li Zishuan around.
Amazing. Amazing. Haha.
Li Zhang Palace, Li Heir, who was freeloading at Empress Zhongxuan's place, had obviously heard about the farce in front of the Li residence today. Empress Zhong's son smiled and said, Haha, who said it wasn't? Previously, when Xiaoxian married Han Yushi, many people felt that their family background was not right. Although there was news that Han Yushi was Han Qinhu's great-granddaughter and Du Daoling's granddaughter, many people still felt that this girl was not worthy of Xiaoxian. Now, it seems that this girl is better than many young ladies from rich families. The situation that Zhang's son said was not groundless because whether it was Han Qinhu or Du Daoling, they were now just fleeting clouds. They only represented the glory of the past and could not let Han Yushi escape the fact that she was born a peasant girl. A dignified county man who founded the country married a peasant girl. In this era where status and family background were valued, it was inevitable that people would gossip. Previously, Li Zishuan held a grand wedding for Han Yushi that caused a sensation in Chang'an, as well as his meticulous care for Han Yushi after marriage, made Han Yushi feel happy and sweet at the same time. She also felt immense pressure. Therefore, she did not slack off after marriage and kept learning from Mrs. Li. She just wanted to become a woman worthy of Li Zishuan's love. That was all. Sometimes, Li Zishuan could not help but feel embarrassed when he saw her diligence. Of course, there was a reward for effort. If it had been a few months ago, Han Yushi definitely would not have been able to handle this sudden incident on the spot. I didn't expect Li Zishuan, this brat, to be so good at judging people. But Zhao Siwei's mother is also very important. She deserves a reward. Li Heir saw things very accurately and got to the crux of the matter in one sentence. However, the first half of his sentence was wrong. When Li Zishuan married his wife back then,
He did not consider whether the girl was of equal status or whether she was capable or not. He only pursued congenial feelings. Indeed, if it wasn't for that old lady's righteousness, that girl from the Han family would have to go through a lot of trouble. But Xiaofan is too generous. He took out more than 100,000 strings of cash just like that. Did he tell your majesty before? Empress Zhong's son asked with a frown. Li Er nodded his head and recalled. He did mention it. Yesterday, this brat asked someone to hand over a booklet. The booklet mentioned that he wanted to pay for the compensation to the families of the 215 soldiers, but we have not approved it yet. But this kid definitely didn't expect that those people would take the initiative to ask for money before he even gave them the money, right? Li Zixuan was right. This was something that Li Zixuan had not expected. If he had been present today, he definitely would not have mentioned the 100,000 strings of cash. As someone who had transmigrated from modern society, he hated things like moral kidnapping the most. Because strictly speaking, he didn't owe those people money at all. If he gave it, it was out of sympathy. If he didn't give it, it was only right. No one could force him to give money that he shouldn't have. Empress Zhong's son thought for a while and suddenly said, Your Majesty, it is said that the reason why these women went to the Li residence to cause trouble was mainly because they were instigated by someone called Jiang Tsuehua. I feel that this person's intentions are definitely not simple. Humph. Of course it's not simple. I'm afraid that some people don't like that brat recently. How dare you do such a thing right under my nose? How dare you? Li Er could obviously see this kind of problem that could be figured out with his butt. He almost instantly saw through the intentions of the person behind the scenes and couldn't help but snort coldly. What? I've only been away for a few days and so many big things have happened in Chang'an? Duke Lu's residence. Cheng Chumo grabbed the food in his bowl and shouted with his cheeks puffed up. In the past few days, this guy had gone hunting with Li Huairen, Yuqi Baolin, and a bunch of other second-generation generals in Zhongnan Mountain. He had just returned near noon today. During lunch, this guy heard Chang Yaojin talk about what had happened in the past 2 days and immediately exploded. Eat, eat, eat. What are you shouting for? Chang Yaojin knocked on the bowl and said angrily. Cheng Chumo slammed the bowl and chopsticks on the table and said unhappily, No, Dad, how can I eat? My brother is being bullied, and my brother's wife is being harassed. Tell me, how can I still eat? Eat. Madame Chang glared at this bastard son and said faintly, but the fierce look on her face disappeared in a flash. Cheng Chumo immediately withered. He looked at his father, but Chang Yaojin only cared about eating and didn't care about him at all. He had no choice but to sit down again. But at this moment, looking at the food in front of him, he no longer had any appetite. No. After a few seconds, Cheng Chumo stood up again. He stretched his neck and said, Dad, Mom, I have to go to Snake Spirit Mountain to take a look. Also, Butler Liang, bring some gifts in the afternoon and visit Uncle Li and Aunt Li. After that, he didn't wait for Madame Cheng and Madame Ching to say anything and directly went out. Hey. Wait. Finish eating before you leave. Madame Cheng reached out to stop him but couldn't. She could only roll her eyes at Cheng Yaojin and complain. Look at the good son you taught. He's as impatient as you all, Dave. Chuliang, don't learn from your brother. Oh. Cheng Chuliang, who was at the side, grunted sullenly. Cheng Yaojin was unhappy. He glared and said, So what if he's like me? If my son doesn't look like me, does he have to look like old Wang next door? What the F***ck is this? When Madame Cheng heard that, she angrily threw the chopsticks in her hand at him and said, What nonsense are you saying? How can you say such things so carelessly? Cheng Yaojin tilted his head to avoid the hidden weapon, and laughed dryly. He knew that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to quibble. He buried his head and continued to eat. Cough, cough. Madam, what about the Li residence? Butler Liang wiped the sweat on his forehead and said hesitantly. Obviously, he knew who was in charge at this moment, so he directly asked Madame Cheng instead of Cheng Yaojin. You don't have to go. I'll go personally in the afternoon. Madame Cheng thought for a while and said lightly. Putting everything else aside, her relationship with Li Zixuan's mother was quite good. Yes, madam. Butler Liang heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Chapter 531. Afternoon. The Li residence was very lively. Carriages came one after another. There were carriages from the Chang residence, the Qin residence, the Yuqi residence, the Niu residence, and the Li residence. What shocked the passers-by the most was that someone from the East Palace also came. Although it was only a palace maid, the meaning behind it was very shocking. This was the social network Li Zixuan operated. Today, he was no longer the young boy who could only rely on his parents when he first arrived in Chang'an. Now, whoever wanted to touch him would have to consider whether they could afford to offend the hidden forces behind him. Today, the matriarchs of both the Qin and Chang manors had personally come. This caused everyone to be secretly shocked. Those who participated in the disturbance in the morning couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. On one hand, they regretted listening to the rumors and causing trouble. But on the other hand, they were glad that they declined the compensation from the Li family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future.
Bao Lin, are you going or not?
Yes. Yes.
Ha ha. Good.
Good brother. This bullshit 7 cultivators of true virtue bullied little Xian.
Let's go and kill them all.
Yes, yes. Kill. Kill them all. Obviously, Cheng Chimo didn't forget to find a companion when he went out to cause trouble. This guy came to Bu Zhengfang and tricked Yuqi Bao Lin. Bah! Kill your head. Cheng Chimo, you stinking brat. You came to kidnap my family's Bao Lin again. This time, when we went to Mount Zhongnan, you all came back fine. Why did my family's Bao Lin have a few marks on his face? At this time, Yuqi Jingda came out of nowhere and scolded Cheng Chimo. After scolding, he strode forward and wanted to catch Cheng Chimo. As the saying goes, if you can't beat the old, what's wrong with bullying the young? What's more, this little brat Cheng Chimo is as cheap as his father. He really needs to be taught a lesson. Hey! Bao Lin Runge! Cheng Chimo was as slippery as a loach. How could he let Yuqi Jingda catch him? When Yuqi Jingda was still 3 feet away, Cheng Chimo could already tell that something was wrong and scampered off. However, he didn't forget the mission he came here for today. As he ran, he yelled at the back. Oh! Wait for me, ugly bull. Yuqi Bao Lin hurriedly followed after him. Sai! Bao Lin, don't go. Even little Xian can't beat you. What can you do there? Yuqi Jingda was so anxious that he stomped his feet. In the end, the two of them ran further and further away, and very soon, their figures disappeared. The only thing left in the air was Cheng Chimo's shouting, Uncle Yuqi! Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Yuqi Jingda almost vomited blood. He yelled at the direction Cheng Chimo disappeared. Cheng Chimo, you better watch yourself. If Bao Lin gets hurt, I'll kill my way to your Cheng family. After yelling, Yuqi Jingda sighed softly, somewhat distressed. Sigh. How did I give birth to such a stupid son? On the other side, Li Chengqian was a man of his word. After lunch, he took a car to the workshop. Nowadays, sedan chairs were no longer popular among some of the rich families in Chang'an City. That thing was swaying and slow, and it was also very stuffy. How could it compare to the speed, coolness, and comfort of the strange interest pavilions Don't Touch Me? Although the production of Don't Touch Me was still very low, and the market was also very small, the rich had their own solutions. There was always a way. If 1,000 strings of cash couldn't buy it, then 2,000 strings of cash. If 2,000 strings of cash didn't work, then 3,000 strings of cash. As long as you had money, you wouldn't have to worry about not being able to buy a cards. The black market, or rather, the scalper gang, existed in any era. Once he reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Chengqian called over a Wu Ho who was guarding the workshop and asked, Where is Li Zixuan? When Li Zixuan assigned Pang Feiji's team of Wu Ho to Li Zixuan as his personal guards, the Right Marquis household sent another team of Wu Ho to be responsible for the safety of the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop and the two sides of the Strange Interest culture. Replying to Your Highness, Lord Ju. Lord Ju is at the Drunken Wind Pavilion. That Wu Ho had a difficult expression as he stammered out a reply. All right. I understand, you can leave. Li Chengqian didn't notice the strange expression on that Wu Ho's face. After saying that, he walked in by himself. He had been to the Drunken Wind Pavilion before, so he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Sigh, that Wu Ho stretched out his hand, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything. Hee hee. I want to see what you're doing hiding in the workshop during this big battle. Looking at the drunken wind pavilion not far away, Li Chengqian thought curiously. Greetings, Your Highness. Li Chengqian had been to the workshop more than once. Seeing his arrival, the two workshop servants at the entrance of the drunken wind pavilion hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Dispense with the formalities. Is Li Zishuan inside? Li Chengqian didn't expect that there would be two gatekeepers here, so he asked in passing. Your Highness, Lord Ju is inside. Song Xiaosi cupped his fists and replied. That's good. Li Chengqian nodded in satisfaction and was about to walk in. Your Highness, please wait. Song Xiaosi gritted his teeth and hurriedly flashed in front of Li Chengqian. He stopped him and said, Forgive me, Your Highness, but you can't go in. Lord Ju had instructed me earlier that no one is allowed to enter this courtyard for the next 3 days. Lord Ju's meals can only be delivered to the door for these 2 days. Li Chengqian was a little displeased. Even I can't go in? Plap. Song Xiaosi dragged his other companion and knelt on the ground. He said, I don't dare to stop Your Highness, but I don't dare to disobey Lord Ju's orders either. Your Highness, if you insist on going in, you can step on my body to go in. With that, he hit his head on the ground and prostrated himself on the ground. Li Chengqian said angrily, Bastard! Are you threatening me? At the end of the day, this child was also a person above everyone else. He could be a little patient with his friends, but not with people like Song Xiaosi who had nothing to do with him. Your Highness, please forgive me. I definitely didn't mean that. Song Xiaosi hurriedly kowtowed. Li Chengqian said indignantly, Whether you mean it or not, I still want to go in and take a look. With that, he planned to go around the person in front of him and go in directly. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the drunken wind pavilion. Li Chengqian could feel a huge wave of heat coming from outside the courtyard, and he could even feel the ground trembling. Just as Li Chengqian was about to shout, The Earth Dragon is here! Loud laughter came from inside. Waha! I did it! I finally did it! Li Chengqian recognized the identity of that voice and seemed to understand something. He wiped his sweat and said glumly, All right, as you wish. I won't go in anymore. With that, he ran off as if there was oil on the soles of his feet. This place is really too dangerous. Li Chengqian sighed in his heart. Chapter 532. Chou Niu Bao Lin? At the foot of Snake Spirit Mountain. As usual, Niu Jinda was patrolling the camp with his guards. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside the gate of the camp. He couldn't help but frown. He had been in the army for many years, and he had always been strict with his troops. He had never seen a situation where he had to obey military discipline. With anger in his heart, Niu Jinda arrived at the gate of the camp and saw Cheng Chumo arguing with the guards, as well as Yuchi Bao Lin behind Cheng Chumo. Uncle Niu! It's me. Hurry up and tell this bastard to let us in. When Cheng Chumo saw Niu Jinda, he quickly waved his hands excitedly. This is the military camp. Chou Niu, what are you doing here? Niu Jinda's expression didn't improve, and he was still very serious. Ahem. Uncle Niu, that 7 cultivators sect bullied Xiaoxian. As his brothers, of course we're here to help him vent his anger. Don't worry, we're here to help, not to cause trouble. Cheng Chumo had no choice but to suck up to Niu Niu. Niu Jinda secretly rolled his eyes and asked, Do Jijia and Jingda know that you're here? Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Jingda replied in unison, We know. Seeing that the two of them were solemn and didn't look like they were lying, Niu Jinda could only believe them. He waved his hand and motioned for the guards to let them in. Then he said, Come in. Someone will arrange a tent for you later, but this old man will say the ugly words first. The army has its own rules. Don't break the rules and make things difficult for this old man. Cheng Chumo nodded repeatedly and said, We know. Don't worry, Uncle Niu. We definitely won't cause trouble for you. Yes. We're here to help Xiaoxian get revenge, not to cause trouble. Yuchi Bao Lin scratched his head and chuckled. Niu Jinda was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and continued patrolling the camp. F***CK. So Xiaoxian isn't in the camp. In the end we came here for nothing. After successfully sneaking into the camp, Cheng Chimo hooked up with a few soldiers of the right Wu Wei. After a few words, he figured out the current situation in the camp. When he realized that Li Zixuan wasn't in the camp, he couldn't help but grumble. At that time, Li Zixuan had boasted that he would be able to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue in 3 days, and that he only needed the imperial court to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain and not let the people or beasts inside escape. Therefore, everyone subconsciously thought that he would be preparing for the attack in the barracks. Therefore, Li Chengqian, Cheng Chimo, and the others all fell into this misconception. Then Brother Cho Nyo, are we still going to stay here? Yuchi Baolin asked. Cheng Chimo rubbed his chin. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, 2 days have passed. I don't believe that Xiaoxian would go back on his words. Let's see how our good brother will challenge an entire sect by himself tomorrow. The 2 of us accidentally missed the big battle a few days ago. This time, we can't miss it no matter what. Yes, we can't miss it this time. I also believe that Xiaoxian can do it." Yuchi Baolin waved his fist and said firmly, "Newspaper for sale. Newspaper for sale." Today's headline of the newly published Datong Daily: Hero's Widow Makes Trouble, Countyman's Wife Retreats with Wisdom. 5 copper coins for a copy. Early the next morning, the sound of newspaper sellers in the streets of Chong woke up the world's largest city. With the development of Datong Daily today, it was no longer as low level as before, where it had to rely on paperboys to sell newspapers. Now, at the intersection of every street in Chong, there was basically a kiosk. Firstly, it was convenient for people to buy newspapers as soon as possible. Secondly, it was convenient for readers to receive tips for novel authors. In the past, readers who wanted to give tips had to go to the Strange Interest Pavilion workshop in the east of Chong City. Now, there was no need to go through so much trouble. You only needed to go to the kiosk near your home, tell the person in charge how much you wanted to give, and then pay the money to receive the fan badge. It couldn't be more convenient. Of course, if you were worried that the person in charge of the kiosk would embezzle the money you gave, it would only prove that you were thinking too simply. The distribution and sale of every fan badge in the workshop were recorded. Every month, there would be a professional to check the accounts. Once someone was found to be embezzling, there was nothing much to say. They would be fired immediately and never hired again. Obviously, no one was willing to give up such good benefits in the workshop to do such sneaky things. As a result, the number of fans of every author in Datong Daily's novel section increased exponentially. This was especially true for A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Up until now, the word count of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality had almost reached 1 million words, and the total number of fans had exceeded 30,000. This made the other authors envious and jealous. What do you mean by a county's man's wife retreating with wisdom? I don't care about that. Hurry up and get me a newspaper. I want to read A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes. Brother, you're a kindred spirit. I'm also a loyal reader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I saw Hanli enter the forbidden bloody ground yesterday. I should know what's inside today. Yo. Brother, you're also reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Soulmate. Haha. I'm guessing that there must be magical treasures and pills in the forbidden bloody ground. Hee. I'm guessing that there must be beauties. Han Li is so powerful now, but he still doesn't have a bed-warming maid. That's not suitable. Waha. Brother, you're right. The 2 bookworms were talking about the plot in front of the group. They seemed to appreciate each other and regretted that they had not met earlier. However, the people behind them were not having it. Sigh. I say, are you 2 done yet? Isn't it just a stupid novel? Other than training, leveling up, and finding treasures in arcane realms, what's the point of it? Look at how useless the 2 of you are. That's right. That A Mortal's Journey to Immortality isn't that good either. It's the same thing over and over again. It's okay when you first read it, but it's boring after reading it for too long. The other person quickly chimed in. The 2 people in front of the group were not having it. Hey. Are you 2 here to pick a fight? If you think A Mortal's Journey to Immortality isn't good, go write one yourself. That's right. Do you have A Mortal's Journey to Immortality medals? Did you see it? Branch leader. I'm the branch leader of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. I didn't say that the novel was bad, so what right do you have to say? The person behind said unhappily.
Isn't it just a medal? What's so great about it?
Hey, why are you still here if you don't have a medal? Go back and spout *T.
You're still in the right to read novels for free?
Who read novels for free? The money I used to buy newspapers isn't money. The young man in the lead said disdainfully. How can there be such a shameless person like you?
Do you want to read newspapers for free? Chapter 533.
The quarrel between the mortal fans was just a small interlude. Near the other newsstands, there were still many people attracted by the Datong Daily's headlines. The wife of a county man repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom?
Which county man's wife? Could it be the bride that Li Xianxing just married a while ago?
Quick, quick! Give me a copy of the newspaper.
Give me one too.
It's definitely not Li County man's wife. Haven't you heard of the saying, repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? How can the girl that Li County man married have such ability? A slightly older middle-aged man in the back said in disbelief.
Hey, what are you saying? Can't Li County man's wife repulsed 1,000 women in wisdom? I think the girl is quite good.
I heard that she's a beauty from the surrounding villages.
Beauty? Can beauty be eaten?
Ignorant. You're the one who's ignorant. Didn't you say that it's impossible for her to be Li County man's wife? Let's see and we'll know. Let's see then. Who's afraid of who? Some people were arguing over the main character in the headlines, while others had already bought the newspaper and were discussing the contents. These shrews are really despicable. Relying on their husband's military achievements, they actually bullied Li County man's family. He's the benefactor of us poor children. How dare they? Yeah. How despicable. The imperial court can't blame Li County man for losing the war. I really don't know what they're thinking. Under the arbor of a tea house, a few young people couldn't help but complain as they read the newspaper.
Luckily, Li County man's wife is quite quick-witted.
Otherwise, Li County man's reputation would have been ruined by these people. Indeed, but this old Madame Zhao also came at the right time, and she's much more righteous than those shrews. Hey, I know this old Madame Zhao. Her son is in the imperial army and lives in the south of the city.
I didn't expect that.
Fei-Chen, you know her? Then when you have time, bring us to visit this old madam. I'm afraid that even scholars like us can't compare to such a person who understands the principles of righteousness. That's right, these three were Jin Yu Academy's Hua Hongyi, Chen Tianhua, and Liao Fei-Chen. However, the three of them were no longer as poor as they used to be. Chen Tianhua and Liao Fei-Chen both published novels on Datong Daily. Although they were not as popular as The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, their monthly income was still slightly higher than ordinary people. So now they could occasionally drink tea and go shopping. Yeah, especially when the auntie said, "My son has already shed blood on the battlefield. We can't let him shed tears in the underworld because of these vile people who use his name to do whatever they want." I was very touched. To be able to say such words, this Auntie Zhao is a person worthy of my, Chen Tianhua's, respect. That's right. However, those women still have a conscience and didn't ask for the compensation money from the Li family. Otherwise I, Hua Hongyi, would personally go and judge these people.
That's right.
At least they have a conscience. The widow of a meritorious official is being unreasonable, and the wife of a county magistrate is retreating with wisdom?
What widow of a meritorious official? What retreating with wisdom?
How arrogant. Laifu, go buy a newspaper for this old man. A vigorous voice came from a dark red carriage on the road. Yes, old master. The coachman outside the carriage responded and trotted to the newsstand to buy the newspaper. 15 minutes later. Preposterous. This group of shrews is really unreasonable. Even if Li Zishuan is responsible for the defeat of the Imperial Army in the Battle of Snake Spirit Mountain, he can't take full responsibility. Besides, the Imperial Court has already given them compensation, and this group of people actually ran to Li Zishuan's house to ask for money. How insatiable. These wicked people should be arrested and punished. That's not right.
These people can actually gather in front of the Li family's house at such a time. There must be some dirty tricks behind this. The person in the carriage was Wei Zhang, who was rushing to the morning court. At this moment, he was muttering to himself as he read the headlines. From a certain perspective, the appearance of Datong Daily could be said to have provided Wei Zhang with a lot of material to remonstrate with. In the past, he had to personally go to the grassroots and find out where the officials were neglecting their duties, taking bribes, or where the citizens were being bullied. Then, he would organize them into memorials and impeach them in the morning court.
But now, he only needed to find some unfair or illegal matters in the newspaper, and then bring it to the imperial court to ask for the emperor's judgment.
Haha. Good. This granddaughter of Du Daoling is really not ordinary. Not only does she make good wine, but she also has such quick wit. She's really not simple. Wei Zhang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Han Yushi arguing with a group of women. Good. Good. This Madame Zhao is really a hero among women. She gave birth to a Qilin son who fought for the country and sacrificed his life. She is also deeply righteous. How rare. She deserves a reward. She deserves a reward. This old man wants to ask for a reward for this person. When he saw old Madame Zhao appear later, Wei Zhang couldn't help but slam the table and shout loudly. Oh! Don't let the hero bleed and cry. This person called Little Yu, summed it up well in the end. Datong Daily is really full of talents. Therefore, a morning court that was supposed to be very calm was stirred up again because of the headlines of Datong Daily. After the ministers condemned Jiang Cuihua and the other women, Wei Zhang stepped out of the crowd and asked for a reward for old Madame Zhao. It was rare for this old troll to ask for a reward for others. Li Er also gave face, mainly because he originally planned to give old Madame Zhao some rewards, and issued an edict on the spot to give old Madame Zhao the title of a 7th-rank noble lady.
Yes, there was no doubt that the Tang dynasty already had the saying of a noble lady.
Since the Han dynasty, the wives of the princes, dukes, and ministers, that is, those who were in power and above, were called madams. The Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties also gave the mothers or wives of high officials additional titles and were called noble ladies. The imperial edict as a royal document began in the Western Zhou dynasty. For example, the Shongshu Zhou Shu contained the Great Edict, Tang Edict, Kong Wang's Edict, and so on. It was a document that the Zhou emperor used to warn his officials. Qin Dun did not use it. It was occasionally used in the Han dynasty and was not used regularly. The Tang dynasty used imperial edicts to punish and reward. However, the imperial edict system was gradually perfected during the Ming and Qing dynasties and formed a complete system. With Li Er's edict, the other families who had gone to the Li family to cause trouble were even more terrified. They didn't expect that such a small matter would be heard by the heavens. Moreover, Li Er rewarded Madame Zhao. Didn't he mean that he was dissatisfied with their actions? Therefore, Jiang Cuihua, who was still in prison, was cursed over and over again by countless people. Chapter 534. F***CK. This godforsaken place is so unlucky. There are so many mosquitoes at night. Chung Chumo raised his head, lying on the back of the horse, and said with a sad face. Unlike the other young masters of the rich and powerful families, Chung Chumo was not someone who could not bear hardships. A few years ago, he had gone to war with Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others. Even so, the mosquitoes last night were still unbearable for him. Not only did the mosquitoes around Snake Spirit Mountain suck blood, they were also F***king poisonous. Although it was only mildly poisonous and not fatal, it was still enough to make one suffer. Chung Chumo's face, which was not handsome to begin with, was already covered in red bumps. This fellow was still scratching everywhere, as if he would not stop until his skin was broken. Hee. I think this place is pretty good. Yuchi Baolin chuckled as he sat on his horse. Speaking of which, it was strange. Chung Chumo slept in the same tent as him, but the mosquitoes only bit Chung Chumo. Yuchi Baolin was completely fine. He was still white and chubby. No, black and chubby. It would have been better if Yuchi Baolin had not spoken, but the moment he did, Chung Chumo was a little angry. F***CK, Baolin, you're still being sarcastic here. Why don't those mosquitoes bite you? Is it because you're too fat? Yuchi Baolin said embarrassedly. Maybe it's because I'm too dark, and those mosquitoes can't see me at night. Why don't you bask in the sun more, Brother Chonyo. You'll be like me then. Scram. Chung Chumo scolded angrily. If I look like a coal ball like you, how am I going to find a wife? Hee hee. Yuchi Baolin laughed dryly. He looked at the sky and said, Brother Chonyo, today is the third day. Why isn't Xiaoxian here yet? Do you think he hasn't thought of a way yet? Chung Chumo's brows furrowed slightly, but they immediately smoothed out. He sat up straight and said, That won't happen. Ever since I've known little Xian, I've never seen him stumped by anything. He'll definitely come today. Okay. Zhao Song. Is there any movement on Li Zishuan's side? Afternoon. In the Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er asked casually as he read through the memorials. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan should still be in the workshop and hasn't done anything yet. Zhao Song replied softly. Oh? Isn't today the third day? Did I remember the wrong date? Li Er put down his brush and asked doubtfully. Your Majesty, you didn't remember wrongly. Today is the third day of the 3-day period proposed by Li Xiannan. Hey! That's strange. This kid is still cooped up in the workshop. Is he at his wit's end? Do you know what he did in the workshop 2 days ago? Li Er furrowed his brows and asked in bewilderment. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, Li Xiannan is a martial arts grandmaster. This old servant's subordinates didn't dare to get too close to him and could only wait outside the workshop. Therefore, this old servant has no way of knowing what Li Xiannan did in the past 2 days. I only know that he entered the workshop 2 days ago and hasn't come out since. Li Er nodded. After pondering for a long time, he sighed and said, It's getting harder and harder to see through this kid. Right now, all the people of Chang'an are waiting for the results of the Imperial Army's second expedition against the 7 cultivators of true virtue. He better not make a fool of himself at this critical moment. When Li Zishuan declared that he would destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue with his own strength, Li Er still had some confidence in Li Zishuan. After all, Li Zishuan had given him too many surprises before. However, after so many days, Li Zishuan still hadn't made any move. Li Er's heart turned cold. At this time, he only hoped that Li Zishuan wouldn't make a fool of himself and lose face for the imperial court. As for the 7 cultivators of true virtue, it wouldn't be too late to attack them after the army regrouped. Senior Marshal Brother. How are your injuries? Snake Spirit Mountain. Inside the secret chamber of the 7 cultivators of true virtue. Snake King looked at the imposing Batian in front of him and asked excitedly. Speaking of which, these 2 martial brothers could be considered as brothers in distress. Previously, Snake King was injured by Li Zishuan and returned to this secret room to recuperate. 2 days ago, it was Baishan's turn. However, Baishan's injuries weren't as serious as Snake King's. Moreover, the recovery ability of a peak Grandmaster Realm expert was even more outstanding. Therefore, he was able to recover in just a few days. Haha. Junior Marshal Brother. You guessed right. My injuries are completely healed. Batian laughed and jumped down from the stone bed. Then he asked with a concerned face, Junior Marshal Brother, how is your body? Haha. Senior Marshal Brother, it's good that you're fine. As for my injuries, I'm already very lucky to be able to keep my life. In the past few days, Batian was the only one here to recuperate. Snake King felt that there was no hope for him to fully recover, so he gave up on recuperating. Baishan's face darkened and he said hatefully, It's all because of that little bastard Li Zishuan. We were originally living in peace, but that brat wanted to destroy our sect. Now, both of us are injured and crippled. I, Batian, am not a man if I don't take revenge. Senior Marshal Brother is right. I have no other wish in this life except to kill Li Zishuan. It's all up to Senior Marshal Brother. Snake King's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he hurriedly pleaded loudly. Batian immediately said with a murderous look, Don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother. Once the Imperial Army retreats, I'll take you and your brothers to find a place to settle down. Then, I'll come back to settle the score with that brat. I'll kidnap his wife first, kill his parents, and then slowly torture him. Ha ha. Senior Marshal Brother, this is a good plan. We should let that brat have a taste of our strength. By the way, Junior Marshal Brother, are you still suffering from the backlash of the 7 virtues, Snake? A trace of pain flashed across Snake King's face. He nodded and said, "Now that I've lost all my internal force, I can barely control the 7 virtues snake with the power of the bloodline. It's reasonable for me to suffer from the backlash. But I'm afraid that I can't hold on for long. But what if that brat leads his army to attack the mountain after the 7 virtues snake is out of our control? What should we do?" Yin Beishan's face gradually became serious. He frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he said decisively, "Then let's launch a surprise attack on them while we still have the strength to fight. Junior Marshal Brother, you can control the 7 virtues snake to open the way, and I'll detonate all the poisonous pills in the sect from behind. We can take advantage of the chaos to break out of the encirclement. What do you think?" Snake King was shocked when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no better way at present. So, he nodded and said, "I'll listen to Senior Marshal Brother's arrangement. But Senior Marshal Brother, you have to hurry. I can control the 7 virtues snake at most for 3 more days." "Okay. Then let's make preparations today. Before dawn tomorrow, when the army is still asleep, we'll catch them off guard." Chapter 535. Xianji, did you arrange for those women in Datong Daily to cause trouble at the Li Mansion? South of Chang'an City, Dunhua Square. In a quaint room of the wealthy house, the white-haired old man leaned on the couch and looked at the young man standing below and asked in a deep voice, "Granduncle, this is all my fault for not thinking it through. Please forgive me." Hearing this, the young man bowed and said with a frightened expression, "Haha, Xianji, you gave advice to the family. What's wrong with that?" The white-haired old man laughed loudly and raised his hand, indicating for the young man to stand up. Then he continued, "Xianji, your plan is a good one. If it's well planned, we can ruin Li Zishuan's reputation without any effort. But the bad thing is that Xianji, you met the wrong person and acted a little too hastily." The young man hurriedly said, "Granduncle is right. Xianji really did not think it through this time." The white-haired old man showed a gratified expression and said, "Those in power must learn to know how to use people well. Jiang Tsuehua is obviously not a person who can take on big responsibilities. Xianji, you must learn from this in the future. Don't ruin things because of these incompetent people." "Yes, Granduncle." Although the young man disagreed in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He pretended very well. "That's right. Have you arranged for the meeting of the big families tomorrow?" The white-haired old man was suddenly startled and raised his eyes to ask. "Granduncle, don't worry. Everything has been arranged. There won't be any mistakes," the young man said confidently. The white-haired old man nodded and laughed. "Haha. Xianji, I still believe in your ability to do things. Tomorrow's meeting is also a good time for you juniors to get to know each other better." The young man smiled and said, "Actually, Xianji has the same idea. Excluding the royal family, there are only 6 of us left in the 5 families and 7 sects, and we all have our own camps. Now, the Wang family of Taiyuan is still estranged from us and is getting closer and closer to the royal family. In the long run, we will be divided by the emperor. Therefore, I also think that the aristocratic families should contact each other." The white-haired old man agreed and said, "Xianji, you understand it best. Those old fellows are not as good as you. Now that we can't count on Snake Spirit Mountain, it's up to you, Xianji." "Granduncle, speaking of the Snake Spirit Mountain, my father heard some news." The white-haired old man frowned and asked, "What news?" The young man stepped forward and whispered, "My father heard that the imperial court has sent 10,000 soldiers to surround the Snake Spirit Mountain. However, they will only surround it and not attack." "Why?" "It said that Li Zishuan made a military order in front of the emperor, saying that he wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself. The imperial court only needed to send an army to surround the Serpent Spirit Mountain." The white-haired old man was stunned at first, then he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, this kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shameless boasting, shameless boasting. If the 7 cultivators of true virtue sect was so easy to destroy, how could he have returned with 4,000 imperial guards in defeat? I thought this kid would be a good opponent, but I didn't expect him to be an arrogant brat who only knows how to talk big. Xianji, you can help Li Zishuan spread the news." "Spread the news?" The young man was puzzled,
But then he suddenly understood and laughed. Granduncle is wise. In this way, we will be able to defeat Li Zishuan without any effort. This grandson will send someone to spread the news early tomorrow morning. Although the news that Li Zishuan wanted to destroy the 7 cultivators of true virtue by himself was not a top-secret military intelligence, the only people who knew about it were the few big shots who went to the Sweet Dew Hall to discuss the matter that day. They would never spread the news. As for the man named Shen Ji, it was somewhat inconceivable that his father could get hold of this news. Now that 3 days had passed and the sky was about to turn dark, nothing had happened. Those who knew about this news gradually began to doubt Li Zishuan's bold words and believed that Li Zishuan was going to die this time. Li Zishuan didn't know what others were thinking. He was making the final preparations for his expedition, and was responsible for his own safety.
The kerosene is full. It should be enough to fly to Snake Spirit Mountain. These bombs should be enough to blow up a mountain. The ropes are tied tight, the tarpaulin is not damaged, and the bombs have isolated the source of the fire. Oh, what a waste! Light Su! After Li Zishuan carefully checked everything from top to bottom, inside and out, he jumped into the square rattan basket. Ignite the fire! With a whoosh, the kerosene was ignited. The fuel tank that contained the kerosene was specially made by Li Zishuan, and it could control the intensity of the fire. Not long after, the huge ball-shaped oilcloth quickly swelled up. Gradually, the rattan basket left the ground and slowly rose into the sky. The 3rd day of the 8th month of the 1st year of Zhangguan. It was a night with a light breeze.
In the east of Chang'an City, a bright flame suddenly rose from the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion and slowly flew out of the city. The first to notice this strange scene was the spy sent by Zhao Song outside the Strange Interest Pavilion.
Boss, look.
There's a ghost fire in the sky. Bull*T, there's no ghost.
What's that?
The leader of the men was about to reprimand his subordinates when he inadvertently saw the flame in the sky, and was instantly scared out of his wits. The night in this era was different from the modern era.
There were no streetlights here and no nightlife.
Once night fell, there was only pure darkness. Therefore, that flame looked extremely dazzling.
Boss.
That flame flew out of the workshop. Could it be? Could it be that there's a ghost in the workshop? A short man couldn't help but cower and say, "Smack!" The leader of the men slapped him and scolded, "Chen Nan, you little bastard, don't scare yourself. I've lived for so many years and have seen everything, but I've never seen a ghost." Yes, boss is wise. The leader of the men snorted and said, "You guys continue to keep an eye here. I'll go back and report the situation here to Zhao Song's husband." The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty were often referred to as husband. This husband is not that husband. Don't get the wrong idea.
Boss. Don't.
It's better to let this little brother take care of such a troublesome matter. The rest of the men were stunned. By the time they reacted and said this, their boss had already disappeared without a trace. Speaking of which, even Li Zishuan himself probably didn't expect that the debut of his hot air balloon in Tang Dynasty would be mistaken as a ghost fire by these idiots.
Chapter 536.
Brother, look, someone is releasing a sky lantern.
Gi Lane. Meng Wenhao's house.
After dinner, Yaya came to the courtyard and inadvertently saw a bright flame floating in the sky in the northeast direction. The little girl couldn't help but shout excitedly in that direction. The so-called sky lantern was another name for the Kongming lantern. It was commonly known as the wishing lantern or the praying lantern. It was an ancient handicraft of China. In ancient times, it was mostly used for military purposes, but some people would release it on major festivals such as the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival to make wishes and pray. There were 2 theories about the origin of the Kongming lantern. One was that during the 5 dynasties, there was a woman named Shen Qinyang. When she was fighting in Fujian with her husband, she used bamboo strips to make a square frame, pasted paper on it, and made it into a lamp. Burning pine resin was placed on the chassis, and the lamp flew into the sky with the hot air as a military communication signal. This kind of pine resin lamp was called the Kongming lantern in Sichuan. The main reason was that this kind of lantern looked like the hat worn by Zhuge Liang, hence the name. The other theory was that it was invented by Zhuge Liang during the 3 kingdoms. At that time, Zhuge Liang was besieged in Pingyang and couldn't send troops out of the city to ask for help. Kongming calculated the direction of the wind and made a floating paper lantern. He tied the paper lantern with a message asking for help. After that, he really got out of danger, so the later generations called this kind of lantern the Kongming lantern. No matter which theory was correct, it was an indisputable fact that there were already Kongming lanterns in the Tang dynasty. That's true, but there are still more than 10 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Why would someone release a sky lantern at this time? Meng Wenhao's mother heard her daughters scream and ran out to see the commotion. After seeing the flame clearly, she said with some doubts, "Mother, that's not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao said sullenly at this time, and then he gestured with his hands. "That ball of fire is at least 4 to 5 miles away from us. Generally speaking, the farther something is, the smaller it looks. Now that we can see it so clearly from such a distance, it means that this thing is at least dozens of times bigger than an ordinary sky lantern. It's definitely not a sky lantern." Meng Wenhao's mother thought carefully and felt that her son's words made sense, but she still had some doubts. But if it's not a sky lantern, what else can it fly so high? "I don't know." Meng Wenhao shook his head and said, "But my master definitely knows." Meng Wenhao's mother rubbed her son's head. "Yes, yes, yes. How's your master is the best. All of you should go and rest early." "How, You still have to go to Minister Hu's grain store tomorrow to settle the accounts." Meng Wenhao's father had been out at sea for almost 3 months. Now that the pillar of the family was gone, Meng Wenhao had no choice but to step up. Therefore, he took advantage of the 2-month farmland leave to find a job to supplement the family. The other party was Squire, whose family that Mother Meng often worked for. As for his position, he was the bookkeeper. Relying on the glorious halo of being the top scorer in the School of Mathematics and the advanced mathematical knowledge in his mind, Meng Wenhao alone was equivalent to 10 of the Hu family's original bookkeepers. Thus, Squire Hu not only treated him with special respect, but also gave him an unusually high salary. "NN." Meng Wenhao replied in a muffled voice, but his expression became somewhat strange. "Your Majesty, according to the report, a big ball of fire just flew out of the workshop of the interesting pavilion, and it's flying northeast. It should be out of the city soon." In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er rubbed his sore wrist and was about to return to Zhang Xuan's place to sleep when Zhao Song suddenly rushed in and reported, "A flying ball of fire?" Li Er frowned, and his face became a little strange. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stood up. "Let's go to the Xuanwu Gate." The Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the Taiji Palace, was located on the slope of the Dragon Head Plain. It overlooked the entire Chang'an city and was an important gate in the north of the palace. Of course, compared to its geographical location, the Xuanwu Gate was more famous for its political and military position. After all, there was a change of regime here last year. In fact, in a few years, a bigger and more magnificent building would be built here, and that would be the famous Daming Palace. It could be seen even from outside Chang'an city. If there were no accidents, Li Er would order it to be built in the 8th year of Zhenguan. "Your Majesty, look. It's that ball of fire. It should be flying out of Chang'an city soon." Zhao Song pointed to the eastern sky and said to Li Er when they came to the tower of the Xuanwu Gate. Li Er nodded and responded, but his eyes were staring in that direction without blinking. Zhao Song did not know why Li Er was so focused, but he did not dare to ask. He just stood at the side with his head lowered. "Let's go back to the palace." After a long time, the ball of fire became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. Li Er flung his sleeves and turned to leave. He left a sentence in the air, but it stunned Zhao Song. "When Li Zishuan returns to the city tomorrow, ask him to come and see me immediately." Zhao Song frowned and followed behind Li Er. He wondered, isn't Li Zishuan still in the workshop now? Why does Your Majesty have to wait for him to return to the city tomorrow? A punch to the left, a punch to the right. I urge everyone to take a punch. Li Zishuan couldn't care less about how depressed Zhao Song was. He was busy cleaning up the mess he had made up in the past. When the hot air balloon flew into the sky earlier, he regretted it. That was because the wind was blowing from the south, and the Qinling Mountains were northeast of Chang'an city. The wind direction was not suitable at all. If Li Zishuan did nothing and let the ball of fire fly freely, it would definitely not reach the Snake Spirit Mountain. It would only fly further and further to the north. Back then, when Kongming made the Kongming lantern to ask for help, He had already calculated the direction of the wind.
Although Li Zixuan was a Taoist, he did not learn the ability to calculate. Hence, he was a little confused when he flew up. This was really the only thing that he had missed out on. Fortunately, Li Zixuan was smart enough to come up with this idea. He kept throwing punches to the west. His punches were infused with true qi. Using the recoil force of his punches and the push of the south wind, Li Zixuan limped towards the northeast with the ball in tow. Those who had learned force analysis would definitely be able to analyze it. Damn it! Does this count as a rocket with its own gas tank? Li Zixuan mumbled gloomily as he worked in the air. Ahem, I have to admit that his description was very apt. Chapter 537. Ha! Brother Chonyo, it's already so late. Where are you going? Shh! Bao Lin, lower your voice. At the base of Snake Spirit Mountain. In the darkness, a fat man and a little girl were huddled together and whispering to each other. Bao Lin, I think little Xian should be here soon. I plan to go out and take a look. Do you want to come with me? Ah! But it's already the second night watch period. The military has a rule that other than the soldiers on night duty, no one else is allowed to run around at night. If we get caught, Uncle Nyo will beat us up. Hey! I say, why are you so stupid? Can't we just be smart and not get caught? Just tell me if you want to go or not.
The fat shadow scratched his head and said, All right,
I'll go with you. Hey, that's more like it.
Second senior brother.
Second senior brother. Why are you sleeping?
If the soldiers at the base of the mountain attack, we'll be finished.
On the mountain path of Snake Spirit Mountain, an anxious call came from a thatched hut that was temporarily built at the checkpoint. Whoa! Stop messing around. In a few more hours, we'll be breaking out of the mountain. Wang Lin, you brat, why don't you sleep a little longer? In the hut, the man on the bed turned around but didn't get up. He muttered impatiently. Huff huff. Ruhua. I'll be able to go down the mountain to find you soon. Hee hee. You still want to escape? If you don't listen to me, I'll kill those two old things. Ha ha. After a short while, the man seemed to have fallen asleep and was still muttering. The skinny young man beside the bed was speechless. He pushed the man on the bed twice and shouted, Second senior brother, you can't sleep. If the Imperial Army attacks at this time, we can only wait for death. Second senior brother, quickly get up. Hey hey hey. I say, Wang Lin, aren't you annoying? The man on the bed finally couldn't stand the disturbance and sat up. He reprimanded, What are you doing here instead of sleeping? The army at the foot of the mountain has been surrounding us for more than a day or two. If those cowards dared to attack us, they would have attacked us during the day. Why would they wait until night time? Our Snake Spirit Mountain's terrain is so steep. If they really dare to come up at this time, I'll do a handstand and eat shit. The young man at the side was scolded until he retreated. In the end he muttered, Second senior brother, this? How do I eat shit while standing upside down? The expression on the second senior brother's face suddenly froze. You. He pointed at the young man under the bed and couldn't say anything else for a long time. After taking a few deep breaths, he roared, Wang Lin, get the hell out of here. You're sleeping outside tonight. Hee hee. Right here. We'll wait here for little Xian. Inside the camp. After Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin avoided several waves of guards, they came to a bush on a small hill nearby. Cheng Chumo turned back and said proudly, Hee hee, I'm sure you're right. Baolin, how is it? You won't be discovered if you follow me, right? Yuchi Baolin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He said in amazement, Big brother Chonyo, you're really amazing. But how do you know when there's no guard on the road? Hee hee. You're the only one who doesn't knows. Brother, I already figured out the night guard rotation pattern here. Cheng Chumo's tail was wagging as he showed off. Yuchi Baolin immediately looked at him with admiration. He looked around and asked in a rough voice, But it's already so late. Can little Xian still come? Did we wait for nothing? Ha ha. Don't worry, kid. Cheng Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's shoulder and smiled. Although little Xian likes to boast, he always comes true. This time won't be an exception. Isn't it only midnight now? I'm sure he'll come before midnight. After all, Today's the last day of the 3-day period. Let's wait here. We can see the Yuan Gate from here. If he comes, we'll be the first to see him. Okay. I'll listen to you. Yuchi Baolin nodded and squatted down as well. Unexpectedly, the moment he squatted down, he heard Cheng Chumo yelling exaggeratedly. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Baolin, look! Big brother Cho Nyo, what are you looking at? There's no moon tonight. Yuchi Baolin was puzzled. Moon, my ass! Look up! This guy is prettier than the moon. What the heck? Why is this ball of fire flying so high? Cheng Chumo slapped the back of Yuchi Baolin's head, then raised his head and exclaimed in surprise. Out of curiosity, Yuchi Baolin looked up as well. What he saw was incredible. Roar! Oh my god! Brother Cho Nyo, let's run! This ball of willow. The wisp, we can't beat it. Let's go back and call for help. When Yuchi Baolin saw the flying ball of fire, he was so scared that he jumped up and shouted in panic. Shut up! What willow the wisp? There seems to be someone up there. Coincidentally, the ball of fire was getting closer and closer to their heads. Cheng Chumo had good eyesight and could vaguely see someone dancing up there. He hurriedly covered Yuchi Baolin's mouth and scolded him. Woo. Shut up! There seems to be a fairy up there. Yes, that's a fairy descending to the mortal world. Oh my god, did the heavens see that I, old Cheng, am still single and sent me a fairy? Hey. Why did she run away? Good and evil will be repaid, and the heavens will reincarnate. Today, the heavens have bestowed justice upon me, and I'll use lightning and fire to purify you sinful sinners. Silence reigned on Serpent Spirit Mountain. Just as everyone was about to fall asleep, a loud bellow came from the 9 heavens. Everyone immediately woke up from their dreams. Which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my 7 cultivators sect? Batian dashed out of his room and was shocked when he saw the flying ball of fire in the sky. However, he pretended to be calm and shouted, Hee, I'm your grandfather. That wasn't the only thing that came from the sky. There were also 4 or 5 black iron balls with sparks on them. Child's play. Batian thought that they were hidden weapons. He took 2 steps back to avoid them and sneered at the sky. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt several earth-shattering heat waves coming from all over his body. Boom, 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 boom. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sound shook the sky. The peaceful Serpent Spirit Mountain peak instantly turned into a living hell. Batian, a peak Grandmaster Realm expert, was seriously injured in an instant. Ah! Save me! Save me! My leg! My leg! This is the wrath of the heavens. It's over. It's all over. Damn it! Why didn't you run down the mountain with Yunda and the others last time? Li Zishuan didn't show any mercy. He threw the bombs in the hanging basket down as if they were free. The mountain collapsed, and the ground caved in. All the houses couldn't withstand the explosion and collapsed in the blink of an eye. Many disciples of the 7 cultivators sect who didn't have time to get out of their houses were buried in the collapsed houses. For a moment, cries for help could be heard everywhere. Senior brother! Senior brother! How did this happen? What happened? Snake King staggered a few steps and came to the side of Batian, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, and asked in disbelief. Run! Junior brother, quickly take 7 cultivators of true virtue and run away. Run as far as you can.